Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents All I Need by Jennifer Van Wyck, narrated by Lynn Barrington and Alexander Sendis. Chapter 1. Ellie. "You have got to be shitting me!" I shout, wondering how this could be happening. Again. "Oh, fuck," Gary grunts, eyes wide when he finally notices me standing in the same room. He shoves himself back into his tuxedo pants and scrambles off my maid of honor, Crystal. Her bridesmaid dress, the one we picked out together, is bunched up around her waist. She squeals and quickly covers up her lower half as Gary stands up. I look down at my own wedding attire. The gown I fought against buying because I was too nervous that it was all too good to be true suddenly feels like a weighted blanket dragging my body down. Slowly, I drop to my knees, the fabric of my dress billowing around me as the realization of what I just walked into hits me. My stomach threatens to dispel the light lunch I ate earlier in the day, and my nose stings, the telltale sign I'm about to start crying. Which pisses me off almost as much as the fact that I just walked in on my fiancé, the man I was moments away from marrying, screwing my maid of honor. Crystal and I have known each other for almost 10 years. We shared a home, clothes, hell, even a car for a while when we couldn't afford to own one on our own. Apparently, she thought the sharing part of our relationship extended to men as well. Clearly, I'm not a good judge of character, since this is the second time this has happened to me. Though the first time I assumed it was because I was young and naive, I can't say the same for now. Tears threaten to spill over when I spot Crystal's shoes in different corners of the room, like they couldn't wait to tear each other's clothes off. The garment bag that held my dress is still hanging from the back of the door that Crystal hung it from when she carried it in here just a few short hours ago. The wrapping paper from the small gift box I unwrapped when we first arrived. Gary had it waiting for me when we got here. A gold necklace, a heart pendant with a small diamond in the center. I felt so ungrateful as I opened it and wondered why that was the gift he chose for me. The necklace looked as if he found it in a pawn shop, and if they'd had a decades section, it would have been smack dab in the 80s. It didn't match my other jewelry for today, so I had placed it back in the box without another thought. I scoff, realizing it should have been a major clue as to how little he gave a shit about me. Gary and Crystal have been silent while I've been going through my little breakdown. Stealing my nerves, I grab hold of the chair I collapse next to and stand up on shaky legs and run my hands over the skirt of my dress and walk over to the door, opening it up and poking my head out to look down the hallway. Spotting one of my bridesmaids, I holler, "Allison, I need you to get me out of this." A look of shock crosses her face until I open the door to the room wider. She looks beyond me, sees my fiancé and maid of honor looking like they just got done with a fuckfest. "Ellie, now, Allison," I shout at her, feeling seconds away from having a full-blown panic attack as I rip my veil off my head and throw it to the floor. She rushes to my back and with quick fingers undoes the buttons that held up my dress. With each release of the small pearl from the threaded loop, I feel a sense of relief I wasn't expecting. When the buttons are finally undone, I allow the dress to unceremoniously drop to the floor. As the dress pulls at my feet, the only sound I hear other than my own breathing is Gary's sharp intake of breath. When I slipped on the white lace bra and panties set this morning, I knew he'd love it. It isn't lost on me how sexy I look in this. At 34, I work hard to maintain the natural curves my body holds. I'm not full of myself, but I am aware of my body, of the curves I've been blessed with, and the work I put into staying relatively fit. My ashy blonde hair is styled in beach wave curls, flowing over my shoulders, kissing the top of my full breasts while the sides are pulled back with rhinestone-studded clips. The lavender scrub I applied earlier has left my skin soft, but it's the coconut oil I applied this morning that has left my skin glowing. The makeup applied by the glamour squad is a little heavier than normal, but still tasteful, the goal to highlight my bright blue eyes. Bending down, I pick up my dress and walk over to Crystal and drop it at her feet. Now I know why you wanted me to pick this dress so bad. You must have wanted it for yourself, just like you wanted Gary for yourself. Still in only my bra, panties, and sparkly peep-toe heels, I faced the fuckers who knew damn good and well what they were doing and how it would affect me. "Crystal, what did you do?" Allison asks in a whisper. I don't let her finish whatever bullshit she's about to start spewing and whip around to face Gary. "I hope your dick gets gangrene." I point to Gary and he covers his crotch area, as if I actually have those kinds of powers. I wish. Then I turn my finger to Crystal. "And you, may you buy a bra that you don't wash before wearing and it makes your tits look like a lotus flower pod," I tell her, referring to a post that went viral several years ago. It freaked her the fuck out because of her trypophobia. Her gasp makes me smile. It's possible I'm being a bitch, but I think the situation calls for it. Allison giggles behind me. I look at her and she quickly covers her mouth, her eyes wide. She moves her hand and raises it in front of her. Sorry. Not the right time, I know. It's just the lotus flower pod. That was the freakiest thing I'd ever seen. So gross." Her giggles turn to full-on laughter. I press my lips together because I thought it was pretty funny too. But figure if I start laughing now, then I'll lose all my credibility. Allison takes a deep breath and blows it out. "Okay, I'm good. But no, that was a good one." Gary reaches for my hand, but I yank it back, holding it close to my body so he can't get near me. "Ellie, fuck. I'm so sorry." "Because you got caught?" I ask, hands to my hips. "Just tell me one thing. How long?" His face pales and Crystal whimpers. "I don't want to know, do I?" Gary glances at Crystal and she bites her lip, shaking her head slowly, gaze pinned to the floor. She sniffs and he looks back at me. "I deserve to know," I tell them. "You knew my fears, knew what happened with Michael, which makes you two even bigger assholes in this situation."
"New Year's Eve,"
he whispers, and I close my eyes against the hurt. 6 months ago. 1 week after he proposed. "Fuck you both," I snap. Relief we decided on an outdoor ceremony at Gary's father's country club instead of in a church floods through me. I'm also grateful the guests are sitting under the tent set up far away from the separate clubhouse the bridal party used to get ready, and nobody else is witnessing this scene. As much as I love my shoes, they're just another reminder of the situation I'm currently in, so I kick them off, reach down and chuck them at Gary. One after the other, they bounce off his chest and fall to his feet. "I'm sorry," Crystal hiccups through tears. "I bet so. Sucks being seen as the bitch you really are rather than the friend you've been pretending to be this entire time." She flinches at my harsh words. I walk over to the bag that holds my regular clothes, which I had packed up before the photographer called for me to take my pictures. Pictures I just finished smiling for and had walked back to the room to reapply lipstick as the photographer said it was time for the groom's pictures so I could take a break. Somehow I doubt the image before me is what the photographer was hoping for. I quickly slide on my jean shorts and do up 3 buttons of my white shirt, then slip on my champagne wedge flip-flops that I had planned to wear during the reception. "He's all yours," I tell Crystal, who's still quietly crying.
"Ellie, wait,"
Gary pleads. The sad part is I don't know if he's pleading because he's sincerely sorry or that he's upset he was caught. Unfortunately, more likely the reason is because he knows his parents will cut him off since he was only allowed full use of his trust fund if he was married before his 35th birthday, which is just around the corner. "What for? So you can tell me I got the wrong idea? Or, again, that you're sorry? Oh, maybe you're going to tell me that it wasn't planned and that it just happened and that you'll never do it again. Save it, asshole." What, Crystal? You really didn't mean for it to happen? And when it did, what then? You just thought it was no big deal? That you'd keep it going and watch me marry the man you've been screwing for the past 6 months and that would work forever? I don't know if that makes you pathetic or just a slut. But you know what? I'm done with both of you. I can't believe I let myself trust either of you. Suddenly a thought occurs to me and I have to swallow down bile. But damn if I'm not so freaking grateful that we haven't had sex in over 2 months. This is why you wanted me to get tested. You said it was because of something with the inheritance, that we both had to have a full medical checkup before you could accept it. He has the decency to look guilty. But Crystal, she looks pissed. What the fuck, Gary? You made her get tested because why? You don't trust me?
No, it's not that at all. It's not you, it's...
He stops whatever he was about to say, but the words are hanging in the air already. I don't know if Crystal's smart enough to figure it out on her own or not, but I don't really care. Without him admitting it, I know, without a doubt, it's because he's the one who hasn't been faithful to her. But what would she expect? If he can't be faithful to the woman he was about to pledge his life to, why would he be faithful to the one who thought it was okay for him to be a cheat? I place my bag on my shoulder, check to make sure my wallet and phone are still inside, then I walk over to Gary and hold out my palm. Keys? I raise an eyebrow for him to challenge me, which of course he doesn't, because he's a cheat who has no balls. He digs into his pocket before placing them in my palm. I turn to walk away, then think better of it. Placing my left hand on his chest, my large engagement ring that his daddy no doubt helped pay for sparkles brilliantly. I look at it briefly, then back to him. His eyes soften, and I know he thinks I'm about to cave. Then I ball a fist, cock my arm back, and sock him right in the gut. Have a nice life, Gary.
Chapter 2. Walker. I'm hungry. I glance across the seat of my pickup to my nephew Grayson and smirk. When aren't you hungry? Two dimples appear for a brief second before his attention returns to his phone. At 15, he's more man than boy, and corny as it sounds, it makes my heart squeeze realizing how fast time has gone. When I'm sleeping. He eventually murmurs after about 10 minutes, still not looking up from whatever's on his screen. What? I ask, confused as to what he's talking about. That's when I'm not hungry. I disagree. This morning I woke up to see a new box of granola bars opened at some point in the night. 3 bars were gone from the box. He chuckles. Oh, yeah. I can't help it, though. I woke up at midnight and had to pee. I shake my head and laugh as I flip my blinker to make a ride onto the highway that leads back to my house, his second home. My twin sister Willow is raising him alone after her one-night stand the night before our college graduation ended with a bonus chapter. She's an ER nurse, though, and doesn't work 9 to 5. Grayson may be old enough to stay home alone, but old habits die hard. Even when I was in vet school, I made sure to have a place for him at my apartment. And when I bought my large piece of land to build a home on, I did so with him in mind. There was an old barn on the back end of the property and lots of open space for him to play. Be a kid. I let him decorate his own room for when he stays with me the nights his mom is working. I wanted space for him to run and play. I had dreams of him playing on a tire swing hanging from a mature tree, of me relaxing on a porch swing. It might sound weird, dreaming of a home for a family that's not even my own. And that translates to you eating too? Yeah, he asks, like I'm the one who's weird. I stop at the 4-way stop in the highway, look both ways, and continue on. I have some hamburger patties already in the fridge. We can throw them on the grill when we get home. You staying again tonight? Yeah, I'm staying, especially if you do burgers. I could eat a freaking cow, he grumbles. It's only 5:30 in the evening, but considering he's been helping me at the vet clinic all day, I'm sure he is hungry, considering he hasn't eaten since noon. It might be Saturday, but that doesn't mean the animals don't need help. I ease off the gas when I see a shiny black car on the side of the road and a woman kicking the absolute crap out of the side of it. What the heck? Grayson asks, laughing. No clue, I mutter, slowly driving past, both of us rubbernecking the entire way. Grayson looks at me with a twinkle in his eyes. Whip around, I want to see what's going on. Nosy shit. She could be in trouble. You're the one always telling me to help strangers in need. She's kicking her car, Grayson. She could be on her way to Crazy Town. Or she could be stranded. I grumble, just wanting to get home, but knowing I won't be able to relax once I'm there until I know if she's okay or not. I pull a U-turn in the middle of the highway, my front tires dipping into the ditch for just a minute before I get straightened out before pulling over to a stop on the road across from her. and rolling down my window. She seems oblivious to our presence, so I watch her for a few minutes before she suddenly stops attacking her car and reaches inside the car, and the trunk pops open. We continue watching as she walks around the back of the car and begins rummaging around inside the trunk, throwing out a suitcase that lands in the ditch beside her. She seems to think better of her actions because she traipses after it and opens it. Men's clothes fly all around her as she stomps around in the grassy ditch. "I wish I had some popcorn," Grayson says. I ignore his insinuation that this woman is here to entertain us, even though I, too, can't pull my eyes away from whatever's happening. Satisfied with destroying the contents of the suitcase, she trudges back up the side of the ditch, slipping just once, but it doesn't seem to faze her. A set of golf clubs is pulled out of the trunk next. She takes one club out, inspects it, and throws it like a frisbee into the field. She does the same with the others, save for one, chucking them each in different directions. She takes out what looks to be the 9-iron and lays it gently on the ground by her feet before she rolls the golf bag around in the gravel on the side of the road, then throws it overhead to join the clothes. Standing up straight, she bends over to grab the club off the ground. She slams the trunk shut, and we watch wide-eyed as she walks around to the front of the car. "Oh, shit," Grayson mutters, and I know I should get on him for cursing, but he's right. And I just said the same word, so it's not like I can say much anyway. Instead, I scramble quickly to get out of the pickup and yell, "Stop!" Golf club suspended midair, she turns and looks at me as if noticing I'm here for the first time. I look both ways and cross the highway. Even before I cross the yellow line, I recognize her beauty and the fire in her eyes. Her dark blonde hair is curly but wild, her chest heaving up and down rapidly. She's sexy as hell in the short cutoffs, but that sliver of skin I can see beneath her barely buttoned white shirt is where I zero in. "What do you want?" she sasses, lifting her chin in what looks like a threat to defy her next move. I eat up the pavement between us, but don't get too close. Sexy or not, I've witnessed her violence already and figure I'm probably safer with a bit of distance between us. "I don't think you want to do whatever you're about to do." She slowly lowers the weapon in her hand to the ground and uses it like a cane to lean on. "And you know so much, huh? You think you know what I want?" "Nope, but I do know that the car you're about to beat the ever-loving shit out of with a golf club is worth about 80 grand.
"Yeah, well, it's not mine anyway."
"Stolen?" I wince at the accusation. Or maybe it's at the fear of what she'll admit.
"Yup."
She offers no further explanation aside from cocking a hip to the side. I glance over my shoulder at my pickup to see Grayson leaning across the console, watching our every move. Shit. Gesturing to the clothes in the ditch, I ask, "Didn't want those anymore, I take it?"
"Nope."
I sigh, realizing that this gorgeous woman before me isn't looking for help. Even with that realization, though, I can't stop myself from wanting to step in. Look, I don't know what happened, and I have no doubt in my mind that whatever the owner of the clothes, and my guess is this car, did, deserves every bit of what you're about to do, but I'd really hate to see you go to jail for vandalism. She takes a steadying breath, and I watch as she thinks over my words. I scrub a hand through my short, dark hair and place my sunglasses on top of my head so she can see the sincerity in my eyes. "I obviously don't know you, but it appears this is your current mode of transportation, and I'm not sure if you've taken a look around you, but there's not a whole lot of ride shares around here. I'm not trying to tell you what to do, but I suggest you hold off on doing too much damage to this thing." I rest a hip against the side of the car and lean a little closer. "At least until you get to where it is you're going."
"You seem to think you have the right to have an opinion in this."
I hold my hands up in the air. "Nope, just trying to help a traveler out." She glances at my pickup and I follow her eyes. Grayson is now propped against the tailgate of my pickup, arms folded over his chest and ball cap on backwards. He's the picture of teenage cool. I didn't even hear the door slam shut when he exited the truck. I nod my chin in his direction. "You wouldn't want to taint a young man's innocence now, would you?" She scoffs, clearly seeing through my bullshit.
"Innocent, huh?"
"I'm hardly innocent, Walker." Damn him and his good hearing. "Stay out of it, Grayson," I shout, turning my head but keeping an eye on the gorgeous woman before me. I can't imagine what she'll look like when she smiles if she's this incredible looking with a scowl on her face. Our highway guest scrunches up her pert little nose and folds one earpiece of her sunglasses over the buttons down the center of her shirt, causing it to dip just slightly. The starkness of her bright blue eyes against the smoky eye makeup is startling for a solid second. I take another good look at her and piece together what is possibly before me. A woman scorned, no doubt, but probably even worse than that, a bride scorned. Unless she looks this put together every day, but my guess is she was done up for something special. Lips the color of the ripest strawberry, finger and toenails looking like they've just been freshly painted, and hair pulled back on the sides by pretty little beaded headpieces. She's everything I expect a bride to look like on her wedding day, minus the big gown, of course. I glance over my shoulder at Grayson one more time. Smirking little shit needs to find himself that bowl of popcorn he was wanting earlier for how interesting he seems to find this entire situation. My chest heaves as I decide what my next step should be for fear that she'll use that club on me rather than the car windshield. I'm Walker McKinstry. That nosy little shit behind me is my nephew, Grayson. I'm sorry to interrupt what looks like was about to be a good workout for you, demolishing this car and all.
You trying to be a smartass, Walker?
The corner of my lip curls up at her immediate use of my name. No, ma'am.
Ma'am? What are you, some southern gentleman? I'm not an old lady. If anything, I'm a miss.
Definitely not an old lady. I stare at her, feeling completely out of my league with a woman for the first time in, well, hell, I don't know. Probably since I was Grayson's age and about to lose my virginity to a girl 2 years older. Having a twin sister helped me feel comfortable around women my entire life. I never went through that shy stage of not knowing how to talk to girls. Until now. Want to tell me what the car did to you?
I don't think so.
All right. How about you got a plan? Anywhere you're heading in particular?
My only plan is not going back.
Seems to me that makes perfect sense, even not having a clue what you'd be going back to. She hums in agreement, looking down at the golf club still in her hand. She scrunches up her nose again, and fuck if it isn't the cutest little mannerism I've ever seen.
Stupid fuck,
she mutters before flinging the golf club through the air. It lands with a puff of dirt in the field. I'll have to call the Wagners who own that piece of property. Let them know that they have what appeared to have been a pretty nice set of clubs strung throughout the field. He fucked up big time, huh? I risked the guess. Holding up her left hand, she shows just a small distance between her thumb and pointer finger. The sun glistens off a huge diamond ring, bringing me back to my conclusion that she's a bride, or was one. Nice bling you got there. Should bring in some good money. She looks down at her finger, curling her other hand around it as if embarrassed it was still on her finger. Then she shrugs, shaking off whatever she was feeling just moments before.
Probably. Figure I about devoted my entire life to that douche twat. Might as well get something out of the deal.
I nod, not really giving a shit either way considering it's her life. So you know my name and my nephew's name. Any chance you're going to share yours with the class? Her blue eyes assess me, likely trying to decide whether or not I'm trustworthy enough to know her name. She bites her bottom lip and after what feels like an eternity, says in a sure voice,
Ellie.
Ellie, huh? I almost cringe at the way it comes out accusatory, so I reach out a hand to her. She takes a small step forward and gives me a firm handshake. Nice to meet you, Ellie.
Same, Walker.
Don't take this the wrong way.
You know that's a terrible way to start a sentence, right?
I smile and rub the back of my neck. Actually, I do. My sister is always telling me the same thing.
Sounds like a smart woman.
That she is. Well, as I was saying, or about to ask, I guess, do you have any idea where you're heading? Or just out for some early evening destruction of property to get your night started out right?
Property destruction was all I really had on my agenda for the evening.
About finished with that now?
Not much left to destroy since some fun hater stopped me from completing the job.
I bark out a laugh. Ha! I know, I'm such a buzzkill wanting you to keep your mode of transportation safe, at least for the time being, that is. She twists her lips and shakes her head.
I bet you were a tattletale in grade school. Never let anyone else have any fun?
Only when Molly Jensen stole my cupcake in the 3rd grade.
Dessert thieving is the worst kind.
You get me.
I take my desserts very seriously, especially chocolate cupcakes. Please tell me it wasn't a chocolate cupcake.
I nod sadly. It was, with peanut butter frosting. My mom made them special, just for me. She clutches her chest.
The horror.
Right? So, now that you know I'm not a total fun hater and that I'm actually a pretty cool guy, how about we figure out your next steps? I nod my head toward the car.
Like I said earlier, I'm not going back,
she says stubbornly, misinterpreting my meaning. Moving forward. I like that. And for the record, I didn't mean you going back to wherever it is you came from. Where do you want to go? What do you need? She looks around and I follow her eye. In the distance, I see my house. Even with the miles between where we're standing and where it's sitting, my home is impossible to miss. Not because it's so big, but because it's on top of a huge hill. When my vet clinic became a little more successful, I hired a friend from high school who was down on his luck a bit to help me build my house. It helped him get on his feet, and after word of mouth spread, he's become quite the successful contractor.
Quiet,
She murmurs, and I can't figure out if she's ordering me to be quiet or if it's something she's seeking. Her next words, however, clear it right up.
My entire life I've been surrounded by loudness. I need quiet, peace, and calm.
That's all I needed to hear. Follow me, I demanded, and for some reason she doesn't question me. She simply nods once and bites her bottom lip. Tears well up in her eyes, but she sniffs and shudders, seemingly shaking off the emotion that's taking over. I resist the urge to reach out to her and hold her hand or, heaven forbid, pull her into my arms because I'm pretty sure she'd cut off something valuable of mine if I did so. But the desire to comfort Ellie, this beautifully sad woman, is so strong, it feels like going against nature to not follow through. I walk back across the highway that's been unusually quiet this entire time and gesture to Grayson to hop back in the cab of my pickup. I start it up and pull off the shoulder, waiting for her to do a U-turn in the middle of the highway to get behind me. Saving the damsel in distress? You saw her. She'd likely cut off your family jewels if she heard you call her that. Grayson laughs, but then shifts in his seat and swallows hard. That would be unfortunate. I'm pretty sure I've got gold stars in there just waiting to make their mark on the world. But not for another 15 years, yeah? He rolls his eyes, but grins. So where we heading? I'm still hungry, you know. Relax. Just getting Ellie settled somewhere safe for the night so she can decide where she needs to be. Miss Polly's then, huh? I look at him out of the corner of my eye, but he's just staring out the windshield, an elbow resting on the door. He knows as well as anyone in this town how safe Miss Polly's is.
Chapter 3. Ellie. I tell myself to stop the car, turn around, do anything but follow Walker's command to follow him, but for some reason I can't get my body to catch up with my head. I do exactly as he told me to and follow his beast of a black pickup back the way I just came. Out of the driver's side window, I can see his elbow sticking out as he leans against the door, driving with just his right hand resting on top of the wheel. Stop it, I mutter, annoyed with myself for noticing every little detail and paying closer attention to watching him through the back window of his jacked-up pickup than my surroundings. The only thing I know about Walker McKinstry is just that, his name, and the fact that he's drop-dead sexy with his arm tattoos and scruff, and has a nephew named Grayson. He could be a serial killer. His nephew could actually be someone else entirely, like his accomplice. Maybe they drive around searching for stranded motorists along the highway and tell them to follow and... Oh God, I'm such an idiot. My heart begins racing as my mind plays a loop of all the horror movies I've ever watched. Dumb girl follows muscles around with her tongue hanging out and bam, she's the next victim. I reach down and do a quick check of my phone to make sure I have plenty of bars and battery, in case I need to report an attempted murder. The little red box next to my text message icon reads 42, and I'm sure if I opened up my voicemails it would be similar. But right now, in my mini-crisis of wondering if I'm the next casualty of the gorgeous highway murderer, the people on the other end of my phone don't bring me an ounce of comfort. Just before we reach Liberty, the same town I had driven through about an hour before I decided I needed to get rid of all of Gary's possessions, carefully packed and placed in the trunk for our honeymoon. Gag. Following Walker, I turned down a side road. To the left is an enormous Victorian-style home with a sign out front that reads, The Cloverleaf Inn. He pulls off on the side of the road and parks in front of the almost majestic house, waving his arm slightly to direct me to park in the driveway. Which, of course, I do, because I've apparently lost all sense of reason and have become his little pet. I sit in the driver's seat of Gary's pretentious Mercedes, annoyed that the soft leather seats are like butter against my skin, and stare at the gorgeous home. With its pale yellow siding and bright white shutters that match the beams bracing the wraparound porch, it closely resembles a dollhouse I once had as a young girl. A sense of nostalgia hits me as I recall the birthday my parents gave it to me when I turned 8. Little did I know at the time, the extravagant gift was only to soften the blow of the news that they were getting a divorce. Slowly climbing out of the car, I don't take my eyes off the inn. The landscaping around the porch is obviously cared for a great deal. Large green and pink hydrangea bushes are in full bloom, and rose bushes of varying shades are trimmed to perfection. It's breathtaking. I reach inside and grab my purse off the passenger seat and shut the car door and press the button on the key fob to lock the door. Before I take my first step, the screen door squeaks open and a curvy gray-haired woman with an apron on walks out. She lifts a hand to wave me over, but my feet stay grounded. Suddenly, Walker is by my side. His nearness catches me off guard and I startle. He cups a hand around my elbow to steady me. The contrast of his calloused palm on my soft skin sends a zip through my body.
"That's Miss Polly,"
he says simply, not giving me any more to go off of than her name, much like I know about him. I turn my head to look up at him rather than the house. His eyes, a deep shade of brown, stare back down at me.
"You'll be safe here. Miss Polly, she'll take good care of you."
I'm supposed to believe you, huh? I can't help but snark. His hand is still touching me, and much to my dismay, I like it a little too much.
"You can trust me."
4 words. That's all it takes to bring me back to reality. How many times have I been told that before? When my parents divorced and my mom said I could trust her, that life would carry on as a new normal, and that they'd both still be there for me, even though they'd never really been there for me to begin with. I spent most of my childhood alone. Then Dad moved away, leaving me alone with Mom, who blamed me for the demise of their marriage. My nights were spent not knowing if she would come home. An endless string of men coming in and out of the house, and I was just in her way. The unfortunate baggage she was left to deal with. I learned early on how to cook basic foods simply because she wasn't there to do it for me. The local food pantry had a back door that I would sneak into to fill our cupboards. Mom never questioned where it came from, never cared enough. As long as I wasn't bothering her or asking her for anything, life was good. One would think it would be the ideal way for a teenager to live. No parental supervision. It's not. Nothing could be further from the truth. If I didn't have the support of one of the counselors at the high school, I never would have received the financial aid and scholarships that allowed me to go to college, because she certainly didn't care what my future looked like. I was just a sophomore in college when I fell in love with Michael and his family. He asked me to be his wife only a few months after we started dating. He was a few years older than me and about to graduate, and didn't want to leave without me. Everyone told me I was crazy, but I had spent so much of my life searching for love, and when I finally had it, there was no way I was letting go, especially when his parents had welcomed me into their family with such wide-open arms. It was an incredible feeling to have unconditional love, people who supported me, remembered my birthday. It's why I ignored all the signs of who he really was. A few months before our wedding day, he cheated on me. Of course, I didn't find out he got the woman pregnant until I was about a week away from walking down the aisle. And I only did because I overheard him talking about it with his best man. One night stand or not, I knew I would never be able to look him in the eye again and not think about him with another woman. It messed me up. I couldn't trust my own instincts with men. I had no basis for knowing what true love looked like. Looking back, he wasn't a bad guy. Sure, I was needy and likely overwhelming with my desire for reassurance and declarations of love, but it's no excuse. If he wanted out of the relationship, he should have just said so. Even with friends, I wouldn't allow myself to open up or let people in. Then later, when Crystal introduced me to Gary, the pompous ass, they both said I could trust them with my life, my heart. And well, we know how well that turned out. I was such an idiot. How did I not see it happening? Trust may as well be a four-letter word as much as it's screwed me over. As to not make a scene in front of Miss Polly, I gently pull my arm from his grasp. Trust isn't something I have the luxury of giving. I move past him, ignoring the confused look on his face, and walk toward the inn. Miss Polly has her arm out, ready to welcome me. As soon as I'm within arm's reach, she pulls me in for a hug, despite not ever being introduced to one another.
Come on in, Ellie.
Obviously, I don't do a very good job at hiding the surprise at her knowing my name, because she chuckles lightly.
Walker had Grayson call me. Let me know they were bringing you to me.
I glance over my shoulder at Walker, who's still standing by my car, hands in his pockets.
I'll see you tomorrow at Sunday services,
Miss Polly calls to Walker. He nods over to Grayson, and she shifts her focus to him, who's watching out his window he has rolled down.
You too, young man,
she adds in a way that makes it clear they will be seeing her tomorrow.
Only if you make me fried chicken for lunch afterward,
Grayson shouts back. She snickers and shakes her head good-naturedly.
That boy never stops eating.
She squeezes my shoulder, her warm scent enveloping me, as she turns us and, without another look at the men who brought me to her doorstep, pulls me into her home.
Grayson said you might not be staying long?
Miss Polly asks as she sets a bowl of steaming hot chicken and dumplings before me. Right after she pulled me into the house, she gave me a tour of the old Victorian home her granddad built in the 30s and showed me where I would be staying the night. I had no intention of spending the night in this sleepy town, but one look at the antique bed with the beautiful quilt that looked homemade, and I swiftly changed my mind. Stepping foot into her home, a solace I've never known before immediately blanketed around me. It brought with it a sense of security that even if I had anywhere else to go, I don't think I would leave. She sets down another bowl to my right and slides into the seat, laying a napkin on her lap before reaching over and grabbing my hand. Bowing her head, she says a blessing over our meal, with an ease that tells me she's done it thousands of times before, then releases my hand and lifts her spoon to her mouth. I stare at my food, wondering if there's ever been a single person in my life who has welcomed me so seamlessly.
Eat up, Ellie. Something tells me you haven't had a good home-cooked meal in a while.
She's not wrong. I enjoy cooking, but Gary always wanted to go out to eat, always needed to be seen or around others. There always seemed to be some benefit dinner or party he said he had to be present at. Looking back now, I realize how much I detested the lifestyle I was living by being Gary's fiancé. At first it was fun, always dressing up and eating fancy food, but then it became just another event, just another party, one more way for him to parade me around as the arm candy he wanted me to be. He was the face of his father's company, and after I had been all but abandoned by everyone who had claimed to love me, I followed him around like a little puppy. He wanted a wife who would be there for him at a moment's notice, so I made sure to be that for him, even before we were married. He made enough money that I didn't need to work, though I enjoyed having something for myself. And I like to keep busy, so I took a job at a friend's little boutique. It's small and local, and I love it. It drove him crazy that his fiancée was working retail, which should have been a major red flag. But I'd been wounded deeply, and I ignored the signs that he was a jackhole. Miss Polly gently slides my bowl closer to me, and I raise my eyes to look at her. Light blue gazes back at me, her eyes soft when she notices the few tears that slip down over my cheeks.
Eat. Sleep. In the morning you can tell me about whoever took that sparkle out of your eyes. He doesn't deserve those tears.
I wipe away the wetness from my cheeks with a napkin on my lap and smile. This looks delicious. Thank you, I tell her before taking a bite of the creamy comfort food. Sighing with contentment, I dig in, not realizing how hungry I am. Before I know it, Miss Polly's carrying over a pan and ladles up a few more spoonsful into my bowl. She places it back on the stove, then sets a plate of warm apple crisp topped with a scoop of vanilla ice cream next to me and one for her. She winks at me and says,
"Dessert doesn't cure everything, but it's a good Band-Aid until then."
I rush through my second bowl of food to get to dessert. After demolishing it as well, I lean back, stuffed full, and not just of the food that Miss Polly fed me. Thank you, Miss Polly. That was delicious. You're right. I don't remember the last time I had a good home-cooked meal.
You're welcome at this table any time, honey.
She doesn't fight me when I tell her I'd like to help her clean up, which makes me smile.
Before you go to bed, you need to see the backyard, she tells me as she dries the last bowl and places it in the cupboard.
Oh?
Yes, it's like dessert. It might not cure everything, but will aid in the healing process.
She pats me on the arm as I gaze out the kitchen window into the slowly darkening summer night.
You know where to find me should you need anything, but this old woman needs her beauty rest. You'll join me for Sunday services?
Her question is anything but. My guess is nobody says no to Miss Polly. Sure, I promise her. I'm going to get my bag from the car.
Lock up when you get back inside. You just need to turn the knob. Feel free to use the dressers,
she says by way of letting me know I'm welcome to stay for a while. I don't have any intention of staying any longer than necessary, but her offer makes me feel good nonetheless. She shuffles out of the kitchen and down a short hallway off the main living area. The door to her bedroom clicks closed quietly behind her, and I grab the key fob from my purse before making my way out the front door to the car. For a brief second, I consider just climbing in and driving away, but the desire to stay is far greater than the desire to run. Instead, I tap the button on the fob to pop the trunk. 5 minutes later, my bags are hauled up to my new room, or at least the place I'll be sleeping tonight. Thinking over the words Polly said about her backyard, and considering that it's only 8 o'clock in the evening, I venture back downstairs and out the back door. I gasp as soon as I step out of the door and onto the patio. If I thought there was a lot of time spent on the front landscaping, it was nothing compared to what is laid out before me. Large evergreen trees line the expanse of property on either side of the yard, with what looks to be almost a privacy fence. Off to the right of the patio is a rock garden with a trickling fountain. There's a brick patio with a table and chairs set up on the other side. Slowly moving one foot in front of the other, I step down onto the grass and walk around, bending over to smell the flowers. Wrapping my arms around my waist, I tip my head back and take in a deep breath.
It might not cure everything, but it will aid in the healing process.
I can't help but think that there's more truth to those words than she's letting on.
Chapter 4. Walker. I rouse a grumbling Grayson with a little more pep in my step than I usually carry on a Sunday morning. If I know Miss Polly, she'll have Ellie in that seat next to her. I fell asleep with thoughts of her and woke up with her still on my mind. What brought her to our sleepy little town?
Trust isn't something I have the luxury of giving.
What did she mean by that? As curious as I am about her story, I also can't get the vision of her out of my head. Never before have I met someone as beautiful as Ellie. Or as broken. My phone in the pocket of my gray trousers alerts me with a text, so I give Grayson one more gentle slap to the back to get him moving. With one last reminder that it's time to get up if he wants that fried chicken from Miss Polly, I head down the stairs to the kitchen for another cup of coffee. I dig my phone out of my pocket and settle against the counter as I take a small sip of the steaming brew. My bulldog, Brutus, is snoring at my feet, as usual. Willow.
How was your night?
Me. Interesting. Easier to explain in person. Willow.
Yikes.
Me. LOL, it's fine. Heading to services. Grayson's hoping for some chicken from Miss Polly for lunch. Willow.
So you saw Miss Polly last night. Sounds like it was an interesting night.
I laugh to myself at how well she knows Miss Polly. Me. Yep. See you there. Smiley face with a wink. Willow.
Okay.
Grayson comes down the stairs, hair sticking up in every direction. He dramatically sits down in a kitchen chair and lays his head on the table, arms stretched out wide beside him. Why am I awake? He mumbles. Miss Polly's fried chicken, I remind him. He slowly lifts his head and graces me with a crooked grin that reminds me of when he was younger. Right, it's worth it. Brutus walks over to Grayson and drops in front of him, all four legs spread out. Grayson reaches down and scratches the top of his head, and Brutus lets out a pathetic moan.
He's so lazy.
I just sip my coffee. I don't need to agree to what he already knows is true.
Breakfast?
Shower first. I'll make you some eggs while you're getting ready for church. His head jerks up at my offer. It's not that I'm not always willing to make him breakfast, but lately I've been making him do it on his own.
Really? Thanks, Walker, you're the best.
Don't you forget it. He stands up and starts for the stairs, then stops in his tracks. Straightening to his full height, which is just a little shy of my 6'2", he slowly turns around and points at me, grinning like the cat that ate the canary.
Wait, why are you so cheery this morning?
I shrug, not meeting his eyes. I just got a good night's sleep last night.
Liar. You're hoping Miss Polly convinces Ellie to go to church with her today.
Why would I care if she comes to church with her?
Because you like her,
he states simply. How can I like her? I talked to her for all of 10 minutes.
I've asked girls for their Snapchats in less time than that.
Yes, but I'm not a teenager. He looks at me for a second.
You're right. You are pretty old. In fact, is that a gray hair coming in?
He asks, inspecting my head a little closer. Shut up, you punk. I do not have gray hair, I growl.
Maybe you'll get lucky and Ellie likes a silver fox,
he teases. I playfully push him away from me. He laughs all the way up the stairs, and the second he's out of eyesight, I dart to the small guest bathroom off the living room and check the mirror. That little liar, I whisper, inspecting my head for any signs of grays.
Major luck,
I hear from behind me and whip around to see Grayson peeking his head around the doorframe. I lunge for him and he quickly moves away, howling in laughter all the way up the stairs. An hour later, we're on our way to church. Every time I look at Grayson, he has a smirk on his face. Stop it already.
Stop what? Knowing the truth? You always said that it was smart to pay attention to human behavior so I could have empathy for people's needs.
What made you such a smartass?
Becoming a teenager? I'm pretty sure it's in our DNA.
Good thing we're heading to church. You need prayer.
We all do, Uncle Walker. To pretend otherwise is just insane.
He scoffs. You used to be sweet and innocent. What happened to you?
Probably technology.
I groan. He has an answer for everything. A few minutes later, we pull into the parking lot next to his mom's car. Not surprisingly, she's still sitting in it. Even at 35, she hates going into crowded places alone. Grayson climbs out and opens her door. I round the front of the pickup just in time to hear him tell her,
Uncle Walker has a new crush.
You have such a big mouth, and I do not. I try my best to protest.
Look at him. Have you seen him this dressed up for church in years?
I glance down at my pants and realize he's absolutely correct. Our church has taken a more casual tone, and we tend to wear jeans most days. It's not like I'm wearing a three-piece suit, but the black dress pants and charcoal gray button-down I'm sporting is definitely a step up from my usual Sunday attire. Crap, I mumble.
You weren't joking when you said you had an interesting night,
my sister teases. Let's just go in. They follow behind, chuckling the entire way. My eyes immediately seek out Miss Polly the second we're in the building. She sits in the same general area every single week. At least she does the week she manages to convince me to be in attendance. My heart deflates when I find her and don't see Ellie sitting by her side. The three of us find a seat and settle into the section of seats across the aisle from her and back a few rows. Polly glances over her shoulder and looks right at me. She winks and turns around to face the front right away. I scrunch my eyebrows, but shake it off. For as amazing as a human as Miss Polly is, she's also a little bit eccentric. I'm fidgeting in my seat, feeling uneasy for a reason I can't identify when the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I turn just in time to see Ellie breeze past me and find her seat next to Polly. This time, when Polly glances in my direction, I know exactly what she's trying to convey in her look. Told you she was here. Grayson starts nudging me with his elbow, then I hear him lean over and whisper to his mom something about the woman beside Miss Polly. I roll my eyes, knowing this is going to screw me over so bad. I don't hear anything the preacher says in the service. Every time I manage to tear my gaze away from the back of Ellie's head, I feel that pull and can't stop my eyes from drifting over in her direction.
She's not going anywhere.
Grayson leans over to whisper. Pay attention to the sermon.
I could say the same to you since it's over,
he jokes. Just as I'm standing, I hear Miss Polly's voice.
Willow, I'm sure Grayson told you he requested fried chicken for lunch. Are you joining us?
You know I never turn away an offer for your cooking.
Good. We'll see you at the house soon, then.
Miss Polly, care to introduce me to your guest first?
Her hand goes to her mouth and a gasp escapes her lips.
Oh, my. I can't believe it. Yes, this is Ellie, though she's already met Grayson and Walker. I'm surprised they didn't tell you all about it. I suppose I haven't really heard the whole story either. Maybe over lunch,
Polly rambles on, all the while keeping a firm grip on Ellie's hand, likely afraid she's about to run off. I wouldn't blame her. I think every pair of eyes is on her. My sister reaches out a hand to Ellie.
Hi, welcome. I'm Willow, Grayson's mom and Walker's sister.
Ellie takes her hand and shakes it.
Nice to meet you.
Her eyes flit to me for just a quick second, assessing me head to toe before turning back to Polly. Yesterday she was beautiful, but today, with minimal makeup on and a simple long black dress, she's even more so.
I'm going to stop at the restroom before we go back to the inn. I think I saw it right when I was walking in.
As she walks past me, our arms brush against each other's, and I suck in a breath through my nose. Only that's a mistake, because as I do, I inhale her light, flowery scent. I almost groan. Never before has a woman affected me in this way. Sure, I've been physically attracted to them, obviously. Turned on? Yes. But this desire I feel for her is almost all-consuming. I don't know what to make of it, but I definitely know I don't like it.
Oh, I'll be happy to show you where it's at,
Willow says cheerfully, giving me a smile much like her son's earlier this morning as she passes by me. I resist the urge to yank her back to me, knowing she's about to meddle where she has no business meddling. I've never been much for commitment. While I was in college, my main focus was getting into veterinary school. Then Willow got pregnant, and after searching for and contacting Grayson's dad, she realized she would be raising him primarily on her own. Willow made it perfectly clear that if he didn't want any part of his life, that was on him, but he would not come and go as he saw fit. He was smart enough to want to be a part of Grayson's life, but doesn't live close. One weekend a month he would visit Grayson. Then, once he was a little older and Willow and he were both comfortable with it, Grayson began spending a few weeks out of every summer with his dad. My focus expanded from strictly veterinary school to helping my sister raise her only child. Any woman who came into my life had to be okay with sharing me that way. Obviously, since my relationship status is showing single, none made the cut. There's nothing that matters more to me than Grayson, though. I've never once felt like I was missing out on something in favor of putting him first. It's not that I have some big reason to be shy of commitment. I wasn't traumatized by some love gone wrong when I was younger. My parents are still happily married and enjoying their retirement as snowbirds living in southern Texas. But their conservative views on sex before marriage prevented them from being the grandparents Grayson deserved and the support Willow needed. I look down the hall just as my sister links her arm with Ellie.
Sucks to be you right now.
Grayson snickers in my ears. He pats me on the shoulder and moves to talk with a group of buddies. I pinch the bridge of my nose and begin walking up the aisle, but am stopped by a small hand on my arm.
She's sad,
Polly says with conviction. I think so, too.
But she's strong, too.
She was about to destroy his car with a single golf club when I met her. I'd say strong is putting it mildly. Polly's light blue eyes twinkle as she mimics my sister and links her arm in mine as we make our way out of the sanctuary.
I want to keep her.
I look down, eyebrows raised. She's not a pet, Miss Polly.
I know that, Walker, but I think she'll be nice to have around. Gets lonely in that big old inn by myself.
You could always open it back up to guests, you know? Her other hand waves me off.
You know I'll never do such a thing. The day I took in Willow when she was pregnant and had nowhere else to go, I knew my purpose for that house was for far greater things than making rooms available for travelers.
You're the best kind of people, Polly.
I agree.
I chuckle at her blunt response, but she carries on.
Now I'll see you, Willow and Gray, at my house in just a few minutes, you hear? And make sure you eat a second helping of the mac and cheese. Someone helped me in the kitchen this morning.
We're at the entryway, and I turn to Polly. Don't go matchmaking. You know I'm not looking.
Doesn't matter if you're looking or not when the right person gets dropped right in your lap.
Doesn't matter if I'm looking if the other person isn't looking either, I remind her.
Nah.
She disagrees instantly.
It just means that maybe the two of you need to have a more open mind.
Polly, I groan. She's not even been here for 24 hours, and she's passing through after what looks like she got her heart broken. How can you possibly think this would be a good idea?
Hush! Indulge an old lady for once. You're always fighting me.
I bark out a laugh. Ha! I far from fight you on anything. She looks toward where I know the bathrooms are before raising her eyes to mine. Her face softens and her voice drops to barely above a whisper.
Walker, I love you like you're my own son. You know this. But you need a life. You've devoted your days to caring for others, whether they're children or pets, and don't you sass me. You know it's true.
She rushes out when I open my mouth to explain that it's not a burden I've taken on, but rather what makes me happy.
I know you'd do anything for that boy. There's nothing wrong with that, but you deserve happiness beyond giving up your life to others.
She stops talking as her eyes find Ellie. With a small shrug, she continues.
Maybe all those prayers I've been sending up have finally been answered.
She leaves me standing and joins a group of ladies from her knitting circle. Willow is introducing Ellie to a friend she works with at the hospital, and Grayson is chatting it up with a group of friends. It dawns on me when I see a couple of my friends standing around talking as their kids of various ages dance around them that maybe Miss Polly has a point. My sister is in the middle of some story with one of the ER doctors, Jonathan. Ellie is standing off to the side, not looking entirely comfortable, but not hating life either. My eyes narrow when I see Jonathan shift closer to Ellie, then turn his full attention on her. He's not a bad guy, but he's what Miss Polly would call a skirt chaser, and I know him well enough to see that he's about to try and turn his charms on Ellie. She must feel my gaze on her because she looks in my direction and offers up a small smile. The breath in my throat catches from that tiny look. Combined with the fact that I was a minute away from pulling her away from Jonathan like some caveman who has any right to stake his claim on her, I know I'm in way over my head already. What am I thinking? She's here for a hot minute and won't be staying around. I must be hard up if all it takes is a simple smile to make me want to go all caveman. The need to get out of the building is strong, so I spin on my heels and push through the door without looking back.
Chapter 5. Ellie. Did he just leave? Willow asks, to which I nod, my eyes still focused on where Walker just stormed through the door, as if angry for some reason. Who put a bee in his bonnet? I giggle at her choice of words and shrug. How should I know? I've spoken with him for a few minutes, and it wasn't exactly a deep conversation. I woke up this morning conflicted for what to do with my day. Should I just leave really early, dropping a note to Miss Polly with some cash thanking her for her hospitality? But the moment I cracked my eyes open, I knew I wouldn't be doing that. The smell of coffee drifted up from the kitchen, along with something cinnamony. Of course, the sound and smell of sizzling bacon helped my decision to stay, at least through breakfast. I came downstairs, and one look at Miss Polly told me I'd be sitting next to her in a church pew in a few hours. She points to the seat I used just last night and takes a sip out of her coffee cup, standing next to the counter as she preps the chicken. Sit, eat. We'll go to church, then you can see why I can get that boy's butt in a church pew on Sunday morning, rather than sleeping the day away just by the promise of my fried chicken. Which one? Her shoulders shake with laughter, but no sound comes out. Both, honey, both. Now you take today to relax. Tomorrow we decide your next steps. Coffee? She hands me an empty cup, then nods her head to the coffee maker. There's always coffee here, honey. I smile, and she lifts her eyes to me. They twinkle a bit. There's a coffee cake on the table, and if the smell in here is anything to go by, it's fresh out of the oven. If she's trying to convince me to stay around, she just won the gold. Can I help? To my simple offer, her eyes not only twinkle, they dance. She reaches out her clean hand and squeezes mine. I'd love nothing more, Ellie. I'll see you at Miss Polly's? Willow's voice pulls me out of the staring contest I was having with the door. Yes, I'll see you back there. She's good people, you know. I'll save my story for another time, but just know, if you have her on your side, nothing and no one can hurt you. I nod, my throat tightening. I don't remember the last time I've had truly good people on my side. But obviously that might be because I'm not a very good judge of character. She gives me a small smile before walking over to her son, reaching up to place a hand on his shoulder. He turns to look down at her and wraps an arm around her, showing he's not afraid to show his mother affection in front of his buds. I catch Miss Polly's attention as I walk to the door, letting her know I'll be waiting in the car. I have no doubt if I ventured over to where she's standing, I'd be even more the center of attention than I've already been this morning. The second I push through the door, I suck in a breath of fresh air, which immediately gets caught in my throat, when my eyes land on the vehicle parked 2 spots down from mine. Gary's, really. Which reminds me that I should probably get in touch with the jerkwad and return his car and get my own. Walker is sitting in his pickup, window open as he stares down at his phone. I know I have 2 choices. Ignore or be a big girl and walk over to him and say hello. Because I'm a grown-up, I choose option 2. "Didn't feel like sticking around, huh?" I ask as I step over to him. He startles and fumbles around with his phone, and I can't stop the giggle from bubbling up out of my throat.
"You scared the crap out of me," he grumbles.
"No kidding. Couldn't tell by the way you almost threw your phone out the window," I tease.
"So, you stayed around, huh?"
"At least for today. Apparently my stomach can't resist Miss Polly."
"She gets a lot of people to bend at her will for that very same reason."
"You're saying I'm not special?" I joke. He stares at me for a moment.
"Pretty sure you know that's not what I meant at all."
His phone chimes with a text, and he looks down at it, types something out quickly, then looks back to me.
"Grayson's heading over to Miss Polly's with his mom."
"You're not going?" His eyes bore into me, probably wondering why I care.
"My stomach is no match for Miss Polly either. I'll be there. Besides, I heard mention of mac and cheese that I can't pass up."
He winks, and my stomach drops. His pickup starts up with a loud roar, and he shifts into reverse. I step away just as he lifts a hand to wave at me and drives off.
"Ready?"
I jump at the sound of Polly's voice behind me. "Yep," I say and march around to the driver's seat, ignoring her knowing look.
"Holy crap, Ellie. You're never leaving, for real. You can't deny me the chance to eat your macaroni and cheese again."
Grayson groans as he rubs his stomach after his 4th full plate of food. Lunch has been surprisingly relaxing, though Walker was a little less talkative than I had expected him to be, at least based on our first meeting where he seemed perfectly fine with injecting himself right into my life. But since we sat down, he's barely spoken a word and hasn't looked at me once. "He's right, girl. It was incredible," Willow says, grinning at me.
"Everything was great as always, Miss Polly. Thank you for having me,"
Walker says, still not looking at me. He picks up whatever plates he can carry, bringing them to the kitchen. I hear water run, then the sounds of plates clinking against each other. He returns empty-handed and stops by Polly's chair, leaning down to give her a kiss on the cheek.
"I really hate to eat and run, but—"
"What? No, we haven't had dessert," Miss Polly presses, moving to stand up while giving Walker a weird look.
"You know I usually can't resist dessert, but I'm afraid I really need to head out."
His eyes finally meet mine. For a long moment, he looks at me, his gaze drifting over my face.
"It was nice seeing you again, Ellie, and meeting you. See you around and, well, take care of yourself, okay?"
He gives me a low wave, and then he's gone. An awkward silence settles around the table when the door slams. Willow turns to her son and asks, "Why did he have to leave?" He shrugs.
"How should I know?"
Polly goes to the kitchen and returns with a flat, round Tupperware container.
"Grayson, how about you take this pie home with you and your mom? We'll clean up here,"
she says, seeming to dismiss them as well. He looks at Willow quickly before snatching it up off the table with a wide grin.
"You got it, Miss Polly. It won't go to waste." "I have serious doubts it'll even make it home without you digging in," she teases him. "I'm not an animal. I can wait until I get home and have a fork at least."
Everyone around the table shares a small laugh. Miss Polly's face says just how much she loves the fact that Grayson enjoys her food. The way she interacts with him makes it clear that they share a lot of history together. Willow pulls me out of my chair and hugs me tightly. I hope you let Miss Polly talk you into staying. She's got my number. Make sure she gives it to you no matter what you decide to do. I swallow down the emotion threatening to clog my throat and return her hug. The last 24 hours have been a roller coaster of emotions. 2 people I thought I could trust with my heart ended up being the ones who broke it all over again. I feel like I'm experiencing the worst case of déjà vu. Something I stupidly thought I'd never have to go through again. It's a stark reminder not to let others into my life, or into my heart. I can't believe I allowed myself to act so stupidly and have no clue where to go from here. I was living in Gary's home, so I don't even have a place to live if I go back. I'll have to, obviously, so I can get my clothes, my own car, return his, which, thanks to Walker, is undamaged, though it would have been a lot more fun to see the look on his face if I'd have returned it otherwise. I step out of Willow's embrace. I have no idea what's going to happen, but I'll let you know. I'd like that. Willow and Grayson finish saying their goodbyes, leaving me alone with Miss Polly. I begin cleaning up the table to distract myself and avoid the talk I know Polly is dying to have with me. I begin filling the sink with hot, soapy water and start soaking the pans.
He hurt you.
I turn off the water, rest my elbows on the edge of the sink before I stand straight and slowly turn around, and look to Miss Polly, who's leaning a shoulder against the door jamb to the kitchen. I swallow and nod my head, my hands dripping sudsy water onto the floor.
By the ring on your finger, I assume that means you were going to marry him?
Yesterday, I confirm. She closes her eyes and presses her lips together. I feel my face crumble right along with the strength in my legs, and I fall to the floor. The tears that I've been holding back come on fast and furiously. Polly quickly shuffles my way, crouching down next to me. She curls her aging body around mine and holds me in her arms. "Shh," she says, trying to calm me down, but the tears started and don't show any signs of letting up anytime soon. I fold over, my head resting on her shoulder as I cry for the first time since I walked in on Gary and Crystal together. Minutes pass by as she continues to try to comfort me, her arms tightening around my shoulders when I move to pull away.
Let it out, honey. You can't put it behind you if you're holding it in.
Eventually, my tears subside. I wipe my nose with the back of my hand and under my eyes with my fingertips. Annoyed that I've shed even a single tear for those 2 assholes, I growl, trying to shake my head of emotion. "We need to get off this kitchen floor," I tell her with a small smile.
Come, this is back porch talk.
She fills 2 glasses with some lemonade, and I follow her, settling in side by side on a white porch swing with a thick, bright blue cushion.
I started the inn a month after I walked in on my ex-husband having sex with my best friend.
I gasp. Her words come out so bluntly. Although, having had it happen to me, there really is no other way for it to be said. It's as ugly as it sounds, and there's no way to soften it.
"The best thing that ever happened to me,"
she murmurs. My eyes cut to her. She's smiling, a wistful look on her face. Then she shocks me with,
"He was such an asshole, wanted me to be someone I wasn't, and when I wouldn't comply, he thought he'd find a little side piece who would."
I choke down a laugh. She seems so prim and proper. She pats my leg and turns to face me.
"There are only a few reasons a woman runs away on her wedding day, and the fact that you're still wearing the ring, I assume it was him who screwed up."
I walked in on him with my maid of honor. I was wearing my wedding dress.
"So your guy's an asshole, too."
This time I don't hold back. My giggle bursts out of me, and then, as hard as I was crying earlier, now I'm laughing. He really is. And a jackass, too.
"I bet you have some other words for him in your arsenal," she teases.
"That I do." We rock back and forth in silence for a few minutes. The gentle breeze blows around us. It warms my skin and brings me an unexpected sense of peace.
Do you have to go back?
I shake my head. I don't have anything to go back to.
Family?
My parents are... I don't have any family, I whisper.
Job?
I was a trophy fiancé who worked for my friend Allison's boutique, so I had something to do with my time, I say, the words coming out as condescending to myself. Her eyes soften and she squeezes my hand.
You'll stay here.
She says it like it's a final decision rather than a question.
For as long as you need or want, my home is yours.
Maybe, I say noncommittally. I blow out a breath and look out at the beautiful landscape. It's weird to feel more at home in the backyard of the Cloverleaf Inn than in the house I lived in for the past 2 years. Never once since the day I moved in did Gary tell me that his home was mine. We were supposed to be building a life together, and I missed every single sign that pointed me to the bright yellow light that was screaming, "Caution! Run! Run the other way!" I don't have anywhere else to go, I admit. Nor do I have anywhere else I want to go, but I don't add that. I'm a grown woman. If I wanted to be somewhere else, I would be.
You're not stupid, Ellie. If you missed signs, it wasn't because you were stupid.
You're a mind reader too, Miss Polly? Her smile is sad when she says,
No, but the signs are there. I see the wheels churning. I remember the thoughts I had to beat down after I found out my husband had been cheating on me before he died in a car accident.
Yeah, well, this wasn't the first time my fiancé cheated on me. Her eyes widen.
He was a repeat offender?
I laugh, but it's void of any humor. Oh, no. That might have actually been better. I was engaged to another man several years ago, though the woman he cheated on me with was a one-night stand. I still don't know if he would have told me about it, but the circumstances were such that he had to come clean. I found out a week before we were supposed to get married. Without a word, she gets off the swing and marches into the house. When she returns, she's carrying a chilled bottle of vodka. Unscrewing the top, she motions for me to lift my glass and pours some into my lemonade, then some into her own glass. The swing squeaks a bit when she sits back down. I try not to laugh, but she's so damn funny I can't help myself. She clinks her glass against mine and nods her head in a manner I know she wants me to take a drink. Together we finish our vodka lemonades until the glasses are nothing but remnants of melting ice.
You should warn a girl before you go and drop a bomb like that one,
Polly says as she leans down to lift the bottle, pouring us each a hefty shot. I could say the same to you when you delivered your news about walking in on your ex-husband with your ex-best friend.
I figured it was the best way to get you to open up. Nothing says bonding like understanding what someone else is going through.
I take a drink and relish the burn the clear alcohol makes as it slides down my throat. How'd you know?
You're still wearing his ring. Walker said he saw you about to demolish his car. And not that you're not one of the prettiest things I've ever seen right now, sitting on my porch, throwing back vodka like a champ.
She nods to my once again empty glass.
But yesterday, you looked another brand of gorgeous.
She taps her temple and winks.
Plus, I'm pretty good at reading people, and you, my girl, are pissed.
Well, yeah, I scoff.
No, honey, at yourself.
I press my lips together as tears spring back into my eyes. She's right. After Michael cheated, I swore I'd never let a man into my life again, unless I knew for certain he wasn't going to jerk me around. For close to a decade, I kept barbed wire around my heart, and it worked. Then Gary came along, and he wined and dined and wooed me like I was a prize to be won, and I fell for every moment of it, like an idiot. I knew better, I whisper.
Love has a funny way of clouding our thoughts.
No, that's not even it. I look back now, and I don't think I ever really loved him. Not the way that a woman loves a man she's about to marry. And, obviously, he returned the same feelings. When I walked in on him with Crystal, you want to know what my first thought was? It was, damn, I really wanted to go to Turks and Caicos. It had nothing at all to do with the fact that I wasn't getting married to Gary. It wasn't anything to do with him. I wanted to go on that freaking honeymoon, damn it.
That is a bummer. I've heard it's gorgeous.
Me too. I was so excited to sit around on a beach and drink fruity drinks and sink my toes into the white sand. Maybe do some snorkeling. Stupid Gary. I should have just gone without him.
So go. What's holding you back?
I considered it. When I left with all our luggage, tickets, passports, I planned on driving straight to the airport.
What stopped you?
Walker. Her eyes light up, and I'm quick to explain with a smirk. He found me lightening my luggage.
She giggles. That's one way to say it.
I sigh and turn on the swing so I'm facing her. If Walker hadn't stopped on the side of the road, I would have gone to the airport, gotten on a plane, and headed to the island by myself. From there, I would have wallowed in self-pity over the fact that 2 men in my life vowed to love me forever after asking me to be their wife, then decided, never mind, I'll keep screwing other women while lying to her. Of course, he also stopped me from taking that golf club to Gary's car. I guess I should probably thank Walker and Grayson for stepping in.
Walker's intuitive like that. He's always known what other people need.
I nod my head in understanding. Not knowing him at all, I still get that vibe. I mean, he pulled over on the side of the road to stop me from doing physical damage to Gary's car. I could have been a crazed lunatic for all he knew. I'm sure I didn't look that sane. You talk like you've known him a while. She nods her head.
I have.
She doesn't offer more, and I don't ask. We rock back and forth, the swing squeaking with each motion. Crickets chirp and the leaves rustle in the trees around us. It all screams serenity. Too bad I don't feel a bit of it inside. I hate not knowing my next steps. I hate not feeling like I'll ever be able to trust someone again. And I hate, most of all, that I gave that bastard even a minute of my life.
Chapter 6. Walker.
I'm so sorry, Walker.
Last week, I felt completely off kilter knowing that Ellie is in town, staying at Polly's house while Polly does her magic. Now the news Linda just dropped in my lap threatens to tip me over the edge. Relax, Linda. It's not as if this is coming out of nowhere. I knew you'd be retiring at some point. Linda worked for the clinic long before I took over. She's been over retirement age for a few years, so it's not exactly a surprise. However, I did expect to have a little more warning.
I know it's sudden.
I give her a look and the skin around her eyes wrinkles.
Okay, I know you expected this, but I feel bad leaving you right now.
It's not a big deal. It's summer and Grayson can help out until I find a replacement. You need to focus on your family right now. Tears spring to her eyes, and I don't hesitate to pull her into a hug. No tears, please. You know how they break my heart, I murmur, rubbing her back. She just told me her husband Roger was recently diagnosed with prostate cancer. Between his appointments and just managing his everyday care needs, she needs to be more available to him. I would expect nothing else. We step away from each other and she wipes under her eyes. She's been a staple at the clinic for so long it's going to be weird without her here, but my main worry is for Roger.
I'm going to miss you,
she mutters. We're going to miss you too. You'll be impossible to replace, you know that? But we'll survive. I rush to add, not wanting her to feel even worse than she already does.
I know you will. And you're not going to get rid of me completely. I'll still be around.
Thank goodness for that, I tell her, smiling. I hear the chime of the front door sound, letting me know my first patient must be here. I reach over and squeeze her hand lightly. We'll be fine, and Roger will beat this. He's a fighter. I'm here for whatever your family needs, okay? She nods once and offers me a watery smile before heading out into the reception area to begin our day. I settle back on my chair in my office and scrub a hand down my face, allowing myself just a few minutes to worry about the next steps before I move to the first exam room. Linda is only going to be with me for 2 more weeks. When I said she'd be impossible to replace, I wasn't exaggerating. She knows the patients, their owners, the accounting system, and patient records like the back of her hand. But I also know that she's religious about keeping notes and has done a great job of keeping track of how she does things. Willow has helped out enough when Linda was gone on vacation or out sick and never had any problems. I grabbed the chart out of the plastic holder on the outside of the exam room door and opened the folder. Immediately, I have to suppress a groan from escaping my throat. Brooklyn Rosen is not exactly subtle in her pursuit of me. Within a month of her divorce, she became a regular with her new puppy. There always seemed to be something wrong. Her urine looked or smelled funny, she was shedding 2 more hairs than normal, her claws needed cut, and she was nervous to do it on her own. The best was when she said she thought her puppy had anxiety because she barked at the mailman. I can't even make this shit up. I walked past the room and straight to Linda at reception. "What's the problem today?" She presses her lips together tightly. "Just tell me," I groan.
Brooklyn is concerned because Matilda pooped twice yesterday instead of just once.
I stare at her, unblinking.
It's a legitimate concern, Dr. McKinstry.
How she manages to say the words without laughing is beyond me, and I know she's being sassy. She only doctors me when she's in the mood to be a smartass.
She cares very deeply for Matilda.
Linda goes on, holding her hand to her chest. I close my eyes and sigh, spinning on my heels to get this over with. "Thorn in my damn side," I grumble. To that she does giggle. I knock twice on the door and hear Brooklyn's voice call out far too chipper,
Yep, come on in."
She's nothing if not cheerful. I cringe, take a deep breath to steel my nerves, and open the door. Brooklyn is standing in the middle of the room wearing a skin-tight bright pink tank top, black shorts that could double as a pair of swimsuit bottoms because of how small they are, and a wide smile. She's holding her tiny Yorkie, Matilda, in her arms, looking healthy as ever. "Good morning, Brooklyn. What seems to be the problem with Matilda today?"
Oh, it's probably nothing, but you know me. I worry because I just love animals so much.
She gushes. I suppose it would be rude to roll my eyes in front of her. Instead, I simply nod my head, resisting the urge to just walk out the door. I raise my eyebrows at her, and she turns her head to the side, her dark ponytail brushing the tops of her shoulder when she does so. "Matilda?" I ask, by way of reminding her of what fake reason she's in my clinic this morning.
Oh, right. Yes, this is kind of embarrassing, but, I pay really close attention to her because I care for her like she's my baby, and, yeah,
Brooklyn leans close to me, no doubt in part so that her cleavage is on full display, and drops her voice to a whisper.
"Pooped twice yesterday."
Okay.
Well, she normally just goes once. She's very regular. I just know her cycle so well, and this isn't like her. I think she's got the flu or a virus or something.
Yes, you're a regular Dr. Pole. I get it. I take a calming breath. Brooklyn, dogs poop. A lot. Some dogs poop multiple times a day, just like you and me. She sputters and her cheeks turn pink. Like she doesn't poop.
Walker,
she whispers, shouts, and playfully nudges me, then drags a hand from my shoulder down my bicep. It's not lost on me that she squeezes it lightly before I take a step back. Listen, it's not abnormal for my dog Brutus to poop different amounts every day.
Really?
I take Matilda out of her hands and look her over just to give her peace of mind, as if she was even worried anyway. I check the dog over, look into her eyes, and feel her stomach and bowel area. I even go as far as checking her temperature, to which Matilda turns accusing eyes to me. I know, girl, your mama's a nutcase. Not surprisingly, I find nothing wrong. She's perfectly healthy, aren't you, girl? I say, cradling the dog in my arms and scratching her ear. She licks my hand and I grab her a treat from the plastic container on the counter, something she's unfortunately all too familiar with. After she scarfs down her treat, I hand her back to Brooklyn.
Maybe we should get Brutus together with Matilda. I bet that would make me feel better, to see how healthy he is.
We'll see. I avert my eyes quickly. Like usual, check in with Linda before you leave.
That's it? We're done?
She's perfectly healthy, Brooklyn. You're doing great with her. Relax. She preens at my praise, and I immediately wish I hadn't said anything to begin with.
Thank you, Walker. That means so much to me.
She gushes and squeezes Matilda close, and I'm pretty sure I hear her emit a tiny growl. You're welcome, I say, and rush out the door, not wanting to prolong the appointment. I glance down the hall and see Linda beaming a smile my way. I narrow my eyes and point at her. See what you're going to miss out on?
I'm having the cameras installed tomorrow, so I don't miss it,
she teases. I shake my head and move into the next exam room, and for the next several hours I do what I love to do, working with animals and their owners, as long as they're not trying to hit on me. After my last patient, I shoo Linda out the door so she can get home to Roger. I wave to her, then lock the door behind her and hit the lights before retreating to my office. After taking care of some paperwork and checking my email, I check myself for the first time in a few hours. Miss Polly called 5 times. In a panic, I hit her number. I rush out of the office, my heart beating wildly as I wait for her to pick up.
Hi, Walker.
What's wrong? I ask, rushing across the gravel lot to my pickup. I'm on my way over.
What? Why would there be anything wrong? Why are you on your way?
I stop in my tracks. I don't understand.
What don't you understand?
You called me 5 times.
Because I'm excited,
she exclaims so loudly I have to pull the phone away from my ear. That's it? I pinch the bridge of my nose. Miss Polly, the day started with Linda telling me that she was retiring because she needs to be home with Roger. My first owner was Brooklyn bringing in Matilda because she pooped more than normal. I was a little on edge to say the least, and then I see that you had called me 5 times today, which sent me into a panic that you were hurt or needed help.
Linda quit.
I quiet my voice even though no one is around to hear. Yeah, found out Roger has prostate cancer.
No,
she breathes. I drag my teeth over my bottom lip and briefly consider returning to my office to finish up a few things, knowing I'll be going home to a quiet house since Willow isn't working, so Grayson's with her. When Grayson isn't with me, I tend to work too much, and I've been at the clinic long enough for the day, so I beep the lock on my pickup and hop in. I start it up and sit back in the seat. Yeah, it wasn't exactly a great way to start the day.
I'll bring her a pie,
she says, as if that fixes everything. Which, to Miss Polly's credit, her pies do fix a lot.
I had no idea he wasn't feeling well.
They're pretty private people, I remind her. And it's not as if her retiring is a complete surprise. She's ready. The way she hums tells me she's thinking of more than just the sad news about Roger. So anyway, what were you excited about?
I get to keep her,
she shouts into the phone without missing a beat. My heart picks back up, beating so hard I can feel it in my neck. I assume you mean Ellie has decided to stay around? It's killed me, but all week long I stayed away. Not once did I stop in, even though my pickup turned down Polly's street on more than one occasion for no reason other than it's like it read my mind and knew I wanted to see Ellie. Polly texted me, something she's not incredibly proficient in, but has gotten a bit better at because she wants to talk to Grayson more often. Her texts were a little out of order, but from what I gathered, Ellie was still in town, she was sleeping a lot, and they'd been talking. The last time she texted me, she simply said,
"She's getting better every day."
I didn't want to dig deeper and figure out why that made me so happy.
Yup, well, at least for a while, but isn't that great? She said she has nowhere else to go.
Polly, I chuckle. That sounds far from great.
Oh, shush, you knew what I mean. Of course I wish that she had family waiting for her, but she doesn't, so I'm keeping her, and she's going to find family with us.
I let her words settle in, my heart cracking a little bit at the knowledge that she has no family. I stare through the windshield of my pickup at the barn behind the clinic that I use for large animals. No family.
She didn't explain, just said that she doesn't have anywhere else to go.
Shit.
There's more to her story, Walker, and now she's going to stay here, and I plan on being there for her.
When did she decide this?
I'd like to think last Sunday night. We sat on the porch and talked after you stormed out, and I sent Willow and Grayson home with that pie you should have stayed around to eat. Which, don't think you're getting away with not explaining why you felt the need to rush away.
Wait, you gave Grayson the whole pie?
Focus!
I am. I know I taught that boy to share.
Stop interrupting. Like I was saying, that night we talked all night on the porch, but over this past week she's opened up a little more every day. We've had a chance to get to know one another better. Spent a lot of time cooking together and relaxing. She's told me she's never felt at home before now. Do you know how that made me feel, Walker?
I'm happy she's happy with you. I tell her honestly.
And now you need someone to replace Linda.
Miss Polly declares out of nowhere. What?
You heard me. Don't even pretend you didn't. It's like fate.
She cheers. I sigh and will her to relax, not continue in the direction I think she's going. You don't believe in fate.
I do if it works out with the plans I was putting into place.
I bite my tongue from letting out a string of curses because just as I feared, I know exactly how this is going to go. If I fight her on this, she'll call Linda and the two will gang up on me. Have her come in sometime this week and I'll talk to her.
I'll see you tomorrow night for dinner,
she amends. Polly, I groan.
What did I tell you? Don't fight me. I know what's best.
Sure you do, I mutter.
Don't sass me either. Listen to me. I'm not setting you two up. She's not ready for that anyway.
For some reason, I have a hard time believing her.
I love you, Walker, but I see a lot of me in her. Right now, she needs me, and you know what? I kind of need her, too. Do I think you two would be great together? Yes. And so do you, if the look on your face when you see her is anything to go by. But that's not the point. It's not what I'm focused on, because the breakup with that jerk of an ex is too fresh. She doesn't have anywhere else to go,
she says, her voice dropping to just above a whisper. Shit.
She needs us,
she repeats quietly. Well, kind of. I apparently have been added to the list of people she needs. I can't deny that I like the thought of that. I sigh again, heavier this time so she knows I'm irritated, even though I'm not really. I'll be there tomorrow night.
Thank you, Walker,
she says quietly. Yes. See how you beating me down? I can't even put up a fight anymore.
You can't see me, but I'm patting myself on the back.
I have no doubt. Can I bring anything tomorrow night? I know the answer to that question before I ask it, but it's rude not to at least ask anyway.
You're so sweet to offer, but no, we've got it covered.
Don't think I didn't pick up on the we she just used. Not setting us up my ass. See you tomorrow.
You will. Come hungry.
She hangs up before I have the chance to reply. I throw my pickup in reverse and back out to head home for the night. Brutus greets me when I walk through the door, his tongue hanging out as he wags his short tail. Hey, buddy, how was your day? He licks my face, so I'm pretty sure that's his way of saying he had a great day of sleeping on the couch and looking out the window. I let him outside to do his business and decide to follow him, grabbing his favorite tennis ball from the bucket of toys I keep by the door. We play fetch until he's worn out, proving it by laying down on the grass at my feet, all four legs spread out as he pants. I sit down next to him, stretching out my own legs in front of me. He moves his body so his head is resting on my thigh, and I scratch behind his ear. Brutus moans and looks at me with a happy puppy face. Ready for some dinner, Brutus? His ears perk up, but he doesn't move. I chuckle and lean down, cupping his chin as I kiss the top of his nose. We go back inside, and I take a quick shower, sliding on a pair of boxers and black basketball shorts. I fill Brutus's bowl and make myself a BLT before throwing some chips on a plate and grabbing a beer out of the fridge, then settling in on the couch. As soon as Brutus is done eating, he joins me in the living room. I glance down at his hopeful face, begging for a taste of the bacon I fried up. Our home is quiet. Aside from the sounds of his breathing and the TV, with Grayson not here, it almost feels lonely. Unless Grayson is here, I don't have anyone to share meals with, to tell about my day or ask about theirs. Most of my friends are now married with children, and it has never bothered me before. Dedicating my life to the clinic and Grayson has left me with very little time or desire for bringing anyone else in my life. Now, though, I feel like I've been missing out on something, which is weird. I've never felt that way before. Damn Polly and her meddling ways. She's brilliant in the way she interjects her opinion so that I don't even realize I'm listening until it's too late. With her soft words and quiet sniffles, now all I can think about is Ellie and her not having a family waiting for her to come back home. My parents might not be around and we aren't incredibly close, but I know they'd welcome me in their home if I had nowhere else to go. I lean back on the couch, not really watching the show that's on the screen before me, and lift my bare feet to the coffee table. I'm used to my thoughts revolving around the vet clinic and making sure Grayson was taken care of. Now all I can think about is a sad woman with bright blue eyes and dark blonde hair. Damn it, I growl. Abruptly, I stand, Brutus glaring at me from his comfortable position on the couch, and grab some socks and tennis shoes. I just need to burn off some of this energy, so I head into my garage where I have weights set up. For the next few hours, I lift and curl and crunch my way to forgetting the girl who I can't seem to get out of my head. Too bad it doesn't work. Chapter 7. Walker. With Brutus on my heels, I walk up the steps of the front porch. The front door is open, leaving just the screen door closed. Whatever's cooking inside has my stomach growling and Brutus excited as he dances around for the invitation to go inspect. I knock 3 times, even though Miss Polly has told me many times to just come in without knocking.
"Come in,"
I hear Miss Polly call happily. Brutus doesn't hesitate as soon as I open the door. His target, the kitchen, and Miss Polly.
"Oh my goodness, who's this?"
My steps falter when I see Ellie crouched down on one knee in front of Brutus as he licks all over her face. Frozen in place, I can't take my eyes off her. Either he's in love or she was tasting some of whatever they're making. Her giggle bounces around in my head, sending off warning signs, especially when she tilts her head back just as he attacks her, laying her flat on the floor. She continues laughing and he continues licking, and I continue to stare because I'm an idiot and already lusting over a woman who I've known for a cumulative 4 hours. And yes, I've actually figured up the time we've spent together, pathetic as that may sound. Feeling eyes on me, I look up to see, of course, a knowing look aimed in my direction from Miss Polly. I roll my eyes, but it doesn't faze her. She just spins around to continue working at the counter, her shoulders shaking as she does. I clear my throat. Brutus, let Ellie up.
"Brutus, huh? You look like a Brutus,"
she says, playing with his cheeks. He moves to get off her when I snap my fingers and I reach down a hand to help her up off the floor. Her small hand slides into mine and I pull, her weight a little less than I expected. I tug with a little more force than I intended to, and she falls into my arms with an oomph. Her head is flat against my chest, and I look down, my arms now fully wrapped around her, and for some reason, neither of us seem to be moving away from each other. I bite back a groan at how perfectly she fits, like her body was made for mine. Then another at how cliché that sounded in my head. I'm pretty sure my sister has read that exact thing in almost every single romance book she's ever read. Every time she would talk about a book or say something about how swoony a hero was when he talked about a tingle occurring at a single touch or bodies fitting together perfectly, I would tell her it was bullshit. I won't be admitting that maybe all those books held some level of truth, fiction or not. Clearing my throat again, I gently set her upright and take a much-needed step away. Smells great in here.
"Ellie made lasagna."
Of course she did. My favorite, I say, eyes on Miss Polly's back. She shrugs and looks over her shoulder.
"Oh, is it? I had forgotten. My memory is slipping in my old age, you know."
I'm sure you did. The turd. She knows damn good and well it's my favorite. She's been making it for my birthday dinner for as long as I can remember for that very reason. I move my eyes to Ellie and ask, anything I can do to help?
"Set the table?"
Outside or in?
"Outside, yes,"
Ellie says loudly, and I look to her, noticing her cheeks slightly pinking. I raise my eyebrows.
Sorry, my excitement level probably sounded a little over the top, huh? I love eating outside.
You don't say, I tease. After I get the table set, I come back inside to help bring out the food and drinks. Not surprisingly, Miss Polly arranges us so that I'm in the middle to make sure I'm seated next to Ellie. It bears repeating. Not setting us up my ass. Miss Polly places an enormous amount of lasagna on my plate and winks at me. So subtle, that one. I look to Ellie and lift my fork, pointing to the meaty, cheesy goodness I'm about to slice into. This looks delicious.
"I hope you like it,"
she says, her voice a little shy. She shifts in her seat, almost like she's a little uncomfortable, and I wonder if I make her nervous or if it's just her. I don't know her well enough to know her signs yet, but I do know it feels like there's an elephant in the room and it's making everyone sit on edge. Okay, so actually only Ellie and me. Brutus looks perfectly comfortable lounging in the corner, and Miss Polly appears incredibly pleased with herself. I take a bite and immediately gag, covering my mouth with the napkin that was laid on my lap.
Oh my gosh, is it that bad? What did I do wrong?
Ellie stands abruptly from her chair, reaching over to the pan of lasagna, using the spatula to poke at it like that would bring her answers. Miss Polly's eyes widen and she looks at her plate, up at me, then takes a small bite herself.
You're ridiculous. It's delicious.
She's absolutely correct. It is. Ellie's blues dart to me and I shrug. I guess everyone has a different palate. She takes a bite herself and reaches over and whacks me on the shoulder.
You brat, I thought you were serious.
I burst out laughing. I had to do something to welcome you to the family.
Ugh, you're the worst.
She grumbles with a smile on her face. I grin and she harumphs, plopping back down in her chair. And that is how the elephant in the room becomes an ant. Because for the rest of our meal, which is the best freaking lasagna I've ever tasted, but I wouldn't dream of saying that in front of Miss Polly's company, the mood is lighter. We laugh, we eat, we talk and share stories of our childhood. Well, I tell her stories of my childhood. She asks question after question, but it isn't lost on me that she deflects when I ask about her own. What we also don't talk about is the day I met Ellie and what brought her here. But with every smile she aims my way, every twinkle of her eyes and sound of her laughter, it becomes more obvious that I want to know. In case you were still questioning my taste buds, that lasagna was amazing, I tell Ellie, leaning back in my seat.
I'm glad you think so.
Miss Polly kicks me under the table and I jerk in my seat. She then shifts her gaze dramatically to Ellie. Obviously, she wants me to get on with the job offer portion of the evening. I hear you're planning to stay around for a bit. She smiles and it lights up her entire face. In fact, I don't think I've seen her smile so widely since I met her. Even earlier when her smile was the thing that kept me telling stories, it wasn't as bright as it is now. If I thought she was pretty before, I was mistaken. She's gorgeous.
I am. I need to take care of a few things back where I used to live, but I'm staying here with Miss Polly. For a while, anyway.
She doesn't explain the things she needs to take care of, but I assume it has something to do with the owner of the car. Then she lifts her left hand and tucks a strand of hair behind her ear, and all I see is an empty ring finger. I can't take my eyes off her. I don't blink. I'm not even sure that I breathe. I simply stare. Whoever put that ring on her finger is no longer a factor. Asking her to work for me would be the absolute worst thing I could ever possibly do. I've always been pretty stingy with my feelings for other people, but it seems that all went out the window when Ellie showed up. I have an opening at the vet clinic if you're looking for work. Well, that thought didn't stick. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Miss Polly sit up taller in her seat.
Pardon?
Right, so my office manager, Linda, who also works the front desk and basically runs my life, is retiring. Grayson knows how to do some stuff at the clinic and Willow can help when she's not at the hospital, but I really will need to find a replacement.
It sounds like she'd be a hard one to replace.
I'm not going to lie, she will be. But I'm not worried. If you're interested, the job is yours.
Don't you, need a resume or my background? How do you know I'd be a good fit?
Shit, she's right. I know nothing about her. Aside from the fact that her face consumes my dreams. Okay, give me your 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Tell me everything about you I need to know. You got 5 minutes.
Are you joking?
I smile at her, resisting the urge to reach for her hand or tug her into my lap. The urge to touch her, hold her is so strong, like something that I need to do. Make her feel some level of comfort. Or maybe it's me who needs comforting by her touch. Instead, I lean forward, my knee brushing against hers under the table when I shift. I don't miss the way she inhales sharply, her chest rising, her pink tongue snakes out to lick her bottom lip, and... Shit, I've been listening to Willow go on and on about the damn book she reads too much. Yeah, Ellie, I'm joking. Here's the deal, though. Polly trusts you, and she has the best instincts of anyone I know. As soon as I told her Linda was leaving, she said we should talk. If it makes you feel better, we can start on a trial basis. If you don't like the work, no hard feelings. I just figured you could use... I let my words drift away and squirm in my seat as I watch her body stiffen. I'm pretty sure I shouldn't finish the words I was about to say.
I'm not a damn charity case, Walker.
Well, I didn't say...
You didn't have to. I can see it in your eyes. You think I can't help myself, that I was some kept woman or something.
I never said that, I defend. I have no idea how I got myself into this or how to explain myself out of it.
First you find me a place to stay, and then... I'm not a charity case, she repeats. She stands abruptly and starts stacking dishes. The clang of plates clattering against each other provides a shift in the atmosphere. The quiet and calm of the backyard is suddenly loud and tense. Her jaw clenches, heat slowly creeping up her neck. Reaching out, I place a hand on her forearm, and her body stills, focus aimed on where our skin touches. I didn't mean that. I'm so sorry. I don't think of you as a charity case. Far from it. She closes her eyes and blows out a breath before slowly lifting her bright blue eyes filled with tears to mine. Ellie, I was simply trying to help. If you would rather not come in for the job, I won't be upset. I mean that. I know you can find a job on your own, but I'm in need of someone to fill a suddenly open position. You'd be helping me out. She holds my gaze, then slowly nods.
I'm sorry, too. I shouldn't have reacted that way. It's just, I haven't exactly been myself for the last few years.
I hold her gaze steadily, feeling like she wants to say more, but I won't push her.
How about if I come to the clinic tomorrow and we can talk more?
Perfect. So it's a plan. Miss Polly claps her hands together, scaring Brutus enough that he lifts his head before groaning, stretching, and laying back down. Ellie moves to sit next to Brutus, resting her back against the side of the house as her legs stretch out in front of her. She giggles at his laziness when he nuzzles the top of his head against her thigh and drapes one of his front legs over her. Between him and Miss Polly, I think they're already picking out our wedding invitations. Miss Polly's next words cement my suspicions.
Well, kids, this old lady is heading to bed. You two feel free to stay out here for as long as you'd like.
She moves to start cleaning up the table, but I stop her, telling her I'll take care of it. Ellie's head is downturned, looking at Brutus. She scratches behind his ear and he moans.
I don't think we'll be moving him anytime soon.
She giggles.
Have a good sleep, Miss Polly.
She pats her on the cheek as she walks by.
You too, honey.
Night, Polly. Thanks for dinner.
Don't thank me. That was all Ellie.
The sliding door clicks closed behind her and the air suddenly feels heavy. It's the first time Ellie and I have been alone together since we met. How strange that it feels like it's been years since she joined us in our sleepy town. How she fits so seamlessly into Miss Polly's home and, unfortunately, my thoughts is a little unnerving.
I've never worked in a vet clinic before.
Ellie's melodic voice rings through the still air between us. The moonlight casts a glow over the backyard. Lightning bugs blink their yellow lights. You seem pretty natural with animals.
Something tells me that Brutus doesn't turn away many people from giving him attention.
My laugh is low and quiet. Partially true. But he seems rather taken with you. We have that in common, I want to tell her.
Linda is what you said her name is?
She waits for me to respond. I simply nod.
She's been with you a while?
Yes, she was there before I took over the practice, actually. Helps with billing, takes appointments, that type of thing. But she takes good notes on her daily duties. She's documented everything. But if you don't want the job, I promise again, no hard feelings.
I think Miss Polly would kick me out of her home if I said no.
She jokes. Can I be honest with you about something?
I'd prefer you to lie to me, but go ahead.
I chuckle at her sassiness. Miss Polly is the one who suggested I offer you the job. It's not that she doesn't want you around, so don't even jump to that conclusion. I think she wants you around, and if you have a job, it's more likely that you'll stay.
She's sweet. Honestly, I've never really felt as home as I have here.
We share a smile. I stand up and move the chair she was sitting in earlier so it's facing me. Then I settle back in, propping my feet up on the chair cushion, stretching out my legs, hands linked together behind my head.
Comfy?
Mm-hmm, I hum. The corner of her mouth twitches, then I watch as her smile fades with my next words. Linda has been talking about retirement for a few years, but then her husband became ill. Her place right now is with him.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Her words come out just above a whisper. I move my hands to rest on my stomach. She asked if I was comfortable, but truth is, she's making me anything but. Just her presence is making me antsy. I don't know what to do with myself because everything in me is telling me to take her in my arms and kiss her breathless. Find out everything there is to know about her. What's her favorite color and food? How does she take her coffee? Or is she a tea drinker? She told Miss Polly she has nowhere to go. Where are her parents? And after learning all these things and more, maybe then I'd carry her to my pickup and drive her straight to my bed. He's strong and they're both fighters, I say, pulling myself out of the fantasy. I listen as the crickets sing, the summer evening air mild. Thankfully, the mosquitoes haven't taken over yet, making the night more peaceful than it would be in their presence.
Tell me about Grayson.
My favorite topic. She might regret asking. What do you want to know? Her shoulders lift and drop.
Anything, everything, whatever you want to tell me.
I wonder if I could say the same to her about Mr. Ring. He's the best thing that ever happened to me, and Willow.
He's what, 15 or 16?
15, I tell her on a nod. Then, because she seems like she truly wants to know, I open up about him. The result of a one-night stand.
And Miss Polly, how did she become such a big part of your lives?
Our parents are conservative, to say the least. They're great people, truly, but live by very strict rules. When Willow told them she was pregnant, they said, and I quote, "Congratulations, but don't expect our help." She hums. Yeah, it was rough. We were 19 at the time, turned 20 shortly after Grayson was born. She was still going to nursing school, and I was still working on my undergrad. Miss Polly was married once upon a time, but he was killed in an accident before they could have kids. She's actually the sister-in-law to my dad's brother and opened up her home to Willow until she finished school and got on her feet.
Wow, and Grayson's dad?
Mick. He's in the picture and a great guy, but he's not here. He lived about 3 hours away until Grayson was 6. The company he worked for transferred him to the East Coast. It was a good opportunity for him, but he struggled with the decision, not wanting to leave Gray. As it was, he didn't see him as much as any of us would like. We made it work, but it wasn't ideal. By the time he moved, Gray was already spending the nights Willow worked with me rather than his dad. Not to say he wasn't willing or there if Willow needed him, but it was just more convenient. He's a good man, wants the best for Grayson and does the best he can. It's not the same as being here every day, but again, they make it work. Gray goes to Mix each summer for at least 2 weeks. They try for longer, but it depends on schedules. Plus, they alternate holidays. Of course, they FaceTime a few times a week since Gray's basically attached to his phone. For as little as he's here, if that makes sense.
I get what you mean.
Yeah, so anyway, like I said, he usually flies out to his dad's for 2 weeks every summer, but this year, Mick's coming here. He wants the chance to meet Grayson's friends, hang out with him, and see the day-to-day life that he misses. He's staying for a while. We'll work from here.
What does Willow think about that?
Mick being here?
Yeah.
She seems indifferent, I guess. It's not as if some guy she was in love with is suddenly back in the picture. He's always just kind of, I don't know how to say it. I pause as I gather my words to not make Mick sound like a prick. He's kind of just been a guy in Grayson's life. I'm not saying he isn't a good man or doesn't do the best he can, but it's not as if he's ever made any grand sacrifices to stay in his life on a daily basis. Sure, Willow could have moved to him, but he never asked for that. So yeah, I'm not his dad, obviously, and don't claim that title, but he hasn't missed out on a dad figure in his life. If he has questions or problems, I'm there, but he also has his dad. It might seem weird to people that I'm as close as I am to him, but I shrug, not wanting to say that I really don't give a shit what people think of me. It sounds harsh and callous, and I don't really know how she's going to take everything I just told her. In the past, my relationship with Grayson has been a bit of a turn-on for women. They see a man who's good with kids, willing to spend time with them, and give up a part of his life for their well-being. But then it quickly shifts to a strong dose of jealousy, whether it's because I'm not giving enough of myself to the relationship, or they see a future, one that I don't see, and they don't want me to focus on anyone else's kids but our own, which sadly is the reason my last relationship ended.
Wow, so you're kind of like a second father to him, huh?
I am.
Wow. I'm in awe of that, Walker. Not many men are willing to step up that way.
Her response allows me to take in a deep breath. Yeah, well, he makes it easy. Not that he's perfect, because good grief, he's a teenager and they're their own special kind of strange, but Grayson's pretty awesome. He's come first in my life since the day he was born. She doesn't hesitate when she says,
As he should.
He's my nephew, I remind her. Her eyes scrunch in confusion.
And? I don't have siblings or cousins, but if I did, I can't imagine not wanting to be there for them in every possible way.
I scrub my hands on the material of my shorts. Well, I've been told he's just my nephew. Her eyes widen with understanding.
Then they don't deserve to be in either of your lives. We don't get a choice in what our hearts choose to be filled with.
Loving a nephew like he's your own son isn't a fault, Walker. That's one of the things that makes you a good man. I want to kiss her. I want to share in Miss Polly's excitement that we get to keep her. Scratch that. I want to keep her for myself. You know, when I first saw him sitting in your pickup, I thought he was your son. He resembles you. We hear that a lot. Probably helps that Willow is my twin. I wondered, so what types of things is he into? As much as I love talking with her, I can tell she's avoiding any conversation that leads back to her. I don't call her on it, though. Wrestling, girls, hanging with his friends, and girls deserves repeating. She throws her head back, laughing. Sounds like a typical 15-year-old boy. I smirk. He's a wrestler, huh? Pride swells in my chest when I think about him on the mat. Works hard at it, too. Works out before school, practices after. He's not undefeated, but he's good. Learns from his losses, the same as his wins. I love that. I can imagine it's a fairly humbling sport. It is. He's learned a lot about himself being on the wrestling team. Huh. Maybe I need to start wrestling, she teases. My mind immediately drifts to us on the wrestling mat, no singlets needed. I would let her pin me. Then I could help her learn how to lose by pinning her. Only, I don't see either of us losing in that situation. And now I'll never be able to watch one of Grayson's matches without my thoughts shifting to Ellie and me doing a bit of wrestling of our own. You mentioned no siblings or cousins? Nope, none. I'm sorry. I didn't have a lot of family either, but I can't imagine not having Willow to lean on. Or Miss Polly. Right. She's kind of an honorary mom to us. Your parents? Not worth talking about, she says quietly. I don't push. Just wait until she's ready to continue, and I'm grateful that she does. They're divorced. My mom made it clear that it was my fault Dad left. The last words she said to me were hoping that she never saw me again. I want to track down her parents and make them walk across a bed of Legos. I try my best to not show the anger boiling up inside me, but it is difficult. You didn't deserve that, I say, grateful that I steadied my voice. No kid does, she says and shrugs her shoulders. But her wish was exactly what I wanted as well. The best thing to happen to me was them walking away. I want to make it all go away. The horrible parts of her past, the pain she still carries. My parents might not have been supportive of Willow's pregnancy, but they never fully turned their backs on her. I'm glad you're here, I tell her, not knowing what else to say. So am I. It feels good. Good. That's how it feels for her to be around people who don't suck. Knowing where my head is at, I figure now's the time to make my exit before I do something neither of us are ready for. I'd better get going. I have a new potential employee coming into the clinic tomorrow, and I need to be well rested. She laughs, standing from her place beside Brutus. Ellie rubs her butt and laughs. I think I'm getting too old to sit on the hard ground for that long. I should have insisted she move, but after her reaction to my job offer, I figure she's perfectly capable of knowing where she wants to sit. Brutus groans his displeasure, and I do my best not to roll my eyes at him. He stretches, his long pink tongue hanging out when he yawns. I roll my eyes. He's so lazy. Ellie and I clean up the table together, then she walks me to the front door. Thank you. Dinner was excellent, and the conversation was even better, I tell her honestly. She gave me a gift tonight. She opened up a lot more than I expected her to. A little nibble of what makes Ellie Ellie. Her cheeks pink, and she bites her bottom lip. My eyes zero in, the simple movement so freaking sexy I have to shove my hands into my pockets to stop myself from reaching out and using my thumb to free her plump lip. You're welcome, she says at last. I'll see you tomorrow? You will. I pat my leg for Brutus to follow, and we make our way down the front porch steps. When I get to my pickup, I look back to the house to see Ellie standing in the doorway watching us. The porch light illuminates around her. I open the door and wave, my hand resting on the doorframe. She lifts a hand to return my wave, and I hop in the pickup, knowing if I don't leave now, I'll march back inside, press her against the door, and probably embarrass us both when Miss Polly comes out to see what the commotion is.
Chapter 8. Ellie. I just spent way too much time on my hair and makeup considering I'm going to a veterinary clinic to talk with a guy about a job and not a date. And especially considering I was recently engaged and have no desire to be in a relationship, maybe ever again. It's clear I'm not the best judge of character when it comes to men or friends. The thought of opening my heart up to romance again makes me feel more than a little bit queasy. Speaking of which, I power up my phone for the first time since last Saturday night. Holy shit. 38 texts, 16 voicemails, 52 missed calls, most of which have come from Gary, a name I now can't say or think without a sneer. Asshole. Gary.
Please come back. I'll explain everything.
What else could he possibly explain? Gary.
Where are you?
Gary.
I'm worried about you. Call me, okay?
Gary.
It's been over a week. Enough already. Call me.
Worried about me? Was he worried when he was screwing my friend? I scroll to the last one. Gary.
I've had enough. Call me or I'll be forced to come searching for you.
Pressing my lips together, I listened to the first message Gary left.
Babe, I wasn't thinking. It's over between Crystal and me. She doesn't mean anything to me.
I bet she doesn't. His daddy would never accept her as a potential wife. Her natural curves that she embraces rather than fights by working out to get rid of, her blue hair and nose ring, colorful tattoos that cover her arms. She's beautiful on the outside, not so much on the inside. But she's far from who Gary Sr. would have pictured for a daughter-in-law. If Gary wants his inheritance when he turns 35, as per the terms of his trust, I know he'll be fighting to get back in my good graces. I must have really had the blinders on when it comes to that family. Because, seriously, what a bunch of assholes. I decide to jump from the first to the last, assuming that the rest of the messages are likely the same.
Ellie, I'm giving you one more day to return my car, or I'm calling the police to bring you up on charges of theft.
That's it. His voice is now entirely unapologetic, most likely because he's used to getting what he wants, and having me not reply, not jump to his demands that were probably laid out in the other messages or texts I have yet to read, just irks him. I obviously missed a few important messages in the middle. The timestamp on the message tells me he left this one last night. At the time, I was cracking up and eating lasagna with Walker and Miss Polly, feeling lighter than I have in 3 years. I grabbed the keys in my purse, forgetting all about going to the vet clinic because, well, jail. It's not really something I'm willing to risk right now. Freedom or being stubborn. If you'd have asked me 2 weeks ago if Gary was bluffing, I would have said absolutely. However, it's obvious I don't have the best of instincts when it comes to him.
Morning, sweet girl.
Miss Polly is sitting at the kitchen table, her short silver hair sticking up every which way. She's wearing a pajama set, a light blue t-shirt and matching plaid capri pants, and some fuzzy slippers on her feet. I've never seen her not look completely put together. She's adorable. Everything okay? I ask her.
Why wouldn't it be?
It's just that, I throw a hand in her direction. You're a little more casual than I've seen you in the past. She smiles, then takes a sip of her coffee.
Content, darling. You're staying and I'm happy about that. I slept better last night than I've slept in years.
I struggle to breathe normally as I feel the sting of tears hit the back of my eyes. My nose burning as I fight back crying. It's been a long time since I've felt so welcome in someone's home. Or, if I'm being completely honest with myself, a part of someone's family. And that's exactly how Miss Polly makes me feel. Like family. Like she cares about me and my well-being. I'm staying, I say out loud because it feels good, and I know she wants to hear it again. She smiles and nods. I press my lips together and walk over to get a cup of coffee. After I get it doctored up the way I like it with a shot of vanilla creamer, I turn around and lean against the counter. I'm not going to be able to go to Walker's clinic today.
What?
She asks, concern evident in her gaze on me. I take a sip and sigh. Gary's being a special kind of jerk right now and wants his car back. It's a long story, but I don't think he's bluffing. And, it'd be kind of nice to get my things out of his house and get my own car anyway. I'm tired of having anything of his around me.
It has to be today?
He left a message threatening to call the cops if I didn't bring his car back within 24 hours. My gut is telling me this is a chance to rip off the Band-Aid and get it over with.
Let me get ready and I'll come with.
You don't... My words are cut off when she squints, doing her best to glare at me.
Give me 30 minutes.
Thank you. It will be nice to have someone there for me, I admit. Her eyes soften and she stands.
My only sadness is hearing that you didn't have someone before.
She walks over and squeezes my hand, then winks before shuffling to her room to get ready. Miss Polly? I call through the house.
Yes?
Did you have breakfast? I'm going to make some toast and eggs.
That'd be lovely, thank you.
I set to work getting our breakfast ready. Just as I'm placing the strawberry jam, that she made herself, on the table, the doorbell rings. She peeks her head around the corner, her hair now tamed, but part of it in a clip like she's in the middle of curling a section.
Can you get the door, Ellie? I'm expecting a delivery.
Sure. I open the door, and I should be surprised, but I'm quickly learning that Miss Polly always has a plan, and that plan seems to involve getting Walker and I together in every way she can. Let me guess. Miss Polly? He smiles and shrugs, his hands shoved in his jeans pockets. Jeans that probably were made for him with how perfectly they hug his thighs. His dark blonde hair that's usually mussed is now covered under a black ball cap, and his dark gray t-shirt molds to his body, his strong biceps bulging from under the sleeves. From the scruff covering his jaw, it's clear he didn't take the time to shave this morning. The tattoo that wraps around his upper arm playing an alluring game of peekaboo. I step aside to let him in. Miss Polly, your delivery is here.
Oh, how does it look?
Walker smirks and I roll my eyes. Come on, I'm making breakfast. He follows me to the kitchen where I put 2 more pieces of bread into the toaster and add 2 more eggs into the scrambled egg mixture. Walker grabs a mug from the cupboard and pours himself a cup of coffee, adding a bit of cream. Don't you have patients today?
I had a light day and have another vet on staff on Wednesdays. He's taking my appointments for me.
I'm sorry you're rearranging your day, I whisper, not fighting him on helping me. I'm quickly learning that once Miss Polly has something in her head, there's nothing that will stand in her way.
Don't apologize. I wouldn't be here if I didn't want to be. Polly might be pushy, but I do have a mind of my own.
Well, thank you. I suppose I should probably thank you, too, for stopping me from damaging his car. That wouldn't turn out the best if I returned it today with a cracked windshield and enough dents that it looked like it was caught in a hailstorm.
You're welcome. Though, I'm beginning to think you deserve to have a busted-up car.
I did wreck his clubs and destroy his clothes, so I figure that's at least part of a win. He smiles, his entire face lighting up. I'm not sure I've ever been in the presence of a man as handsome as he is. Where Gary is slender and good-looking, Walker is the opposite. His frame broad, his hands are deliciously rough, as if they're used to working. Gary would often get manicures. The difference between the 2 men is so stark. I never felt the instant attraction to Gary that I do with Walker. I spin around and face the stove to begin scrambling the eggs. When they're finished cooking, I put them in a bowl and place them and the toast on the table. Polly strolls into the kitchen, looking much more put together than earlier.
Walker, it's so nice of you to stop by, entirely unexpected this morning.
I roll my eyes and Walker chuckles.
This looks delicious, Ellie. Thank you for making breakfast for us.
You're so full of it. I grin and she straightens in her chair. I give her a look which she ignores and moves her focus back to Walker.
Did Ellie tell you about our plans for the day?
Oh, save it. I know you called him to take your place.
Me?
She makes an effort to look innocent. Yeah, you. I point my fork at her, smiling so she knows I'm not angry. You're not as sneaky as you'd like to think you are. This time she doesn't even try to appear innocent. She grins shamelessly as she spreads some strawberry jam onto her toast.
How much stuff do you have?
Walker asks me as he butters his toast. Not much. I mean, clothes and my bathroom things, obviously. I have a couple small pieces of furniture that I'd like to bring and a few other personal items. But the rest of it is his. I don't want it or the memories that come with it. Walker looks at me intently, my skin tingling under his stare. His brown eyes darken, his jaw hardens, and it makes me wonder what Miss Polly told him about why I'm here, or if he knows that I had not just one but 2 men cheat on me after asking me to marry them. Part of me hopes she shared everything so I wouldn't have to, but a bigger part of me knows that she wouldn't do that. I didn't necessarily tell her about my past in confidence, but I know Polly would rather I have the choice to share what I'm comfortable with. What I do know is he looks angry. I'm fine, I assure him, and me. He doesn't respond, but rather takes a deep breath through his nose, nostrils flaring, chest rising. For reasons I don't understand, I reach out a hand and grip his in mine. Walker, I'm good. I appreciate that you'll be there to help me get my stuff out of his house, and I'm moving on. He squeezes my hand.
I don't know him. I barely know you, he admits and pulls a face like he tasted something bad. You deserve better, Ellie.
For the first time in my entire life, I think I believe those words. My eyes flit up to my rearview mirror and see Walker's large pickup still following behind me. I can't explain why it brings me so much comfort to know he'll be with me when I see Gary again. I texted him before we left to let him know I'd received his message and he could expect to have his car returned to him in a few hours. The familiar road that once brought a small sense of comfort to me comes into view, a comfort that I now understand was a total farce. I suck in a breath when I see Gary's house. My stomach is tight, my anxiety making my skin hot and sweat to line my brow. I steel my nerves when I push the button to open the garage and turn in the driveway. My car is still sitting in the same place it was the last time I was here, and I wonder what he's been using for a vehicle while I had his. I put the car in park, and the door between the garage and the house opens, revealing a very angry-looking ex-fiancé. Whatever. Me using his car is the least he deserved after what he did. Climbing out of the car, I look behind me to see Walker has parked along the street and is striding my way.
Who the fuck is that?
Gary growls, crossing his arms over his chest, lifting a chin in Walker's direction. Walker. I offer no further explanation as Walker comes to stand next to me. He rests a hand on my shoulder, and Gary has the nerve to look pissed that another man is touching me. I, on the other hand, have to remind myself to breathe. Between Walker's nearness and gentle and comforting touch, I almost forget the reason I'm standing here. Not to mention, he smells freaking amazing. Woodsy and fresh air with a hint of spice.
And?
Gary prompts. And nothing, Gary. This is Walker. He's here to help me get my things. His eyes, that have been focused on Walker, shift to mine quickly.
Get your things?
I raise my eyebrows. Yes. My clothes, whatever I have left in the bathroom, my chair and end table.
You're moving out?
His voice has taken on an odd tone that I don't quite understand, but when he continues talking, it clicks into place.
Why? We aren't done.
He can't be serious. Gary, might I remind you, the last time I saw you, I was wearing a wedding dress, and you were in a tuxedo with the pants down to your ankles as you screwed my maid of honor. At my words, Walker's body goes still, his height increasing, as if that was even possible, his stance broadening as he shifts. His hand that was resting on my shoulder slides down my back, leaving a hot trail until it lands on my lower back, just above the waistband of my shorts, then glides over to rest on my hip. He tugs me closer, my shoulder brushing up against his side.
It was a misunderstanding,
Gary says like an idiot. Your dick slipped out of your pants and landed in her vagina then? You should do magic shows. I'd bet you'd make a killing in Vegas. Walker makes a noise that sounds like he's choking down a laugh, and I look up at him when I see him lift his other hand to his mouth to cover up his smile. I roll my lips together to stop myself from giggling also.
You know what I mean, he hisses.
No, actually, I don't. I'm not sure anyone would, in fact. Gary, I know why you want it to work. Your birthday's coming up and you're running out of time to marry yourself off so you can cash in. If you want your inheritance so badly, marry Crystal. Remember, you admitted you'd been sleeping with her for almost 6 months, so clearly there's something there. His eyes narrow, and his voice takes on a dangerous tone when he bites out.
And you also know that isn't possible.
Then grow a pair and make it possible, I snap. I'm tired of you being a giant pussy when it comes to your father. Either man up, tell him what's going to happen in your life, or walk away from the money. What do you care more about, money or your own happiness? We clearly weren't good together. Now that I've been away from you, I realize just how truly unhappy I was. It's your choice what you want to do with your life, but thankfully, I no longer have to worry about it. I said we're done. We're done. I returned your car, safe and sound. Now step aside so Walker and I can load up my things and I'll be out of your life forever.
Ellie,
he starts, but Walker's clearly had enough.
She said what she came here to say. Now be a man for what sounds like the first time in your life and allow her to move on. With you? I don't see how that's any of your business,
Walker says, his voice calm.
She's my fiancée, so she's your ex-fiancé.
He uses the hand not wrapped around my hip to lift my left hand and present it in front of Gary's hand.
I gave you everything you ever wanted.
At that, I'm done. I step forward, losing Walker's hand on me, but not my confidence. I point at Gary and narrow my eyes. No, you asshole. You pretended to not be a selfish asshole, but proved you were no better than Michael. I gave you everything you ever asked for by being exactly who you needed me to be. Every event you needed me at, I was there, dressed perfectly. Every dinner party or opening, I was the perfect little woman. Said the right things, laughed at your stupid, ridiculous jokes that no one else laughed at, always by your side. I pretended to be someone I wasn't for you. That doesn't say a lot about me. I lived for a long time with blinders on, but my eyes have finally opened. I deserve more than to be someone's pet or trophy wife. There's more to life than money. You'd do yourself a favor to realize that. I grab my purse from the front seat of the car, then grip Walker's hand in mine, tugging slightly so he follows me. I glance back in time to see Walker grin smugly as he passes by Gary. It's a cocky move that makes me have to hold back a giggle. Entering our old bedroom, I wrinkle my nose at what I see. Walker stands behind me, close but not touching. He murmurs. Yeah.
It's interesting.
I was such an idiot.
Was this room used in a 90s porno shoot?
He asks, humor lacing his tone. I playfully hit him with the back of my hand against his stomach, then quickly realized what a mistake that was because holy rock-hard abs. And you've watched so much 90s porn? I tease.
Seriously, this was your bedroom?
I look around at the leopard print chair in the corner, the black satin bedding with leopard print throw pillows and glossy black furniture. The mirrored closet doors and gaudy silk tree in the corner really set the room apart. He always talked about how much he loved it, and it didn't matter to me what my bedroom looked like, so I never... My voice trails off in a whisper when Walker moves from behind me and turns to face me.
Cared? Right, I got that. We're moving on, Ellie. Let's get your shit and get out of here. You're better than 90s porn.
That might be the nicest thing anyone has ever said to me, I croon. His lips quirk up and he looks around, spotting the door that leads to the closet.
Tell me where to start and we'll make this quick.
Together we gather up all the clothes we can in the garbage bags I took from Polly's and stuffed in my purse. I don't even care that I'm going to have to iron for days. The only focus I have right now is to get packed up so I can get back home as fast as I can. Home. How quickly I considered Miss Polly's house my home.
Which dresser?
He asks, 2 empty bags in his hand. I point, and he immediately gets to work by opening one of the top drawers. He stuffs all my socks into the bag, then moves to the next drawer. Before I can open my mouth to stop him, he's pulling out my underwear in handfuls. Then...
Well, what do we have here?
I dart over as quickly as I can and wrench my hot pink vibrator out of his hand and hide it behind my back. He bursts out laughing when he leans over to look into the drawer, spotting a few more toys and a bottle of lube. Horrified, I push him out of the way so I can slam the drawer shut.
Don't be embarrassed, Ellie. I think it's hot.
I cover my face. The messy bun on my head flops to the side when my head falls forward. Walker moves in closer, lifting his hands to move mine and wraps me up in his strong embrace. Our eyes meet,
He did. Oh my. It's the sexiest thing I've ever seen. His voice is low and husky. As long as he's no longer allowed to be part of that game. He rubs his hands up and down my arms, squeezing my biceps lightly. You're not the idiot. He is. Rearview mirror, babe. That's where he's at. Load that sexy shit into the bag and let's finish up. He presses his lips to my forehead, and I suck in a breath, placing my hands on his chest. Oh my. Muscles and hardness, and he smells good, and... You with me? I rock back on my heels and look up. I swallow hard. I'm with you, I whisper. Right. Let's move. I push away the last of my embarrassment and do exactly what he just commanded. We move. In 10 minutes, we have all my belongings thrown into the bags. It takes 2 trips to get all my bags brought down to my mid-size SUV and place what doesn't fit in Walker's pickup. Where's Gary? Walker asks me. I'm not sure. Should we be concerned that he hasn't been in our way? Yes, but I don't say that out loud. Instead, I shrug. Let's get the chair and table and hope he stays away. Not incredibly reassuring, he mumbles and nudges my shoulder with his. The chair and end table are in a corner nook that I claimed as my own reading area. They were both items I brought with me when I moved into his house and mean something to me. I round the corner and stop in my tracks. Shit, I mutter. Guess that answers my question. Gary's sitting on my chair, a glass of what looks like whiskey dangling from the tips of his fingers, as he sits casually, elbow to the arm of the chair and right leg bent, ankle resting on his left. I need my chair and table, then I'll be gone. Nah, he says, a look in his eyes that sends a chill down my spine. Instead of showing him my fear, I tell him firmly, Gary, don't be a prick. You want the chair and table? Come get it, he challenges. Are you threatening Ellie? Walker asks, shifting so I'm behind him. Or are you trying to scare me? I'm not threatening anyone. So you're trying to scare her. Or again, me. Newsflash, dickhead. I'm here for Ellie. My guess is that you've been able to use scare tactics your entire life, thinking if you throw around your money that you've got a leg to stand on. That ends now. If Ellie wants her items, she's going to get them. Let's just forget it, I tell Walker quietly from behind him. I hate that I'm caving to him so quickly, but at the same time, I truly just want out of this house, away from Gary and everything that I turned into for him. He subtly shakes his head. Maybe I should make that call to the police and inform them of my missing vehicle. What an ass. I want to say that I take it back. I'm not walking out of here without what's mine just because he's not getting what he wants. The one that's sitting in your garage? Try it, moron. They're going to look into it, realize that you made a boner move and fucked up. She brought it back to you when you asked her to. You fucked up and didn't appreciate Ellie for what she is, and now you're going to have to deal with the blowback of that. Now, are you going to sit there like a punk-ass bitch or move from Ellie's chair and get out of our way? You think you know anything about me? Walker's so calm, his words never wavering. Meanwhile, I'm so angry I'm shaking. Didn't claim to, no. But from what I've heard here today and the little Ellie has shared, you're nothing but a man who's lived off his daddy's money his entire life, and now that's about to be taken away from you. Not her problem. Not mine. I've never had someone stand up for me the way Walker did just now, especially someone who barely knows me. Warmth fills my stomach and tears sting my eyes. Before I allow Gary to see them or allow him to think he has anything to do with my emotions, I push the tears back. Instead, I move in front of Walker and look Gary straight in the eye. You want to throw around your threats? I have one of my own. I lift my phone and show him his dad's contact on my screen. I'm sure Gary Sr. would love to hear the real reason the wedding never happened. My guess is you lied through your teeth, throwing me so far into the bus that my name was used as a curse by the end of the conversation. His eyes widen and narrow. He won't believe you, he says casually, but I can see in the way his shoulders tense that he's nervous. Might I remind you, Allison was there also. She saw the state you two were in. She would have no problem standing up for me. Gary's face pales and he stands slowly. He cracks his neck and takes a step toward me. You want to play this game? No game, Gary.
You're the one who decided to sleep with another woman for 6 months, while your ring was on my finger, might I remind you. I pull the ring out of my pocket and look at it before tossing it to him. It hits him in the chest and he catches it before it falls to the floor.
It was fake anyway,
he says, lips curling up in a sneer like I give a shit. Figures. Everything you stand for is. He throws back the rest of his whiskey, his lips spreading out from the sharp taste of straight liquor. I'm sure he was choking every single sip down, chest puffing out. I don't know what he's trying to prove. He never liked the taste of hard liquor, but he had it in his head that real men drink it. Meanwhile, he'd probably be happier drinking a pina colada, something full of fake sweetness. Looks like neither of us were our true selves around each other.
Probably why I had to go looking for something not so natural,
he smirks.
Enough,
Walker interjects. His voice comes out so loudly that it makes me jump. He glances at Walker, then stares at me.
This isn't over.
That's where you're wrong, Walker growls, wrapping an arm around my stomach from behind and tugging me to him, my back to his front. The look on Gary's face is priceless, but it doesn't do anything to stop my body from wanting to bury in even closer to Walker. The fact that I'm standing in front of the man I was supposed to marry and am responding so strongly to another isn't lost on me. But for the life of me, I can't find it in me to care, either.
It was over before we walked through your door today, Gary.
He practically spits out his name, and I want to giggle but stifle it. Gary prowls away, brushing a shoulder against Walker's as he passes. The gesture makes both of us laugh, me so hard I bend over forward. He's such a jackass, I wheeze. He snorts.
He really is.
Within 10 minutes, we have the furniture loaded and strapped onto the bed of Walker's pickup, and we're on the road heading home. I don't even look in my rearview mirror this time.
Chapter 9. Walker. When Miss Polly called me to ask if I'd help Ellie get her stuff from her old place, I knew something was up. She didn't hesitate to tell me that her ex was threatening to call the police if she didn't return his car. My instincts told me it was more than him wanting his car back. I had a sinking feeling it wouldn't end well for Ellie if she was alone. Thank God I went with her today. If it had been Miss Polly there, I can't imagine how it would have gone. She would have laid into him for sure, but what if he had decided to become physically violent? Gary isn't just an ass, he's a motherfucking ass. And he's also stupid as fuck. Who in their right mind would ever cheat on Ellie? In the short amount of time I've known her, she's, well, amazing. Beautiful, funny, kind, gentle, understanding. No one else has ever understood my relationship with Grayson, and she seemed not only to get it, but embrace it. After I left last night, I kept replaying our back porch conversation over and over. Her voice so soft and sweet. Her questions about Grayson that didn't hold even a hint of judgment, just curiosity. And not that I only focus on looks, but beautiful definitely deserves a repeat. The second Gary showed his face, I knew he'd not let her go without trying to cause a little trouble. He kept eyeing me, wondering why I was with Ellie, who I was to her. For a brief moment, I thought it was jealousy. But as Ellie was telling him off, I knew that it was more than that. She was his meal ticket. And by the way Ellie spoke of the girl he was cheating on her with, it sounds like she doesn't match up with the type of girl he's supposed to marry. Pathetic. When she was reminding him of what he'd done to her, I had to fight back the urge to pummel the moron. I almost wish I hadn't stopped her from making the car look like it had been in a bad hailstorm. No doubt he'd somehow just get his daddy to buy him a new one anyway. Then again, after witnessing what a jerk he is, there's a high likelihood that he would have brought up vandalism charges against her. Her words continue to roll around in my head on the way back to Miss Polly's, as I dissect everything I learned about her in the short amount of time we were at Gary's house. Aside from the fact that he was a manipulative ass, that is. She mentioned someone named Michael, and I can't help but wonder who he is and what he means or meant to her. She didn't have many personal items, no photo albums or framed pictures. Discovering she has a kinky side makes me have to shift in my seat. One thing I know for certain, though, is that with every passing minute she's digging deeper into my thoughts, burrowing in, making a nice little place for her alone. Arriving at Polly's house, I wait for her to park before I back into the space beside her small SUV and step down out of the driver's seat. I stop in my tracks as soon as I round the back of the pickup. She has her arms raised above her head, hands clasped together. She leans over to stretch. Wearing the cutoff she wore the first day I met her in a simple deep red t-shirt, she's casually sexy. My fingers flex against my sides, every single inch of me wanting to step up behind her, reach out my hands to the globes of her ass and squeeze before bringing her back up close to me like I did a few hours ago at Gary's house. When I placed my hand on her shoulder, it was just so she knew I was there for her. But then I couldn't stop touching her when I felt her lean into me. My arm was wrapped around her stomach, pulling her into me. I wasn't about to let her go. She felt so good in my arms. Whether I want to admit it or not, I liked seeing Gary's reaction to her in my arms, right where she belongs. She's gonna be my undoing. I clear my throat and lower the tailgate of my pickup, the hinges squeaking. She jerks upright and spins around, her cheeks flushing pink.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I want to say that there's nothing to be sorry for and she can bend over in front of me anytime, maybe even when we're naked, or preferably when we're naked. My mind seems to continue to drift to thoughts of her and I in about 1,000,000 different positions. I know I need to stop thinking that way. There's no way she's ready for that yet, but I can't help but think that she was stopped along the highway so close to my home for a purpose. You know, the minute we bring everything inside, Miss Polly's gonna kidnap you for good. She smiles and my gut clenches. Yeah, she's definitely gonna be my undoing. I know without a doubt that I'd do just about anything to keep that smile on her face. Not the one from a few days ago that seemed practiced and fake. This one. The smile that shows me she's truly happy, maybe even content.
I'm beginning to think that's not such a bad thing, to be home,
she says, and I know she's telling the truth. She doesn't have family, and Gary, obviously, wasn't someone who appreciated her. It's about damn time she sees what it's like to be wanted. It's definitely not a bad thing. She bites her lip, her teeth dragging along until she releases it.
How did you know?
Know what?
To bring me here,
she explains, looking up at the old Victorian house.
That this is where I needed to be.
She turns back to me and I dip my head, gaining her eyes. She needs you here as much as you need to be. Trust me on that. Her gaze softens and she takes a step toward me. I watch as her tongue snakes out, licking her lips. If I didn't know any better, I would think she was trying to torture me slowly from all the lip action.
You didn't answer my question.
With great effort, I pull my eyes away from her mouth, darting them back and forth between hers. I just knew.
How is that possible? You didn't know anything about me.
I shrug and take a risk. I take one step forward and reach out, grasping her hand. Maybe a part of me did. Her fingers tighten around mine, and then she shocks the shit out of me when she pulls me closer, releasing my hand so she can wrap her arms around my middle. My arms naturally slide around her slender frame, and I lean my head forward, inhaling the sweet, flowery scent of her shampoo.
Thank you,
she whispers against my chest. For what? I murmur, her hair tickling my chin. She looks up at me and I have to suck in a breath at the vision.
For being honest, for helping me today, for not judging me for sleeping in a 90s porno shoot bedroom for the past 2 years,
she adds on a giggle. Laughter bursts out of me and soon both our bodies are shaking against each other, which is both a blessing and a curse knowing I can't do a single thing about it. Oh man, that was the worst. How did you sleep in it? It looked like a jungle safari threw up in there. She squeezes the skin on my back through my shirt and leans back, her eyes glinting with humor. Happy. That's the first word that comes to my mind. I don't know if it's in reference to her or me, or maybe both.
I was so embarrassed when you saw that,
she grumbles, her cheeks turning a rosy shade of pink to emphasize her point. I brush a thumb against her cheek, not being able to stop myself from touching her with more intimacy than I should be given. Stop. Whatever that was, it's behind you. We're moving on, yeah?
Yeah,
she says softly, her eyes drifting down to my mouth, then back up again. Last night I wanted to kiss her. Right now, I want to kiss her. As in bend her over backwards, change our lives forever with a kiss that leaves us both breathless and aching for more kiss her.
You made it back home.
The sound of Miss Polly's cheerful voice makes us jerk apart quickly. She's not even trying to hide the knowing smile that spread across her cheeks. Ellie and I disentangle our arms from each other.
We did,
Ellie says with a glance in my direction before moving to her car and lifting the back hatch. Miss Polly shuffles her way to Ellie, pulls her into her arms.
Welcome home, sweet girl.
I grab whatever I can from the SUV and turn toward the house, leaving them alone while I gather my own thoughts. I'm developing feelings for a woman I just met. My entire life I've put others' needs first, and for the first time, I'm considering leaping before thinking. Wanting someone, for just me. And worse yet, I'm praying that she'll be ready to leap right along with me. The feelings I have for Ellie should freak me out, make me panic, but it's the opposite. A sense of peace I've never felt, not even when I'm with Grayson, is settling over me. I was content with my life, liked it the way it was, but now I know something was missing. It's as if my entire life I've been waiting for Ellie to appear, and now that she has, I can only hope she's here to stay. I want to get to know her, understand her on a deeper level, not just physical. Yes, I want that part of her too, but it's more than that. It's wanting to know her dreams and hopes for her future and helping her achieve them. It's wanting to know her favorite color and flavor of ice cream, what shows she wants to binge watch, and what junk food she eats while she does it. Everything. I want to know everything and be a part of it. I place the bags I carried inside on the floor of the bedroom that I know she's staying in. The bedroom already smells like her, the sweet combination of citrus and lavender, her scent permeating the air like she's lived here for years. Even the house knows she belongs here, accepting her into its fold. I spin on my heels, knowing I need to get out of this room before I do something stupid, like smell her pillow. But fuck! The feel of her in my arms is ingrained in my memory, making me strain behind the zipper of my shorts. The fullness of her breasts pressed against my chest, the gentle curve of her hips that I couldn't help myself from running my palms over. She's the perfect combination of woman. Not now, I growled to my crotch, willing my body to stop reacting so quickly to her. I quickly make my way down the hallway and push out the back door of the house, sucking in a deep breath of fresh air as soon as I'm outside. But of course that's a mistake also, because now that I'm back here, all I can think about is the last time I sat out here with her. I take off my hat and tug on my short strands of hair. I know I'm already getting in over my head with this woman. Before I can worry myself further, I turn around and go back to get another load of Ellie's things. Because she's moving here. And will soon be working for me. Shit.
Chapter 10. Ellie. Stop fidgeting. You're not here for a date. You're here because Walker's a nice guy, and he offered you a job so you wouldn't be freeloading off Miss Polly forever. I remind myself as I sit in my car outside Walker's vet clinic. A side door opens and out walks Grayson. He really could pass for Walker's son. And it makes me wonder if Walker gets his looks from his dad, as if the gene pool is so strong it passes through the generations. I imagine flipping through pages and pages of photo albums. The only way to tell the difference among the McKinstry men, the decades separating them. My heart squeezes at the thought of never having that. Pictures of a childhood to look back on, comparing then and now. I have no family to speak of. Heck, no real friends. Sure, there's Allison, but I met her through Crystal, and even though Crystal proved to be a piece of crap for a friend, I can't imagine that Allison would choose me over her. They've known each other forever. Never mind the fact that I'm never going back to that life again. She texted me a few times after I left on Saturday, and I replied, letting her know I was okay and safe. But that's about it. She also texted me last night, just a few hours after I got back home to Miss Polly's from getting all my stuff from Gary's. She said she heard I moved out and asked if she could visit me sometime. I figured she heard because Crystal must have told her, which means Gary told Crystal. I replied to Allison, let her know I was happy and maybe we'd catch up, but gave her no indication of where I am. I don't need that information trail making its way to Gary. He's butthurt enough about him being a jackass and blames me for not getting his inheritance, that it wouldn't surprise me one bit if he decided to pay me a visit one more time to see if he could convince me. Idiot. Grayson stops walking and turns his head, a smile stretching across his face when he spots me sitting in my car. He strides over to me and opens my door for me, stepping back to make room for me to get out.
If I didn't know any better, I'd think you were stalking me, he teases, a boyish twinkle in his eye.
You caught me, I joke back. He smirks.
Don't tell my uncle you're here for me instead of him. I think you'd break his heart.
I roll my eyes, but I can't help my pulse from spiking at the thought of Walker being excited to see me. Right or wrong, considering I just got out of a relationship, there's something about him that I can't stop thinking about. Working for him is probably the biggest mistake I could possibly make. Yet, here I sit. I'm not sure there's a single thing that I could find out about this job that would make me turn down his offer. Right, because he needs me to work for him.
Sure, let's go with that, he chuckles. Come on, I'll introduce you to Linda and show you around a little bit. Walker's in surgery right now, so it will be a little bit before he's available.
I gasp and stop walking. Surgery? Is he okay? He gives me an odd look, then it dawns on me that he meant he was the one doing the operating. On animals, because he's a veterinarian, and I'm an idiot. I blow out a breath and close my eyes.
By your reaction to thinking Walker was under the knife, I'd say I don't have a chance.
A giggle bursts out of me when I see the look on his face. That, and the fact that you're about 20 years my junior. He shrugs his shoulders. The shirt that looks like it was once a t-shirt, but he cut out the arms and parts of the sides, showing off the way his body is growing to look even more like his uncle.
Semantics.
You're terrible. He grins, one side of his mouth turning up in a boyish way.
That's what the girls say.
Oh, you're trouble, too. He waggles his eyebrows and takes me by the elbow and guides me to the back door of the clinic.
So you're here to stay, huh?
For a while, anyway.
Uncle Walker said he helped you move your things to Miss Polly's?
Yeah, yesterday he came with me. I don't know what I would have done without his help. I tell him, as he leads me into a back room full of cages and larger kennels. Only a few are filled with dogs, a few cats, and one bunny, which makes me smile. They all seem happy, content even. None of them making a ruckus like they want out.
He's a good guy. The best, actually. I'm glad he could be there to help you.
I wonder how much of yesterday he knows about, if Walker told Grayson about Gary. Me too, I say quietly. He looks at me for a few moments before he throws an arm out.
This is the room we have for our vacationers.
Vacationers?
Yeah, if pet owners go on vacation, they pay us to watch their pets. But we also have a few strays that kind of just become our own if no one claims or adopts them.
I look around the room and spot a big door that has a little one in the bottom like a dog door. He notices where I'm looking and explains.
We don't like to keep them in kennels for long, so we let them out as often as we can. There's a fenced-in area just outside the door, so as long as the dogs get along, they have a little more freedom. If we have a dog that doesn't do well with others, we keep them separated or kenneled across the way,
he says, throwing a thumb over his shoulder. I hear the clicking of nails on the linoleum and turn to see Brutus lumbering our way. His little butt wiggles when he spots us, his tongue hanging out of his mouth. He plops down by my feet, laying down on his side. Hey, Brutus, I coo, kneeling down to scratch his stomach.
Look at that. You have all the McKinstry boys falling at your feet already.
That she does.
I stand quickly at the sound of Walker's voice, then my breath catches at the sight of him. Can men be gorgeous? Is that even possible? Because holy crap, he is. And standing here in front of me in scrubs? I'm a goner. My stomach tightens and I have to lick my lips to make sure I'm not drooling. Walker, hey! I shout, then clamp my lips together, wishing for a hole to crawl into. What the heck is wrong with me? Why am I basically tripping over myself over this guy? The corner of his mouth turns up and he gives me a half smile. It's one of the sexiest things I've ever seen.
I see Grayson started showing you around.
He did. Just introduced me to some of your vacationers, he called them. Are his eyes always sparkling like that? Did his muscles get bigger overnight? It looks like his biceps are about to rip the sleeves open of his blue scrubs. Why is that scruff covering his jaw so damn appealing? Is it hot in here? The heat from his gaze threatens to melt me right in my spot, and I wonder if he can see right through me, to all the inappropriate thoughts I have flitting through my head. He blinks and licks his lips, then he nods in his nephew's direction.
Good. Grayson takes pretty good care of them back here, but every so often Linda will help out. Feeding them, letting them out, that type of thing. When owners come to pick their pets up, though, you'll have to come back here and get them, so I would need to make sure you're comfortable with that.
I nod my head and look at all the animals. Really, anywhere but at Walker, since I was barely listening to him speak, just letting the deep timbre of his voice wash over me. I wouldn't have a problem with that. I mean, I don't know what I just agreed to, but I'm sure I can handle it.
Good. Someone has their pet skunk in the back that you can bring out front to greet his owners.
My head jerks to his, my eyes wide as a gasp escapes me, and he bursts out laughing.
I'm kidding, Ellie. You seem a little nervous, and I needed to get you to relax.
Telling me to carry around a skunk was supposed to be relaxing? I ask incredulously. He bites his lip to contain his smile as I hear Grayson mutter,
I'm out of here.
The air in the room seems to have escaped right along with Grayson.
Ellie,
Walker says to get my attention. My eyes meet his.
Come here.
How 2 words have such an intense effect on me is beyond my comprehension. My feet move before I can think better of it. I'm standing so close that I can smell the mint of the gum he's chewing, see the small scar above his left eyebrow that I want to run my fingertip over, find out how it got there, a small hole in his left earlobe. Did you have an earring? My question takes him by surprise, and maybe makes him a tad embarrassed if the slight pink to his cheeks is anything to go by.
Yeah. It was an unfortunate year during college after losing a bet.
I smile and bite my bottom lip. The hole never closed up?
It did, but you can still see it. I have no idea why.
I press my lips together and he rolls his eyes, shaking his head at my struggle to contain my laughter. Sorry, I'm just trying to picture it.
You don't think it would have looked good on me?
He asks, voice teasing. Oh, I'm sure it looked incredible. He takes a step closer.
Yeah?
I want to tell him I can't imagine anything that would make him not look incredible, but I manage to bite my tongue and just blink up at him. A dog barks and startles us both. He looks over at the small black dog.
Chester, you just ruined a moment here.
My eyes widen, and he reaches a hand out, grasping my hand in his. I stare at our joined hands before raising my gaze to his.
We'll discuss it later, when you're ready,
he murmurs. Okay, I whisper, though, much like before, I have no idea what I'm really agreeing to. Mercy, I'm so screwed with this guy. He releases my hand, and I instantly want to pull it back to me, thread our fingers together, watch as he lifts our joined hands to his luscious mouth and places his lips on my skin. I wish that those lips were on my own. Then I want to slide my fingers along his neck, up into his hair that looks so soft. Our kiss would be soft but full of passion. One of those life-changing kisses that tells you that your forever is changed. Of course, I've never really experienced that kind before. Not with Michael. Definitely not with Doorknob Gary. It's probably not fair of me to always include an insult when I think of Gary, but it's not as though he doesn't deserve it. And while I'm totally over it, which is evidence I never should have been walking down the aisle to him in the first place, I still can't get over the fact that he was cheating on me for so long. It hurts, whether I want him that way or not.
Ellie?
I startle at the sound of my name and raise my eyes to meet Walker's, a knowing gleam in his eye. Huh? What? He chuckles.
You totally zoned out for a minute there. Should I ask you what you were thinking about?
I feel my cheeks heat in response, and know I basically outed myself. I swallow hard. Nah, I'm good. He smirks and then throws a thumb over his shoulder in the direction of the door.
Let's go out front. Linda is anxious to meet you and show you around, and I need to check on my patient. Offer still stands. If the job isn't for you, please tell me. No hard feelings. If you think you'd like working here with me, the job is yours.
I don't miss the fact that he added working with him into his little disclaimer. It probably should scare me off. Considering the attraction I'm feeling to him and how I can't stop my heart from beating a little faster when he's around, unable to keep the butterflies in my stomach from taking flight, I just can't find it in myself to care. If he thinks that's going to scare me off, he's mistaken. Thank you, Walker. You're amazing. Everything you've done for me the past few days. I don't know what I did to deserve your kindness, but I'm so grateful. He stares at me like he wants to say something else, but decides against it. I want to reach in and pull the words out of his throat.
You don't have to thank me for being your friend, Ellie.
Friend. Right. Disappointment sours my stomach at his use of the word friend. I don't know what's wrong with me. I've never felt so connected to someone, such desire to be around them. It's just never been like this in the past. With Michael, it was more about lust. I was only 18 when we met. I'm still not sure I was ever in love with him. Still, his betrayal hurt, mostly because he knew what had happened when I was younger. It took me years before I was ready to date anyone after Michael cheated on me. Even when I met Gary, I still didn't feel like I wanted to be with anyone. He pursued me for months. At the time, it felt good. I felt wanted. He was patient but persistent, and over time, he wore me down. Looking back, he probably only had that kind of patience because he had a side piece in every town in the country. Asswipe. Looking back, I realized that I caved. I never felt the sparks, but I figured that's the way it is when you're older. I was stupid enough to believe that chemistry didn't matter. He was good on paper. Never again will I allow myself to accept less than everything again. I'm glad you're my friend, Walker. While the word friend feels like not enough, it also doesn't feel wrong. I do want his friendship. And that's what I need right now. Not sparks and butterflies or orgasms. Though a few orgasms wouldn't be totally awful.
Chapter 11. Walker. I try not to watch her ass sway, but it's not my fault the fabric of her long peach-colored sleeveless dress fits her so damn perfectly. The color makes her deep golden skin shine and her hair look like the color of honey. Her toned arms are on display. The subtle curve of her hips make me itch to reach out, place my hands on them, and pull her back against me. Probably not a good idea, though. Especially since she's my newly single and hopefully new employee who lives with the woman who's like a second mom to me. Still, I can't stop my mind from traveling down a road it most certainly shouldn't be venturing into. It's a shame she'll be wearing scrubs the rest of the time she's working here. I wasn't thinking when we discussed her coming in today. She probably feels overdressed and a tad uncomfortable. We round the corner into the front reception area, and I almost breathe a sigh of relief knowing she'll be in Linda's hands now. Not only do I know she'll convince her to accept the job offer, but I can move away from her for a few minutes and get control of these growing feelings and the constant heart-on I seem to have around her. She glances back at me, her eyes twinkling with mischief as those hips I was itching to touch earlier sway back and forth a little more dramatically the last few steps it takes to get to the front desk. The little minx. She knows exactly what she's doing to me. But if she thinks I didn't notice the way her eyes heated when she first saw me this morning, she's sadly mistaken. I know I affect her. Maybe even as much as she does me. Though I'm not sure how that's possible. But whether there's an attraction between us or not, doesn't matter. Not when the wounds of dipwad Gary's betrayal are so fresh. He's got to be some kind of moron to cheat on Ellie. Obviously, I've never seen the woman he cheated with, but it wouldn't matter. I can't imagine there's anyone better than Ellie. Lucky for me, he's a moron and didn't realize what he had. Good thing I'm smart.
Dr. Mack will see you and Mr. Buttons here next Thursday,
Linda says into the phone while keeping her eyes trained on Ellie. I'm not a good actor, and Grayson is a blabbermouth, so when I talked to Linda about Ellie coming in today, she didn't miss the fact that I was excited for more reasons than just her stepping into Linda's shoes. If she doesn't take the job, I'll have to start looking for someone else. That not only sounds like no fun, I also, despite knowing it's probably not the best idea, really want her around every day. In my business and my life.
Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you to say, but I'm pretty sure Dr. Mack will be well taken care of. I'm going to miss being here also, but the change will be good for our family.
She pauses briefly before,
Okay, bye-bye now.
She places the receiver back into the holder, then comes out from behind the desk to stand in front of Ellie. Linda smiles, then glances quickly my way before returning her eyes to Ellie.
Well, since Dr. Mack isn't going to introduce us, I guess I'll do the honors.
She pauses just long enough to smirk when she sees me roll my eyes.
I'm Linda.
It's wonderful to meet you, Linda. I'm Ellie.
The pleasure's all mine. Now, Walker, run along. I'll take good care of your Ellie.
She's not even trying to hide her smile over the not such a slip of the tongue comment.
You go check on Copper after his little snip-snip.
She takes Ellie's hand in hers, then shoos me away. Ellie looks at me with wide eyes before giggling and following Linda back behind the front desk where she pulls up 2 stools in front of the computer.
What are you still doing here? Don't you have work to do?
Linda asks without looking up at me. I shake my head, chuckling lowly. Yeah, I'm going. Just...
Walker,
she admonishes.
I know what I'm doing. I'll show Ellie everything I do here, which, let's face it, is everything.
She teases with a wink.
And convince her to work for you.
You make it sound like such a hardship.
Dealing with you and your moodiness every day? Of course it is.
My moodiness? I almost shriek. She grins. Little shit knows just how to push my buttons.
See? You just proved my point. So moody.
She chides. I take a deep breath. You're the worst.
Yet you're going to miss me.
That I am, Linda. That I am. I'll leave you ladies to it. I have to run out to the Sanders farm at the end of the day to check on a few of their pregnant cows. Ellie, if you'd like to come with, you're welcome to. I have no idea why I just said that. It's not as if Linda has ever come with me when I do house or farm visits, which is probably why Linda's eyebrows are kissing her hairline right about now.
Cows? You do those too?
Yeah. Well, I don't do them, but I work with them. I'm a large and small animal vet. Farm animals, house pets, whatever I need to.
Reptiles?
She asks, her nose adorably scrunched. I chuckle. Not many reptile owners around here. Can't say I'm upset about that. Snakes aren't my thing, though turtles are weirdly cute. A friend of mine bought one for his twin boys several years ago. They're out of the house now, but the turtle is still around. Her eyes light up.
I've never been up close and personal to a real turtle before.
I'll talk to Andy, see if we can stop over sometime to see it.
Really?
Why not? Harry's pretty awesome.
They named a turtle Harry. I kind of love him.
What's not to love about Andy?
Linda interjects.
He's a sexy little number.
Linda! I almost shout.
What? You think I don't have eyes in my old age?
What would your husband think if he heard you?
Oh, please. Like he doesn't know a girl can look. Besides, a person'd have to be blind not to see how attractive Andy is.
I shake my head because, really, what else is there to do? Instead, I turn to Ellie, suddenly very grateful for Andy's very taken status. You'd love him even more if you met his little girl, or his wife that owns a coffee shop. Linda giggles, knowing exactly why I included that little tidbit of information. Ellie, bless her, doesn't even blink, or give me shit about it.
Wow, I think you've been holding out on me, a friend who owns a coffee shop?
Dreamin' Beans, best coffee around, and she makes incredible pastries. She has desserts at a local restaurant, too.
You had me at coffee and dessert,
she teases, placing a hand on her chest.
Okay, enough, you two. Now, Ellie, let me show you around. You,
Linda points to me.
Get to work. I'm not going to tell you again.
Such a slave driver. Whatever will I do when you're gone?
Cry.
I wink at Ellie as I lean over and kiss Linda on her cheek. You know it. I saunter away, knowing Ellie's watching me leave. I figure after the show she gave me earlier, payback is necessary. I'm not cocky, but I know what I look like, and I can see the heat in Ellie's eyes when she looks at me. I make my way into the room Copper's recovering in. My vet technician, Angela, is checking on him. The brown and white terrier mix is sleeping what seems to be rather peacefully. You doing okay?
Sure is.
Good. I check his incision. Let's get a collar on him for when he wakes up and call his owners to let them know it went well and they can pick him up after 4.
You got it. I'll make sure we have his meds and aftercare instructions ready for when they come.
You're the best. When you get done here, make sure you head up front. Linda's working with the woman who's likely going to be replacing her. It'd be good for you two to meet. She nods.
Sounds good. I'm going to miss Linda around here. It's like the end of an era.
Like she'll stay away, I grin.
True,
she murmurs. I have to leave a little early today to go see the Sanders. If you can make sure Copper's taken care of when they come, I'd be grateful.
No problem.
Thanks, Angela. I leave her to finish what she's working on and take care of a few other things before my next appointment. Over the next few hours, I do my best to focus on the animals, even though I continually hear Ellie's sweet voice filter through the office. Knowing she's here is a blessing and a curse. I take a look at my schedule and notice that we have a nice lull in patients before and after lunchtime, so I send a quick text to Grayson, who's been busy working in the back barn that we have on the property for larger animals. Me. Hungry? Grayson.
I thought you said there were no stupid questions.
I chuckle at his smart-ass response. Me. Tone down the smart mouth. Can you order some lunch for the staff? Maybe just some sandwiches from the freaky fast place? Grayson.
What's the special occasion? You never buy everyone lunch.
I almost growl at how well he knows me. Me. It's not that shocking. Just do it. Use my card that you pretend not to have the number memorized. Grayson. Sideways laugh emoji. Grayson.
On it, boss.
I decide against replying again and leave him to it. He's a smart enough kid to know how to order food for the staff that everyone would like. Plus, if I continue to text him, he'll only put more questions in my mind about why I'm ordering lunch for everyone. Not that I'm stingy and never treat them, however, it's usually more planned out. Instead, I quickly shoot off a quick message through the computer system to the rest of the staff and let them know that sandwiches are being delivered and we'll be taking a long lunch on me today. Within 30 seconds, Linda pops her head into my office, winks, then giggles, and walks away. Everyone thinks they know me so well. It's possible I'm a little transparent, but would it hurt anyone to not acknowledge it? 20 minutes later, Grayson stops by my office with a box in his arms.
Sandwiches delivered, freaky fast, per your random request.
He shoots me a cocky grin, then continues walking to the break room area before I can get in a word. I groan and toss the pen I was holding. It skids across my desk before landing next to a frame holding my favorite collage picture of me with the turd. He had made it for me last Christmas. The collage is a collection of snapshots of us over the years. I've been there with Grayson for every single one of his firsts. When he first ate solid food, learned to walk, even when he discovered the joy of his little pecker. He was in the bathtub at my house and looked down, flicked it, and looked up at me as if he'd just discovered his new favorite toy. When he started going to school, Little League, and soccer, every memorable moment and so many more that meant nothing but spending time together so they meant everything. If I think back over time, I can maybe just a little bit see where Miss Polly is coming from. He's been my life, my world. I can't imagine a day not seeing him or talking to him. Grayson may be my nephew, but he's also my buddy, my sidekick. It's not as if Willow has ever expected me to spend this much time with him. It's come naturally, and I've never questioned it. Until now. Until I met someone who I could potentially see a future with. Even only knowing Ellie for a week, not even dating yet, my shoulders don't feel as weighed down just knowing that she's here. At first, I thought maybe it was about our physical chemistry, which is absolutely undeniable. After spending only a small amount of time with her, it's obviously more than that, and that terrifies me more than anything. I push away from my desk and make my way into the break room. The first thing I hear is Linda's laughter, and it makes me smile. Even with as much as she has going on at home with her husband's health, she never fails to bring happiness to the clinic. I'm going to miss her and her light. Now that I'm standing on the other side of the door listening as the staff talks and jokes around with each other, I'm happier than I was before that I had Grayson order lunch for everyone. I feel like a selfish ass that I didn't plan a going-away party for her already, so I'll have to make some last-minute arrangements to do something special for her next week.
This was really nice of Walker to buy us lunch,
I hear Ellie say when the chatter dies down.
Shouldn't we check to make sure he's coming?
I suck in a breath at the sound of her voice and the way she's thinking of me.
I told him it was here. He's on his way,
Grayson says. I take a few seconds so it doesn't look like I was standing beside the door eavesdropping before walking into the break room. My eyes immediately find Ellie's and I wink, not being able to help myself. I want the right to march over and kiss her. She doesn't even blush, just smiles widely and takes a huge bite of her sandwich like she knew I was there the entire time. It makes me chuckle and shake my head.
Heads up,
Grayson hollers moments before a sub flies through the air. I catch it easily and walk over to the fridge we keep stocked with drinks and grab a soda, then I grab a bag of chips from the box and settle in next to Linda, across from Ellie, and begin eating.
This guy knows how to make a good sandwich, huh?
I smile, nod, and take a bite of my number 10. So, how are you liking it here?
It's been a good morning. Linda showed me that she basically runs everything and there's no way that you will possibly survive without her.
True story. You up to the task?
Of filling her shoes? No way.
Oh, I can't help the disappointment that I hear in my voice. I really thought she'd accept my offer for the job. My eyes dart to Grayson, who's pretending not to be relaying everything he's hearing to his mom. His hands are moving furiously over his phone, but since the only way he communicates with his friends is through Snapchat, the only person he texts besides me is his mom. He's as bad as Miss Polly. He looks up at me and smirks as he polishes off the last of his first sandwich before unwrapping another. Man, teen boys eat a ton of food. It's okay, I get it. I finally tell her when I finally swallow down the chunk of bread and meat that seemed to be lodged in my throat. Huh? She asks, head tilted to the side as she studies me with her eyebrows furrowed. I get it. I told you there'd be no hard feelings if you didn't want to take the job, and I meant it. You could hear a pin drop in the small break room as Ellie stares at me, a look covering her face that I can't quite place. Probably because I don't know her all that well at all.
You misunderstood me,
she says. Her hand reaches out as though she's going to take my hand in hers, but then she pulls it back as if she thinks better of it. She clears her throat and sits up taller in her chair.
I, didn't mean that I didn't want to take the job. I do, actually.
You do? Damn if my voice doesn't sound hopeful. I need to rein this in, especially if she's now going to be my employee. It's like the triple threat of reasons not to pursue her. She's basically a runaway bride. We've only known each other for a short amount of time. She's now my employee.
Duh, she teases. I mean, there's no way that I'd be able to replace Linda. But I can handle the work, and I like the people here.
She pauses to look around to the rest of the staff, flashing a bright smile their way.
Plus, what else am I going to do with my time? Bug Miss Polly all day long?
I doubt if you'd be bugging her, I murmur.
You rescinding your offer?
What? No, I just meant I doubt anyone would think you spending time with them would be a bother. She grins and bites her lip. She looks at Linda quickly, but my eyes don't leave hers, and the words she says next make the smile on my face grow. I'm sure I look ridiculous. In fact, I think I see Grayson raise his phone and take a picture in my direction, but I can't bring it in me to care.
Well then, it looks like you're stuck with me for a while.
Chapter 12. Ellie. The rest of the afternoon went by in a blur. Since I accepted Walker's job offer, Linda has been going over everything she does in a day, starting with the phones and appointment process. The list of what she handles at the clinic isn't short by any means, but focusing on learning her job kept me busy, and my mind off the fact that I probably just made the biggest mistake of my life. Well, after accepting the ring from Gary. And Michael. Shit. Maybe my decision-making abilities are worse than I thought. Hopefully, this is the first good decision I've made in my life. Linda has just finished showing me her filing system when Walker walks around the corner into the back office. He leans a shoulder against the door and waits patiently as she shows me one more thing on the computer.
You coming?
I narrow my eyes as I try to piece together what he's talking about. Huh?
Pregnant cows. Sanders Farm.
Oh.
So, you coming with me or not?
It's then I notice he's no longer wearing a pair of scrubs, but is now in jeans, dark brown work boots that look like he's worn them for years, and a bright blue pocket t-shirt that hugs his biceps pretty damn gloriously. My stomach clenches as I take in the sight before me. Michael was a pretty boy. He was the epitome of what people assume a frat boy to look like. Perfectly styled hair, popped collar. And Gary, well, we've already established what he's like. If someone asked him to wear a pair of work boots, he'd probably curl up in the corner and cry. I settled for the wrong kind of men. My entire life I had no idea what I was looking for, aside from the opposite of what I knew of my father. Clearly, I was wrong. No two hometown, country, working boys are created equally, and the one standing in front of me right now, heat in his gaze as he watches my chest rise and fall, is enough to make me squirm in my chair. He raises his eyebrows as Linda nudges me with her elbow. Hun, Walker asked you something. Right. He asked if I was coming. I suppose it'd be inappropriate for me to tell my new boss that he was about to make me come. Uh-huh. I'd love to come with you. I can't stop myself from saying.
He grins and looks away quickly. I'll follow you to Miss Polly's, drop your car off so you can ride with me. Can't wear that pretty dress out to the cows. You got any old clothes?
Old clothes as in...
Stuff you don't mind getting covered in cow shit, darling.
Can't say as I do, though I'm sure it washes out, right?
It does. Got some of those black pants that women seem to love.
Yoga pants? Leggings? Sweats?
Any of those.
Of course. I basically live in them when I'm at home.
Wear a pair of those and I'll get you a shirt. I think Willow has a pair of hunter boots here you can use that we'll grab before you go home to change.
Home. This is home now. Never felt at home at Gary's in his 90s porn bedroom, that's for sure. She won't mind?
Of course not, but we better get going. If we time it right, we'll finish up checking the cows in time for Mrs. Sanders' pot roast.
What? I'm missing pot roast? Grayson shouts from somewhere in the clinic. How he heard that, I'll never know.
You took the entire pie,
Walker shouts back. He pokes his head into the room.
Because you left? What was I supposed to do? Not eat pie? That's dumb. No one would blame me.
Walker rolls his eyes.
Letting her use your mom's boots.
Grayson shrugs and mutters, "Whatever," then walks away. I can't tell if he's still mad because he's not getting the infamous Mrs. Sanders pot roast, or if he truly just doesn't care one way or the other if I wear his mom's boots. Chances are a little of both. I grab my purse from under the desk and walk toward the door.
We'll see you tomorrow, Linda,
Walker says before he guides me through the back door, grabbing a pair of bright green, tall rubber boots as he goes. He hands them to me, and I clutch them to my chest.
I think those will work. Looks about the same size anyway. You might have to throw on an extra pair of socks if they're a little too big. You're kind of tiny.
I am not.
You are.
He places a hand on my lower back. I've always read about that move and seen it in movies, but none of the men I've been with have ever done it. I didn't realize how incredibly sexy it is until this moment. It makes no sense. It's a hand and a back, but it's the action that leaves me unable to speak. My tongue is glued to my mouth, and I can barely squeak out a goodbye to Linda. His thumb moves in a small circle, and my skin heats up even with the material of my dress as a barrier. I chance a peek up at him as we walk to my car. His facial hair has grown in a little more than it was yesterday, and my fingers itch to feel it. The hand that's still resting on my back flexes, and I wonder if he can tell that I'm staring at him. Chances are he can, especially since he's right next to me and I'm not doing a very good job at hiding it. We stop by my car and he leans down just slightly, moving his hand from my back to my hip, in a move that feels so natural, so effortless. It's like he's touched me this way millions of times before.
You...
Me? He shakes his head and leans in even closer.
It's gonna be tough.
What is? I ask, my voice barely above a whisper. He doesn't respond right away, his eyes moving over my face as if he's cataloging all my features. He squeezes my hip once and licks his lips.
You know.
I feel like I've run a marathon, or maybe around the block, because I don't run. But my point, I'm breathing heavy and can't stop myself when I lean a little closer as well. Because I do. I know exactly what he's talking about. And he's right. It's going to be very tough. And hard, too. Hopefully. Oh, geesh. I can't even think normal. I'm screwed. Hopefully. I quickly throw on the oldest pair of yoga pants I can find in my dresser. They possibly have a tiny hole in the butt. I don't really care. They're so perfect at this point that I could wear them every single day. I also pull on my thickest pair of socks I normally reserve for wintertime, because it turns out that Willow is a full size bigger than me. But the boots are strangely cute for being made of rubber, and I'll definitely be ordering a pair for myself soon. The problem comes when I put on the t-shirt Walker handed me right after I parked my car. Why the problem? Because it's obviously one of his. And smells like him, and that's far from a bad thing, but as I stand in my bedroom smelling the shirt for a stupid amount of time, before I realize what I'm doing, I have to fight back the desire to moan. It's the perfect combination of man and whatever body wash or laundry detergent he uses. There's not even a hint of expensive cologne, which is what I'm used to, and I can't believe I've been missing this my entire life. I tie a knot in the side because it's swimming on me, but the well-worn material is incredibly soft, and I'm positive I'm never giving it back to him. Unless, of course, it's covered in cow poo at the end of the night, which it sounds is quite possible. In that case, I'll have to wrangle another one from him somehow because this shirt is cotton heaven. I allow myself one more good sniff, then toss my hair in a messy bun and make my way back downstairs. "I'll be back later, Miss Polly," I tell her as I bend down to kiss her cheek. When I came home a few minutes ago, I promised her I'd tell her all about my first day later, but that walker was waiting for me, so I needed to hurry. This was done very strategically. I knew that using him as an excuse would be the only way she would allow me to pass by her without giving her a full report.
"Have a good evening with Walker."
"And pregnant cows."
"Pardon?"
"He's taking me to some farm with pregnant cows."
"He's so romantic."
"Right? I swooned the whole way home," I joke, even though I really did. After him practically burning a hole in the material of my dress from resting his strong hand against my back and just being in his presence all day long, I could have skipped home. Her voice stops me in my tracks when I turn around.
"Ellie?"
"Yeah?"
"To him it is."
I bite the inside of my cheek to stop the tears from forming, because just a few weeks ago I was preparing to marry another man. Today I can't even think of anyone but Walker, and feel butterflies over going to see pregnant cows with him, cow poo or no cow poo. And now I'm living in this woman's house who I adore and feel like I've known my entire life. Life is so damn strange.
"Go. Have fun,"
she says. Her eyes soften before she looks back down at whatever she's knitting in her lap. "Do you need me to bring you anything for dinner tonight?"
"Oh, shush. I can handle feeding myself. Besides, your lasagna is going to be even better the second time around."
I grin at her and kiss the top of her head, then make my way back outside. Walker is sitting on the front porch, and when I step through the door, he stands and smiles.
"Ready?"
"As I'll ever be." He chuckles lightly when we make our way to his pickup. He opens my door, and another glaringly obvious difference between the before and after slams into me. No one has ever opened my door for me. In all honesty, I thought it was something you only read about or saw in movies. And it never bothered me to open my own door. It wasn't as if I was incapable of doing it, and it seemed so old-fashioned. But standing next to Walker with his hand on the open door frame while he holds it open so I can climb in his pickup, I understand why it's one of the simplest but most adored actions in romance. Old-fashioned or not, it's sexy as hell. You know, I can open my own door.
"Where's the fun in that?"
I roll my eyes, but can't deny he speaks the truth. I climb in, and he shuts the door before getting into the driver's seat. "So, tell me about these cows." He glances at me quickly before returning his eyes to the windshield.
"What do you want to know?"
I shrug. "Whatever I need to know."
"You don't like surprises?"
"Well, the last surprise I received was walking in on my fiancé screwing my best friend, so no, surprises aren't really my thing." I watch as his jaw hardens and his eyes narrow. It's almost fascinating to see how strong of a reaction he seems to have at the mention of Gary.
"Yeah, well, after meeting him, I'm not even sure what you saw in him in the first place."
"Me either," I mutter. "Anyway, he's not a factor or worth mentioning anymore. Tonight, I'm meeting my first real-life cow."
"You've never seen a cow before?"
"Not in real life, no. I've passed farms on the highway and seen them in fields, but I've never been up close and personal with one," I tell him. The words are barely out of my mouth before a thought pops into my head. Wait a minute. Just how up close and personal are we going to get today?
"What do you mean?"
"Exactly how pregnant are these cows? Do you have to, I move my arm forward and then spread out my fingers. Like, get in there? He flips his blinker, then slows down to turn down a gravel road.
Yes, I do. Thing is, these cows are unique. They don't speak, so they can't tell me how they're feeling.
The pickup lumbers along slowly, the road a bit bumpy. You little shit, I know that. I mean, what are we, checking?
You'll see.
I grab the door handle when he hits a particularly big dip in the road. We're bouncing all over the road, which makes me a little worried because it looks like the road is getting a bit narrower. Oh no, I told you I don't like surprises.
No, you said you didn't like the last surprise you received. I can promise you that's a surprise you'd never receive from me.
When my grip tightens on the door, he reaches over and grabs my other hand.
What's wrong?
The road? I squeak out as I bounce a little in my seat.
I drive these roads every day, Ellie. No need to be worried.
His hand slides down to grip mine and he squeezes once.
You can trust me,
he says, the words coming out strong and sure. My breath stalls in my chest and I instinctually squeeze his hand in return.
It's okay. I understand trust isn't something you easily give. Not anymore. But you need to know that you can trust me. When you're ready to give it, I mean. And not just with the wild roads I'm taking you on, he jokes.
I let his words settle in and relax back into the seat. Wild roads. I wonder if there's more meaning to that than he's letting on. Moments later, we're pulling into a driveway. What stands before me is one of the most beautiful farmsteads I've ever seen. Not that I've seen very many. Okay, I've never seen one aside from on the cover of a magazine at the grocery store. But that doesn't take away from the incredible beauty that's before me. Walker parks the pickup next to a huge red and gray barn. The house coordinates with the barn, but not in a cheesy way. It's dark gray with black trim and a deep red door. The landscaping around the home is lush and full and looks like it takes a crazy amount of work. I wouldn't even know where to begin with a place like this.
It's gorgeous, right?
I take a deep breath of well, not really fresh air, since there's a strong hint of what I believe is cow poo in the air. But regardless, it's still somehow refreshing. It is. I can't imagine how much work it would be to keep up with a home like this.
Agree.
Oh, it's not so bad. I spin around at the sound of a feminine voice behind us. When Walker was talking about Mr. and Mrs. Sanders, I assumed they were an older couple, maybe in their 60s. The woman before me is less than half that in age. My guess is she's in her late 20s. She's girl next door pretty with strawberry blonde hair and wild curls around her head and light green eyes. Her cut-off shorts showcase her long legs, and I smile when my eyes drift to her feet to find a pair of boots, similar to the ones I'm wearing right now, on her feet.
Courtney, how are you?
Good, Walker. And you? She asks coyly while glancing quickly at me.
Very good.
I bet.
Courtney Sanders, this is Ellie. She's new in town, and she's going to replace Linda.
We shake hands quickly, and I notice how strong her grip is. It isn't painful, but it is firm. I have no idea why I'm analyzing her handshake in such detail, except seeing her step up and give Walker a hug like they've done it 1,000 times before makes me feel a little uncomfortable. No, uncomfortable isn't the right word. But if I think the word that it makes me feel, then it's real, and no way should I be jealous of a married woman greeting my boss, who I don't really think of as a boss but know that I should. So focusing on her handshake is a lot easier than focusing on the fact that she has the right to hug him and I don't. Linda's leaving? He goes on to briefly explain about Linda's retirement. So you're stepping in, huh? Big shoes to fill. Don't I know it? How long have you been in town? Almost 2 weeks, I admit a bit sheepishly. How'd you two meet? I grin and look up at Walker.
She was about to annihilate an innocent car along the highway, and I stopped her.
No, I was not. I was only going to give it a little tap. He scoffs.
Right. When you had the golf club raised above your head, poised to swing, you had just planned on giving it a little love tap.
You think you know me so well, I say, moving my hands to my hips. He leans in close and whispers,
Babe, I know you better than you'd like to think.
Courtney's eyes widen and she giggles. It sounds like there's a lot more to this story that I definitely want to hear at some point. Welcome to Liberty. Don't worry, it's not as small town as it seems. Out of the corner of my eye, I notice a guy and dog walking in our direction.
How's it going, man?
The man, who I assume is Courtney's husband, says loudly when he's still quite a few feet away. Courtney's face lights up at the sight of her husband, and all jealousy I felt vanishes. Brett, come here and meet Ellie. He steps close and shakes Walker's hand before turning to me. He's stocky with broad shoulders. His ball cap is pulled down low, the curved bill shading his eyes, his dark hair curling out beneath it. He's dressed in much the same way Walker is.
Ellie, I've heard a little about you.
What? Courtney shrieks and playfully hits him in the shoulder. Secrets don't make friends, honey. He gives her a grin, and I notice the dimple in his chin I'd missed earlier. He pulls her in close.
I'll tell you later.
I glance at Walker to see that he's blushing just a bit, and for whatever reason it makes me happy. Knowing he's been talking about me hopefully means he's thinking of me just as much as I'm thinking of him.
The cows,
Walker says, gaining Brett's attention.
Ellie's going to join me. She begged me all day to come see me in action, and she finally wore me down.
My jaw drops. You are such a liar.
I'm not. I specifically remember telling you that I was coming out here tonight, and you followed me around the rest of the afternoon asking to come along. She does seem pretty pushy,
Brett agrees with a serious look on his face. You guys, shush. You're going to make her run away.
Nah, she's too smitten with me to leave me now.
Walker jokes, dropping an arm around my shoulders. Part of me wants to rest my head on his chest, leaning close and let him know that he's absolutely right. I'm one smitten kitten. But the bigger part of me... You're so freaking full of yourself, Walker Paul McKinstry.
Whoa. First of all, how the hell does she know your middle name and I didn't? Second, your middle name is Paul? As in, basically the same name as the actor in all those car movies who every woman in America still gets wet panties from after all these years?
He pinches the bridge of his nose and drops his head, but not his arm. That tightens around me and pulls me in even closer.
You're in such trouble,
he mumbles into my ear before lifting his head. Yes, please. As long as the trouble comes in the form of a spanking.
My guess is that Linda or Polly has a big mouth,
he starts, but I don't tell him that it was actually Grayson who was the tattletale. He mentioned his middle name being Paul, the same as Walker's.
And yes, unfortunately, my middle name is Paul. Thank goodness my name wasn't swapped.
Why? He was freaking gorgeous.
And what am I, chopped liver?
No. He's even sexier than the actor was before his passing.
Brett, will you please bring me to your cows?
We all laugh at Walker trying to distract us. Following the guys, I continue to look around the property. I've never lived anywhere so free before. I've always been in an area that's in the middle of everything. It would only take me 10 minutes to get to the nearest Target, Starbucks, or shopping center. There have always been plenty of restaurants or bars to go for a quick drink, close enough that I never had to make a big plan. Here in Liberty, it's different. Life moves at a different pace, and I can't say as though I hate it a single bit. We step into a barn, the ground beneath us covered in dirt. There are wooden boards crisscrossing each other to make beams above us. There are several stalls, and as we walk past them, I notice that 3 of them have hay on the floor, and a very large cow in it. I thought cows grazed, or something. I mean, I'm not exactly a farm girl, but this isn't what I expected. Why are they in here? I ask, my curiosity getting the best of me. I thought cows were usually out in fields.
They're far enough along that we wanted to have their environment controlled when the time comes.
Wow, I had no idea. I thought they just kind of gave birth on their own.
They can, but this one here, she's overdue by about a week, which puts her at risk. And her?
He points to a large black cow that looks like if the other one is overdue, she's got to be pregnant with at least 4 babies.
She's carrying twins.
What about this one?
She's my baby, he grins. She gets special treatment.
I'm not sure what that means, but okay. What do we need to do?
Well, we're going to check out Maribel here first. She's not due for a bit with the twins, but we need to make sure everything is okay with her. And Stormy, we're gonna get her going.
I point to myself and then raise my hand. Lots of questions happening in my head.
I bet,
Walker says with a smile.
You name them? Of course, Brett says like it's obvious.
Stormy got her name because...
She was born in a storm.
Obviously. And when you said we're going to get her going? I ask Walker.
You're going to see a baby come into the world.
No shit, I exclaim.
No shit, he deadpans.
Oh my gosh. Let's get started. Stormy, get yourself ready because I want to see this. I glance at Walker and notice his eyes are taking on a storm of their own. Oh my.
You heard the lady. Time to get to work,
he says to Brett, not taking his eyes off me.
Sure thing.
I watch for the next several minutes as the two of them work on Maribel, checking her over and writing a few things down on a clipboard. I stand on the other side of the stall, resting my chin on top of my hands as I stand on a stool so I can see over the door. It was a tad embarrassing when Walker strutted over to me carrying it, then plopped it on the ground beside me and winked. But I can't do anything about the fact that I'm vertically challenged, so I have to just deal with it. Walker is definitely in his element. I saw him work with a few animals at the clinic, all of them pets, but this is different. This is his passion. Do you have your own cows? I ask Walker, his right arm covered in a plastic sleeve up to his shoulder, but not able to be seen. I'm not about to ask where it's at. I have a feeling I'll get an up-close and personal view of it with Stormy. He glances up at me quickly.
No.
He doesn't offer me any further explanation, and I put it on my ever-growing list of things to ask him.
You're looking good, Maribel.
Maribel makes a weird mooing noise and moves to her front legs before standing up. I step down from the stool and move out of the guy's way while they come out of the stall.
Ready?
I nod my head excitedly and grab the stool, assuming he's going to leave me outside the stall again, but no way am I going to miss a single moment of this. I set it up on the outside of her stall, but Walker has other plans.
Not a chance. You're coming in.
Chapter 13. Walker.
No way. Are you serious?
I don't know whether she's terrified or excited, but her eyes are about as wide as a saucer, which makes me chuckle. Hell yeah, I'm serious. I need your help. You're my employee now, I remind her. Her voice wavers as she shakes her head back and forth rapidly.
No. Linda went through her very extensive list of how she basically runs that place for you, and helping cows give birth was nowhere on the list.
Consider it one of those other duties that may be assigned to you. She worries her bottom lip, her hands wringing together. I move a step closer to her and reach out to hold one. Hey, I'm not going to make you do anything you don't feel comfortable doing, but I really want you in there with me. It's an amazing experience, and I want you to have it.
Okay,
she says without hesitation. I want you to understand the entire process, so I'm going to explain to you some of what you missed so you understand. Yesterday morning, before I came to Miss Polly's, I dropped off medicine for Brett since he didn't have any on hand. Then he had to give her a combination of 2 separate meds to help her labor along. Usually we see a calf within 36 hours of the medicine being given.
Which is why we're here now.
Exactly.
So now what?
Now we wait. She's ready and Mama knows what to do.
You don't have to go in and get it?
She asks, relief evident in her voice. Not unless she's breech. If she is, then I'll have to help and go in and make sure Calf and Mama are safe.
Oh.
We sit quietly as Stormy lays in her stall. She's a beautiful cow, dark brown with large white spots all over her body. She's restless and moves around quite a bit, lifting her head and mooing loudly before laying it back down on the hay. My instincts tell me she's in trouble, so I reach into my bag and slide on a glove, handing one to Ellie.
What the hell do you expect me to do with that?
Put it on, unless of course you want to stick your hand up there without one. Without hesitation, she puts it on. Quicker than I've ever seen someone put on a glove before.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I can do this. I can handle this. I'm a grown-ass woman about to stick my arm up a cow's hoo-ha. This is totally normal.
Her little pep talk makes me chuckle. I slide my hand up Stormy's hoo-ha, as she described it, and feel around, noticing the calf's back legs are about to come out first. I've done this enough that I can tell the difference between the way the front and back legs feel, combined with the fact that when I reach in, I don't feel the calf's head anywhere. Stormy moos loudly again when I stick my hand in to get a better feel for what's going on. She's breech.
I'm not an expert, but that doesn't sound good.
It's not. Can you grab those chains for me?
Chains?
Yep. I'll need them to wrap around the calf's legs. We're gonna have to pull her out.
Holy crap. Is this really happening?
Yep. I moved my hand around a little more, gallons of light brown liquid coming out of her body in a gush. Ellie gags behind me but quickly covers it up by saying, I smirk before motioning her closer. Reach inside. She scrunches her nose and shakes her head back and forth a few times.
It's a sweet offer, but I'm good.
Chicken?
You ass, I'm not a chicken. I'm just not well acquainted with Stormy here, and I believe in getting to know someone first.
Stormy, this is Ellie. To Stormy's credit, one of her big eyes stares up at Ellie. Ellie, this here is Stormy. Stormy, Ellie's about to get all up in your business, okay, girl? Don't worry, she's not coming on to you. She's ready to learn.
Hi, Stormy,
Ellie says with a little wave, the plastic glove crinkling as she moves. Stormy moos in response. See? She likes you.
I can't believe you're making me do this.
I'd never make you do anything you didn't want to, Ellie, but trust me, I tell her, knowing the words are hard for Ellie to hear. She blows out a breath, then crouches down next to me.
Okay, what do I do?
I'll put some of this on your gloved hand and help you slide it in. Then you can feel it. I'll do the rest. She slides in front of me and I steady her, guiding her hand where she needs to go. She squeals before pushing her hand inside, then shudders, squeezing her eyes shut tightly.
Gross, 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 gross.
It's not gross, it's life. Feel, I murmur to her, my lips grazing her cheek. Open your eyes. She relaxes back into me a little bit before moving her arm in farther.
It's...
She pauses, then relaxes even more.
A foot. Walker, I feel a foot. And a bunch of other really nasty things that I really don't want to think about, but I feel a real live foot.
I laugh. You sure do. Amazing, isn't it? She slides her hand out and it makes a loud squish sound. This time, Ellie doesn't even react.
Let's get this baby out of there.
Now who's the boss? She turns her head and winks at me, then moves out of my way so I can get back behind Stormy. Brett clears his throat, and damn if I hadn't forgotten he was even with us. You two need some privacy? Yes. Ellie blushes. Nah, man, let's just get this baby out of Stormy before she goes into distress. Good plan. Brett readies Stormy so she's stable in the stall, which will help so none of us are injured in the birthing process. We get to work with pulling the calf's legs out as much as we can before I wrap a chain around the legs. For the next several minutes, we work together to pull the calf out safely. When I feel she's getting closer, I motion Ellie closer. I have her sit between my legs, which unfortunately I can't even register how amazing it feels to have her there because we're trying to keep a calf alive. I reach around her and grip the chain tightly, then motion for her to hold the other side. A lot of the time Brett would be doing this on his own, but since I was here checking her anyway, it's safer for me to handle it. And other times Brett would be helping me, but he's busy keeping Stormy relaxed as well as the others in their stalls as they can sense there's something wrong here. Hold tight, okay? We don't want her or her calf to go into distress, and we need to keep her moving through this process quickly. Ellie's head bobs up and down rapidly. Together we pull the last little bit as I can feel Stormy's body do what comes natural, and right into Ellie's waiting arms comes a wet, goopy baby girl calf. Ellie's body relaxes against mine, my legs still spread around her as she cradles the calf in her arms. Brett comes over to inspect her and to help get her cleaned up, making sure Stormy is ready to accept her new baby.
That was the most amazing thing I've ever seen,
Ellie whispers, her voice full of awe.
It was life,
she says, face upturned to mine, and I can't resist it a single second longer. I lean down, grazing my lips against hers, and she responds exactly how I prayed she would, with just as much desire that's been flowing through my veins since the day I first saw her. The kiss isn't passionate or sexy. There's no tongues involved, but somehow it's so much more. She reaches around with her not-gloved hand and places her small hand on my cheek before leaning back. Her eyes flutter open, and I can feel her breath come out rapidly. I don't know if it's a result of the adrenaline that was just coursing through her body because of Stormy or the kiss, but I'm telling myself it was the simple kiss that was anything but. I told you it would be tough, I tell her.
knowing that when I said that earlier, she understood I meant not giving in to our desires.
That's where you're wrong. That was the easiest thing I've ever done.
She's gonna be the death of me. And what a way to go.
You guys ready to leave Stormy alone with her new baby?
Aren't you gonna name her?
Ellie asks, slowly standing up. I stand also, and we begin cleaning up, getting rid of the gloves and putting away the tools I used earlier.
I think you need to do the honors,
Brett says to Ellie.
Pardon?
Want to give our new baby girl a name?
Ellie's face lights up like he's just offered her $1 million.
Hell yeah.
I chuckle and we watch her, waiting for her to tell us the name.
Oh, like right now? No, I need to think. This is a big deal. The name she'll be stuck with her entire life.
She's something else. Who thinks they need to spend time worrying over the name of a calf? Ellie. Only Ellie. That was incredible as usual, Courtney, I say, dropping my napkin to the table and leaning back in my seat. I have to bite back a moan because of how full my stomach is.
I take it you're a fan of roast, huh?
Ellie looks at my plate and back at me with her eyebrows raised. It's got nothing on lasagna. I wink at her and she smiles, taking a sip of her lemon water. The conversation throughout dinner flowed as if the four of us have been friends for years. Even though Brett and Courtney are about 8 years younger than me, we've become pretty close. Brett's parents used to run the farm he and Courtney live on now, but a few years ago they were in a tragic accident. His mom died on the scene of the horrific car crash after a drunk driver crossed the center line. His dad passed away 2 days later. Brett doesn't have any siblings, but he's never once acted like it was a burden to take over. He knew I was his dad's vet and was honest that he needed a little help. Not that he'd never worked the cattle with him, but he didn't want to fail. He and Courtney work their asses off to keep the farmstead the way his parents did, to keep their legacy alive, and they do a damn good job at it.
Walker told me he'd make mean lasagna. I'm going to be bold or rude, but come out and say I want it for next time.
Brett,
Courtney admonishes, but Ellie doesn't seem fazed by it.
You got it.
Ellie agrees, and it makes me sit up a little higher. She's committing to spending more time with my friends, and I can't stop it from making me more than a little hopeful.
So, how do you like living with Miss Polly?
Courtney asks her.
She's wonderful. Every day she makes me laugh, but it's more than that. I've never felt so welcome as I do here. I'm so grateful that Walker knew to bring me to her place,
she says. Under the table, I reach over and rest my hand on her leg. Her fingers slide over mine, threading through them so her palm is resting on the back of my hand. It feels more intimate than our kiss earlier. I don't know what she's thinking, but I know that I'm never letting her go. It isn't lost on me that she says she feels welcome here, not in Miss Polly's home, and I can only hope she means with me as well. How I went from perfectly content living my life the same way I have for the past 15 years to looking forward to a new kind of future is beyond me, but I can't help but hope she's right there with me.
Camilla!
She shouts out of nowhere, her hand leaving mine as she turns to face me. Sorry, what?
Camilla for the baby calf. She's a warrior. She survived something that threatened to kill her. It's a beautiful name and perfect for her. I love it,
Courtney says. Ellie smiles at Courtney and I squeeze her hand in mine. This woman, every day she surprises me.
Never did I imagine I'd be naming a baby cow.
She giggles, but I hear the small bit of sadness laced in her words. It's sadness I want to dig deep into and understand better, but also sadness I want gone. We continue to talk and laugh, but when I see Ellie yawn, I announce it's time for us to leave. The four of us clean up the table and store leftovers before we make our way out to my pickup.
Don't be a stranger, Ellie. Let's get coffee sometime next week, okay? That sounds great. Walker was telling me there's a great coffee shop in town. Dreaming Beans, and if you're lucky, Christine's husband will be there.
Brett and I groan.
Or her son-in-law, Grady.
Grady? Courtney takes on a dreamy look when she says,
Yeah, Grady Ryan. He's... Warriors coach Ryan?
Ellie shouts excitedly.
Yeah, he grew up here, married his high school sweetheart last spring who just happens to be Christine's daughter. I have no idea how I didn't put the two together. I'm a big SMS fan.
Yeah? I ask her, my thumb grazing against her leg.
Uh-huh, proud 05 alum right here.
My head spins at this little bit of information. No way, we were there at the same time then. She spins in her chair to face me.
You're joking.
Nope, I graduated in 03 with my undergrad but did my vet school there as well. Her smile is infectious and I hear Courtney whisper something to Brett.
That's just...
Small world, huh?
I can't believe I never saw you. If I had, let's just say things would have been pretty different. Wildly different. If I'd seen her on the college campus, I would have mowed people over to get to her. She shakes her head back and forth, but I catch the shy smile before she turns back to Courtney. Courtney's giddy when she reaches out a grabby hand.
Hand me your phone. I'm putting my number in your contacts. You better call me.
No stalking, Andy, or grading, Brett growls. She waves him off and rolls her eyes.
Oh, please. If I weren't perfectly happily married, they sure as hell are. Have you ever seen them with their women? They don't even notice anyone else.
Whatever, just don't scare the poor guys. Brett grins at his wife, obviously teasing her. She scoffs and I chuckle.
Next week,
Courtney says, pointing at Ellie after she hands her phone back to her. Ellie doesn't even think when she says,
You got it.
You did great today, Ellie. I wouldn't have known it was your first time, Brett tells her, and I agree with him. She barks out a laugh.
Right. Like I didn't totally show off my newbie status when I gagged a little bit at the amount of brown liquid that expelled from Stormy with the force of a hurricane.
Okay, so maybe that part, he teases. I'll call you in the morning, check on Camilla and Stormy, make sure everyone is doing okay. Sounds good. Thanks for coming out. Worth it for the pot roast. Courtney beams and we climb into the pickup, waving goodbye one last time before we head down the long lane. So, what'd you think?
Amazing, incredible, life-changing.
Yep, pretty much. It's incredible what bodies are capable of, huh?
It is. I've just never seen anything like that before.
All too soon, we're back at Miss Polly's, but I'm not ready to let her go yet. I'm glad you came with me, I tell her, and can't stop from reaching over to hold her hand. After our too short kiss and her not pulling away from me earlier when I placed a hand on her leg at Brett and Courtney's, I know without a doubt it'll never be enough.
I am too. Thank you, Walker. I don't know how, but you always seem to know exactly what I need.
Her words hit me hard. Truth be told, being with Ellie, acting on her behalf is just natural to me. I should tell her that although I can't explain it, being with her is seamless. But right now, I want to tell her that she's all I need. Instead, I show her, wrapping my hand around the back of her neck to pull her to me and touch my lips to hers. This time, I lick the seam of her lips and they separate almost immediately. She tastes of the coffee we had after dinner and the sweetness that is all Ellie. Before we can get carried away, I slowly back away, centimeter by centimeter. My body screams at me in protest, wanting nothing more than to continue making out in my pickup like a couple horny teenagers, but Ellie deserves so much more than that. Her sigh turns into a wistful smile as her bright blue eyes shine up at me.
Good night, Walker.
I don't get to walk you to the door.
I can make it on my own.
You could also make it with me by your side. She rolls her eyes, springs out of her seat and kisses me quickly on the cheek, and then before I can protest any further, she's out the door. I watch as she almost skips up the steps and waves at me over her shoulder before disappearing into Miss Polly's house.
Chapter 14. Ellie. I wake up with a cheery smile on my face that I can't seem to wipe off no matter how hard I try. Who knew this tiny town in Michigan would be what breathes life back into me? A place where I feel the most like myself that I have in my entire life. Rolling over, I hug my pillow and press the side of my face into it, my arms stretching out underneath. The sheets are cool against my heated skin, heated from a long evening of dreams of Walker that had me sliding a hand between my thighs. I sigh, hardly believing how intense my physical reaction is to thoughts of Walker. Even now, I have to rub my legs together to alleviate the ache already building inside, just remembering how it felt to have his lips on mine in a chaste kiss, or the way his hand molded to my leg, as if it was always meant to be there. Last night. Wow. I helped bring a baby calf into the world. I mean, I didn't really do anything but gag and squeal, but still, I was there. I saw life happening, and it was amazing. It's not lost on me that it was a cow. A cow. Not a human life, but it was real, and I've never seen anything like that before. I didn't have siblings or cousins, and my parents, sucky as they were, didn't really have any friends with kids, which is a lot of the reason why they hated having me around to cramp their style. Throwing the covers off me, I grab some clothes and make my way to the bathroom. Pressing the little green app on my phone, I find the playlist I'm looking for. When the upbeat sound of Kelsey Ballerini's voice filters through the remarkably good speaker of my phone, I turn up the volume and hop in the shower. I sing along to the happy lyrics, my hips shimmying back and forth while I shampoo my hair. I don't remember the last time I felt this happy, this free. My mood stays with me while I pour myself a cup of coffee and help Miss Polly make some breakfast for the two of us. Her smile tells me that she knows exactly where my happiness is stemming from, but I don't care. I'll see you later. If you need me to grab anything from the store on my way home, just let me know, okay? Emotion clouds her features, and I wonder if it's because I called her house my home, or if there's another reason for it.
I will. You have a good day,
she tells me, and then I'm out the door, travel mug of coffee in hand. Walker had told me last night that I didn't need to be in right at the beginning of the morning. I had briefly considered texting Courtney to see if she wanted to meet for coffee, but I didn't want to seem pushy or needy. She mentioned wanting to get together, but I highly doubt she meant less than 12 hours later. Instead, I shoot off a text, hoping that we can get something planned. I know I need to open myself up to people, let them in. Trust might not come easy for me to share, but I've never really felt like myself before either. Me. Hey, Courtney, this is Ellie. Just wanted to text you so you have my number. If you still want to grab coffee or something, I'd love to get together soon. Hope Camilla is doing well. I stare at the screen, rereading my words to make sure I'm not coming across as a crazy stalker lady, and decide to just hit send. I toss my phone back into my purse and drive the short trip to Walker's clinic. My phone pings along the way, and I grab it after parking my car next to Walker's pickup. Courtney. Hey, girl, thank you for the number. Yes, yes, yes. We are absolutely going to meet up. Let's do dinner. I'm so excited to hang out with you. There's a killer Mexican place in town. Do you like Mexican? Me. Who doesn't? Courtney. Right? So good. Okay, does Monday night work? Or this weekend? Ooh, whenever. Courtney. OMG, I'm sorry. I'm coming across as kind of needy. Courtney. I promise I'm not. Courtney. But I really like you and want to be friends. Courtney. Never mind, I'm an idiot. I decide it's time to stop her from her rambling texting, though it makes me feel remarkably better about my own excitement to get together soon. Me. Never mind, you don't want to be friends? Courtney. No, I do. I just am such a moron in text. Me. Oh, hush, you are not. I was close to asking you to meet for coffee this morning already, so no judgment here. Courtney. Phew, we can be crazy friend stalkers together. High five emoji. Me. Right on. Hand okay emoji. Me. BTW, I'm pretty sure that's not an okay emoji, but rather it's like nipple pinching or something. Courtney. Did we just become best friends gif from Step Brothers movie? Me. Yup. Courtney. Monday night. Brett will be our DD, but we're ditching Brett and we're going out for margaritas and all the chips and salsa. Me. Perfect. See you then. Courtney. Eep. So excited. Series of big smile emojis. I get out of my car with a bright smile on my face. What a glorious morning. The sun is shining, the birds are chirping, and there's a faint scent of recently cut grass in the air. With a skip in my step, I let myself in through the back door of the clinic. I stopped to say hello to a couple of the vacationers before stopping in the break room to place my purse in one of the little cubbies that sits in the far corner. I top off my coffee from a pot that smells freshly brewed. I'm not but 2 steps out of the break room when I almost collide with Walker. He keeps walking toward me, so I'm forced back into the room, and I have to grip his side with my free hand to stop from falling backward. Morning. I can smell the mint from his toothpaste and the musky scent of his body wash. The combination makes my head spin, and I lean my head back so I can get a better look at him. Morning, I reply, my voice barely above a whisper. How was your evening? How was my evening, he asks. Should I tell him I spent most of it with my hand between my legs as I dreamt it was him? Considering he's my new boss, I would say not. Good. Yours? I had pleasant dreams last night. he says, a wicked gleam in his eye that makes me catch my breath. Oh, my. I want to tell him the same, but I don't dare. I'm not that brave. I gulp. Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Want to know what they were about?
He asks, still advancing until my back hits the row of cubbies against the wall. I'm not sure I do, I admit. The innuendo is there, and it's enough to make my body spark to life. If he admits out loud that my guess is right, or that he was doing the same thing I was last night, I won't be able to be held accountable for my actions.
Maybe you're right. When you're ready, though, I might give you a detailed description.
Holy hell. Yes, please. Yep, I'm totally on board that train. I take an unsteady breath and my lips form a small O when I blow it out. His eyes drift to my mouth. It feels like a caress, having his eyes on me, eating up every inch of my skin.
Leave the poor girl alone, Walker Paul McKinstry. Linda's authoritative but teasing voice booms through the small space. I startle, my back going straight as I clutch my coffee to my chest.
She full named you, I joke with him. Seems as though your middle name wasn't such a mystery after all. Walker only chuckles, stepping back and turning to face Linda.
You're a fun hater, Linda. Anyone ever tell you that?
Psh, you're just upset that I caught you trying to get all up in Ellie's business. He widens his eyes, and a giggle bursts out of me, and I pat Walker's chest. Should I discuss this with HR? You trying to get up in my business? His pinky finger grazes against mine. That simple touch is almost too much for me to handle. I bite the inside of my cheek, and Walker winks at me.
We have a full day of appointments ahead of us, so I probably won't be around. Linda will be on her best behavior, though, won't you, Linda?
You're saying that to me? By the looks of things this morning, it appears you need to be the one trying to be on your best behavior.
What can I say? Ellie brings something out of me,
he says, looking right at me. Okay, enough. She shoos him out the door. You said so yourself that you have a full day of appointments. Get on it. With one last heated look, he struts out the door, ass looking insanely perfect in a pair of scrubs. Eyes up north, Ellie girl, Linda says, snapping in front of my face. I press my lips together and shrug. It's good to see him happy. What do you mean? Don't get me wrong. He's always a cheerful guy and generally happy, too. But that happiness stemmed from others' joy. Walker is such a giver and has put everyone else first his entire life. It's an honorable trait to have, but I always felt like that meant he didn't focus on what he wanted. Until now. Her words hit me like a ton of bricks. Until now? She nods, eyes sparkling. Until you. I lick my lips and look toward the open doorway he just walked through. That's a lot of pressure. His happiness isn't dependent on you, she clarifies. He's just happier with you in his life. We just met. So, I only knew Roger for a few weeks before I knew he was the one. Why should how much time you know someone be indicative to whether or not they bring you happiness, or knowing that you want that person in your life? Time is just a number, Ellie. When in your life has more time changed your perception of someone? Trust your instincts. Follow your heart. Yeah, well, neither have been too forthcoming in the past. That's because you weren't trusting yourself. Your instincts aren't wrong. Neither is your heart. It's your head that's getting in the way of finding your own happiness. What is it with this town? Pardon? Everyone seems to just know things. Her shoulders rise and fall in a small shrug. I can't speak for anyone else, but I do know a little about love and trust. And so do you. That trust, though, has to come from within. Find yourself, and the rest will fall in line. She leaves the break room, her words still heavy in the air. My phone buzzes in my pocket and I retrieve it, wondering if Courtney's about to ramble again. Allison. Just checking in on you. It's been a few weeks and I haven't heard from you. I know you brought that dickhead's car back. I'm so sorry it all went down like that. I had no idea. I just want you to know that. I hope wherever you are, you're able to find your happiness. Happiness. That's the theme of the day, isn't it? Me. I'm good, and truth be told, I am happy. Probably more than I've ever been. Allison. Really? That's so good to hear. Allison. Have you heard from Gary again? Me. Not since I was at his place. A little surprised I haven't, actually. Allison. Brace yourself. Crazy shit's gone down. Me. Gossip? Do tell. It's not lost on me that I'm asking for gossip on my ex-fiancé, or the fact that I'm almost giddy rather than nervous to hear it. Allison. LOL. Well, if you hadn't just told me you were happy, begging me for gossip definitely tells me you're doing good. Me. I really am. It's hard to explain. Allison. Well, I hope this doesn't ruin any of your happiness, but Crystal's pregnant. I gasp, then giggle, then tears well up in my eyes before I laugh again. It's a rush of emotions, and I can't decide which one to settle on. Allison. I'm sorry, but I felt like you deserved to know. Me. I'm glad you told me. I don't know what to think about that, though. How far along is she? Allison. 2 months. Can I call you? It'd be easier to talk than text, and I miss you. Me. LOL. Sure. My phone begins ringing immediately, and I snatch it up. Hey, girl. Hey, she sighs. Man, it's good to hear your voice. Same for you. I'm sorry I just bailed. What the hell are you apologizing for? I think if you'd have stayed around, I would have judged you for it. We laugh together, and it feels good. I did miss her. She was a good friend. Ellie, can I tell you something? Between us, I mean. Of course. I wonder if she did it on purpose. Sadly, that was my first thought also. Possibly, though not sure he's the guy who's going to stand up and be there for his responsibilities. Allison snorts. What did his dad say? Oh, it's been a shit show. First of all, Gary made up a huge lie as to why you two weren't getting married anymore, but luckily I was right there to inform him of the truth. A few days after you disappeared, Gary came to the boutique, asking if I'd heard from you. He kept going on and on about how he was going to sue you for all the costs incurred from the wedding. You know, since the dick is broke, as a joke now. Poor Gary, I joke. Right? Literally. Now it's my turn to snort. Anyway, I reminded him I knew the truth about why you left. He yelled and threw a fit, but eventually he left with his head hanging low. What the hell was I thinking? I should have my ass kicked for giving that man a single minute of my time. Well, he had us all fooled for just how much of a prick he is. So what happened with Crystal? She told him she was pregnant. He and his dad demanded a paternity test. Crystal cried, acted like the victim in all this. Gary's dad pulled his inheritance on account that he's a worthless pile of shit. If Crystal did trap him, I bet she's regretting that about now. She probably thought she was hopping on the money train. No doubt. I feel like an idiot for staying friends with her all these years, but I guess it brought me to you, so she's not all that bad. I'm glad we both got something out of it. We talk for about 10 more minutes. I tell her a little about the town I now consider home, the people I'm slowly believing to be more family than friends. I love you, Ellie. Please don't stay a stranger and send me your address. I'm coming to visit you. I need to meet these people. It's a plan. Love you too. You obviously can rearrange things to how you see fit. This is just how my old brain works, Linda says, showing me her filing system, which is pretty cut and dried. Alphabetical folders for the papers that need filed. Her computer system filing is a little outdated and could be streamlined, but there's no reason to tell her that. She's done a phenomenal job helping Walker keep this clinic running so smoothly over the years. I'm afraid I'm never going to live up to the standards you've set. She waves me off. Oh, hush. Everyone puts way too much weight on my work. It's not as hard as everyone makes it out to be. Answer the phone, pay bills, record things, file papers, order supplies. It's just busy work. She's downplaying what she does. I make a mental note to tell Walker that he needs to make sure he has a going-away party for her because she deserves it.
How's it going, ladies?
Walker says, coming to stand behind both of us. Linda was just going over her filing system.
Ah, she hasn't scared you off yet?
Nope, although I'm not sure how you'll survive without her around. Somehow I have a feeling he'll get along just fine with you here to take my place, she says, sliding out of her seat. She taps me on the shoulder and says, I'm just going to call home quick and check on Roger. We both watch her leave, and Walker takes her vacated seat, leaning over on his elbows. The busy morning of checking dogs and cats, a few other random pets here and there, did nothing to quell how delicious this man smells. Did you take another shower? I ask before I can think better of it. He breathes out a laugh, his eyebrows bunching together, teeth biting his bottom lip, his mouth quirking up on the side.
What?
You still smell so dang good, but you've been around slobbery pets all day. I close my eyes, hardly believing I said that out loud. He reaches a hand out and threads our pinkies together.
You smell pretty fucking amazing, too.
Our eyes lock, the temperature between us spiking from a low simmer to a boil.
What are you doing tonight?
I promised Miss Polly I'd take her somewhere.
Are you making that up? It sounds like you just told me you'd be busy washing your hair.
Laughing, I tell him, No, I'm completely serious. She needs more yarn for a baby blanket she's making for someone in the church. She said she needed out of the house and asked me to join her so she could show me around town a little more.
You're spending your Friday night at a yarn store with an 80-year-old lady?
Yep.
Sucks for me because I'd love to spend some time with you, but I like that you'll be with Polly.
Do you ask all your employees to hang out with you on Friday nights? I ask, only partly joking. He knows a little of my past, but he hasn't exactly told me much about his.
No. This would be a first.
I'm sorry I have plans, I tell him, and it's the genuine truth. Not that I don't adore Polly or look forward to spending time with her, but I think he was proposing going on a date, and I can't say that thought didn't make my stomach flutter.
Not your fault. I would say let's plan for later in the weekend, but Grayson and I are leaving first thing in the morning for Chicago.
What's in Chicago?
Baseball. Annual trip for the two of us. Sometimes his dad will join us if his schedule allows.
Mick?
Yeah. Right now he's planning to be there, but we'll see.
Sounds like you'll have a good time, and I'm sure Grayson would love to see his dad.
Yeah. Sucks, though.
He repeats his earlier sentiment.
I wanted to see you more before I'm gone for the weekend.
I'm not going anywhere. Your next patient is here, Walker, the Queen of Interruption says. She's got stellar timing, yeah? I say quietly with a grin, and Walker nods his head in agreement.
If I get back in time Sunday night, I'll stop over and see you.
The fact that he's upset about not seeing me for a while is definitely good for my soul. Okay, send me a picture of you guys at the game.
I'll definitely keep in touch while we're gone.
He squeezes my pinky again before trudging off, back to work. At the end of the day, Linda shows me how to lock up and close the clinic down for the weekend. Walker was called away to an emergency visit, so I didn't get a chance to talk to him again before closing time. I can't say that I wasn't slightly disappointed, but with the promise of talking over the weekend, I hopped into my car and headed back home. Linda's words about being happier because someone is in my life ringing in my ears.
Chapter 15. Walker. Can we stop for food? I packed a cooler and a bunch of snacks. It's in the back seat.
Cool, thanks, man. I was starving.
It's been a few hours since you demolished 6 eggs for breakfast. You were probably wasting away to nothing.
It felt like it,
Grayson mumbles, shoving a huge bite of sandwich into his mouth. Your dad gonna make it, you think? He shrugs like he doesn't care either way, but I know better.
Dunno. He said he was gonna try, but I doubt it. He's been kind of flaky or something lately.
Flaky how?
It's just like not really flaky, I guess, more secretive or something. It used to be when he'd FaceTime me, he'd be walking around the house or the yard, showing me things he's done to the place, but lately he just sits in one spot and doesn't say a whole lot.
Maybe it's just stress, or, his old age. He is about to turn 40,
Like you have much room to talk, you're 35.
I reach into the cooler and grab a soda, popping the top and taking a long drink before placing it in the cup holder. Yeah, but I have the body of a 30-year-old. I flex my forearm in front of him and he shoves me away. He pushes back into the seat like my arm is somehow offensive. Gross. How is that gross? I ask, mock glaring at him. How is it not? Don't talk about your body, man. That's just gross. You said that already. That's because it is. Though, he pauses, turning to me with a shit-eating grin. I bet Ellie doesn't think it's gross. Just her name brings a smile to my face. Holy crap, Walker, look at you. He punches my shoulder before finishing off the rest of his sandwich and downing some Gatorade. You're all googly-eyed over. I am not. R2. Our childish argument is interrupted by the sound of his phone. He lifts it up, typing away as I slow down the pickup in the heavy Chicago traffic. It's Dad, he mutters. And? He said he's going to be there. Yeah? Good. It's been a while. He's quiet, head resting on the back of the seat, and I wonder why he doesn't seem more excited about it. You don't want him to join us? It's not that. It's just... He almost acted like he was doing me a favor for coming. Like it was a burden. As much as I like the guy, hearing that makes me want to punch him right in the balls. How Grayson could ever be a burden to anyone is beyond me. I know I won't be able to keep my mouth shut this weekend, but I've learned when and where to do it. I'll talk to Mick when it's just the two of us. For now, I do what I do best, keep Grayson happy and say the words I know he needs to hear. You'd never be a burden to anyone, kid. He's probably just distracted because of work and packing to get here for the game tonight. Yeah, maybe. He doesn't seem convinced, and the older he gets, the more he reads between the lines of his dad's words and actions. Mick better figure his shit out soon or he'll lose Grayson altogether. After we check into the hotel, Grayson decides to take a quick shower before we head out to walk around Chicago a bit until game time. I take the time to check in with Ellie while he's not watching me, able to tease me about the girl I like more than I probably should. Me. We're all checked in at the hotel. Her reply comes almost instantly. Ellie.
How was your drive? Did Grayson make you stop for food every couple of hours?
I chuckle. She already knows us so well. Me. I was smart and packed a cooler. Ellie.
That is smart. What are you doing now?
Me. Missing you? I stare at the words and decide against hitting send. I'm jumping ahead of myself where Ellie is concerned and need to respect the time and space she needs to heal. Instead, I reply with the truth. Boring but true. Me. Just waiting for Grayson to get out of the shower. Then we're going to walk around a bit before the game. Ellie.
Sounds fun. I've never been to Chicago. Take lots of pictures for me.
Me. What? You've never been to Chicago? We'll have to fix that. This time I do hit send. Ellie.
I'd like that.
3 smiley face emojis. 3 smiley faces. That's got to be a good sign. Me. Where else do you want to go? Ellie.
I don't know. I've not really been anywhere.
Me. If you had to pick one place. Ellie.
Somewhere secluded. Maybe by water, I guess. It sounds relaxing, but I don't really like people.
I laugh out loud at her honesty. Me. It's a good thing you work with animals then, huh? Ellie.
Guess so.
Me. Tell me something else. Ellie.
Like what?
Me. What'd you get a degree in? Ellie.
English. I always liked writing. I worked for a small company editing novels for several years.
I can see her doing that. She loves reading and she just admitted to not enjoying being around people. Me. Why'd you quit? Ellie.
I had made a stupid decision.
Ellie.
Gary.
My lip curls just reading his name. Me. He didn't like you doing that? Ellie.
Of course not. Then I had something for myself. He was manipulative and I was vulnerable.
Me. You are far from vulnerable. Ellie.
Did you hear from Grayson's dad? Is he coming?
I let her change of subject go. She knows she's moved on. I know she's moved on. No need to keep beating that dead horse. Me. Yeah, he is. Sounds like I'm gonna have to talk to him, though. Something's up with him, and Grayson is starting to get a little freaked. Ellie.
That doesn't sound good. Well, I hope you guys can have fun tonight. Miss Polly said she wants to watch the game, so wave if you see a camera in front of your face.
Me. Ha 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 ha, will do. I'll text you later. Ellie.
Okay.
I want to keep the conversation going, but I hear the water turn off in the shower, so I know Grayson will be emerging from the bathroom soon. Best to turn off thoughts of Ellie for a bit and focus on Grayson and the rest of the weekend. I hear a knock on the door and I blow out of breath, thankful that Mick didn't lie to Grayson about coming this weekend.
Is that Dad?
Grayson asks through the heavy bathroom door. Assume so, since it's the adjoining door. Just finish getting ready and I'll grab the door. I walk the few steps it takes to get to the adjoining door to the room next to us. We've done this for years. Early on, it was because Grayson liked having the extra room, and quite frankly, it felt a little funny to sleep in the same room as Mick. Now it's just become habit. Mick's on the other side of the door when I open it. He props it open so it doesn't lock and lumbers into our room. We shake hands in greeting, and I want to lay into him for being a jackass where Grayson is concerned, but it's not my place. It's Willow's. How's it going, man?
Good. Been a busy year and lots of stuff changing around, but it's good. Where's Grayson?
Finishing up getting ready. He was excited you were able to make the trip.
Yeah, that's...
He rubs the back of his neck.
That's really great to hear. I wasn't sure. Lately we haven't been able to talk as much. I know he's feeling it too. He's getting so damn old and I'm missing it all. Every day it just gets harder and harder to be away from him.
I can imagine. I don't want to, but I can.
I'm glad you're there, but I need to admit something. It makes me a little crazy. I know you're close to him and you've never tried to pretend you're his dad, but...
His words trail off, but I know where he's going with it. It's nothing I haven't heard before from him. He's grateful that I'm here when he can't be, but plain and simple, he's also jealous. I don't blame him. I'm man enough to admit that if something shifted in our relationship and I was suddenly on the outside looking in, it would be a hard pill to swallow.
Hey, Dad,
Grayson says, interrupting our tense moment. I don't know if he heard or not, but by the sideways glance he offers me before giving his dad a hug, he did. I leave them alone to catch up for a few minutes while I shower and get ready myself. 30 minutes later, we're walking down the sidewalk. Grayson Snapchatting our trip the entire way when Mick speaks up.
Willow tells me there's someone new in your life.
I raise an eyebrow at him and he barks out a laugh. Since when do you and Willow discuss my dating life?
So you're dating her now, huh?
Grayson says, turning around to walk backwards so he's facing us and not paying any attention to where he's going.
Dad, you should see Walker. He's like so gaga over her. Every time he talks about her, he gets this cheesy grin on his face. He even hired her to replace Linda.
He bursts out laughing.
What happened with Linda?
She's retiring. Roger found out he has cancer.
Ah, shit. That's terrible.
Yeah.
Anyway, so he hires her to take Linda's place, only he's like so freaking wild over her that he asks her to spend all his time with him. He even had her help out at Sanders' farm and stuff. It's so hilarious.
I raise a finger to make my point. One time that happened. Once. And I did it so that she could meet Courtney and Brett. I knew they'd hit it off. That's the first time I've admitted that out loud. Yes, I wanted her with me. Yes, I knew it'd be a great experience for her. But I know Courtney and knew enough about Ellie to know that they'd get along really well. I like having another person in town that Ellie can feel comfortable with.
So you decided to sick Courtney on her too so that she'd stay around? You didn't think Miss Polly would be enough?
Mick asks, shockingly insightful. He might not live in Liberty, but he's visited enough over the years that he's gotten to know all the people in Grayson's life. Grayson buckles over laughing. He spins around just in time to slam smack dab into a group of girls who look about his age. He fumbles with his phone as he struggles to stay upright and not knock any of them down in the process. Mick and I stand back, watch the shit show of him trying to look cool while simultaneously asking them for their Snapchat handles. It's quite the show. The rest of the weekend goes by way too fast and not fast enough. We end up not leaving Chicago until later than we had initially planned. By the time we get back to Liberty, I drop off Grayson at his mom's and pick up Brutus. It's too late for me to swing by and see Ellie. Me. Just got into town. Sorry I can't stop over and see you. Ellie.
It's totally fine. Did you have fun? I loved all the pictures you sent. I was bummed we never saw you on the screen, though. You guys must not have been interesting enough for the cameras, LOL.
I sent Ellie a few pictures of Grayson and I together at the game, one where he was sticking a foam finger up my nose because we're mature like that. Aside from that, though, we weren't very interesting. We laughed and had a great time, and by the end of the weekend, it seemed like Grayson and Mick had both relaxed a lot around each other, which is part of the reason why we left so late. Me, I know. Grayson threatened to moon the crowd just so we'd get on camera, but we managed to talk him out of it. Ellie.
Well, now I'm not disappointed at all that we didn't see you.
Ellie.
What are you doing now?
Coming to see you is what I want to type. Instead, I follow up with something safe. Me. About to hang out with my Brutus. I missed the little guy. I missed you too. Did you miss me? Did you think of me as much as I thought of you? Ellie.
Aw, give him a hug for me.
I wouldn't mind getting a hug from her. Me. Will do. I'll see you in the morning. Ellie.
You will, bright and early. Last week for Linda, then you're stuck with me. You ready for that?
I can picture her biting the inside of her cheek or fiddling with her fingers after typing that, nervous as to what she's implying. Me. I'll miss her, no doubt, but I'm not worried about being stuck with you. Looking forward to it. Me. Sweet dreams, Ellie. I add in and hit send quickly, then drop my phone next to me, scratching at Brutus's ears. I glance over when I hear my phone chime again with an incoming text. Ellie.
Sweet dreams.
Monday morning, I arrive at the clinic earlier than normal, hoping that Ellie has the same idea. Just minutes after I hit brew on the coffee pot, I hear a car pull up, and then she's walking in the back door. I rush down the hallway, ignoring the whimpers from the vacationers along the way. The weekend staff were here playing with them, and I already took care of their needs this morning. As soon as Ellie spots me, her face lights up. I itch to take her in my arms, spin her around, and show her exactly how much I missed her, but her hesitation causes me to stand my ground.
I'm early.
It's okay, I was here early too. I wonder if she hears the implication in my words, that I couldn't wait to see her either. She nods, and I watch as she fiddles with the strap of her purse that's slung over her shoulder. She blows out a breath, seemingly both nervous and excited. Come here, Ellie. Her head jerks up, and a slow smile overtakes her face. I meet her in the middle, taking her in my arms. I missed you, I murmur into her hair.
Me too,
she whispers. Peppering kisses along her jaw, I smile when I feel her press deeper into me. She tips her face up, and with urgency, I take her mouth with mine. Sliding my hands down her back, I grip her butt and squeeze with just enough pressure that it brings out a sexy moan. Swallowing it down, we make out like we're the last two people on Earth, and it's our responsibility to repopulate the Earth by kissing. It feels so good, so right, to have her in my arms. I don't know if I'll ever be able to let her go. By the way she's holding me back, I dare believe she feels the same way.
Chapter 16. Ellie. It's been a long day. What started out as wonderful, being wrapped up in Walker's arms as we held on tightly, quickly unraveled into a pit of uncertainty because of one instance. This morning, he continually found reasons for me to either be in the exam room with him and his technician, most of which were completely unfounded, or was sitting next to me as Linda went over various policies and procedures with me. He claimed that he just wanted to be in on whatever we were talking about, but I knew better. The soft touches and looks made me want to shove Linda out of the way while I climbed on Walker's lap. The desire I have for Walker is so strong and a bit overwhelming at times. As much as I love being around him, it's a lot to take in. Working together, the constant flirting, it's exhausting. He asked me to join him for lunch, and at first I considered saying no. We were together a lot as it was, and I didn't want either of us to get sick of each other. He noticed my hesitation and dropped it, but he looked so dejected I felt like I needed to explain. I tugged him into his office, and he leaned on his desk, facing me. I want to go to lunch with you, but what we have is intense. I've never experienced something like this before, and honestly, it's a bit much.
You mean I'm a bit much? Am I coming on too strong?
Not really. It's hard for me to explain.
I'd like you to try. I think we have something incredible here, Ellie. If there's a problem, let's get it sorted.
I've never been very affectionate with people before. It's hard for me to give that part of myself to anyone, but with us, it's the exact opposite. It's easy. I don't know how to handle that. His smile is blinding.
So, you don't know how to handle the fact that I'm irresistible?
I laugh and roll my eyes.
I know what you mean, Ellie girl. I feel it too. It is overwhelming, but I'd rather be overwhelmed by my feelings for you than lukewarm. But I refuse to do anything that could potentially screw this up. So if you need me to back off a little while we're working, I will.
And that's how we ended up at a little diner in town, scarfing down one of the best burgers I've ever had. It was nothing fancy, but the food was amazing, and it was nice to have some time to ourselves. He told me a little more about their weekend in Chicago, and he asked me what Polly and I did. The conversation was light and fun. "I'm going to dinner with Courtney tonight," I had told him. "Some Mexican place in town. She's making Brett drive us so we can indulge in their Monday night margaritas."
"El Charro," he said, nodding his head. "It's one of my favorite places to eat, so I hope you like it."
What's not to like about Mexican food? He smiled, and we chatted some more. An hour went by far too quickly, and soon we were back at the clinic. Then, an hour before closing time, it happens. I knew it was coming. No one can look at Walker and not expect him to have hordes of women flocking for his attention. I'm walking down the hall from the supply room to bring more treats into one of the exam rooms when I stop in my tracks. Walker's back is to me, but I can see the woman's face plain as day.
"Brooklyn, I'm telling you, Matilda is fine,"
Walker says, grabbing the small fluff ball out of the supermodel's arms. "Oh, Walker, how do you know for sure? Maybe if you'd come over tonight and see for yourself what I'm talking about," the clingy viper says.
"I've told you before that's not necessary."
"Okay, then forget about her. Why don't you come over and just, you know..." She runs a fingertip up and down Walker's arm, and I have to grip the bag of treats tightly in my hands to stop myself from storming over to her and ripping out her extensions one by one. Maybe that's a little judgmental, because I don't actually know if she has extensions, and I truly don't care if she does. But she's touching Walker like she has the right to. It drives me crazy to think that maybe she does. He takes her hand and gently removes it from his arm, making me breathe out a sigh of relief.
"I don't think that's a good idea."
"Why not? Walker, we've been dancing around this for months now. I know you want me as much as I want you."
"Brooklyn,"
he starts to say on a sigh, but I've heard enough. I can't bear to listen to another word. My heart's lodged in my throat, and I make a mad dash to the break room as tears burn the back of my eyes, willing them not to fall. For the next hour, I do my best to avoid Walker and his questioning looks, and when 5 o'clock comes around, I dart out of the clinic like the hounds of hell are riding my ass. Now I'm sitting on the front porch swing, waiting for Courtney to arrive so I can get tanked. Well, not really tanked, but yeah, I plan to feel pretty good before we leave the restaurant. My phone buzzes for the 5th time in my hand, and I know it's Walker. Finally gaining the courage, I look at it. Walker.
"Everything okay? You left work kind of in a hurry."
Walker.
"Did something happen?"
Walker.
"You're making me nervous. Please reply so I know you're okay."
Walker.
"You have dinner tonight with Courtney, right? If you don't want me showing up at the restaurant, reply so I know you're okay."
Walker.
"Last chance, Ellie. Then I'm coming to find you."
Shit. I quickly shoot off a text to him. Me. I'm fine. Sorry, just had some things come up." Walker.
"Are we okay?"
If me being a crazy pants is okay, then yeah. I saw Walker brush off that Brooklyn girl, but she was just... ugh. It's hard to come back from 2 failed relationships because the men in your life turn to someone so much more than you. How do I explain to him that it's hard for me to see him being so clearly wanted by other women and not feel that irrational fear that he's going to cheat on me just because of the attention he's receiving from her? Me. Why wouldn't we be? Walker.
"We're going to talk this out. I don't know what happened this afternoon, but tomorrow night after we close up the clinic, don't make plans."
Double shit. Me. I promise nothing is wrong. Walker.
"Don't make plans."
Me. All right. Walker.
"Have fun at dinner with Courtney tonight. If you need a ride, please call me."
Me. Brett already said he'd drive us. Walker.
"I repeat, call me if you need a ride home."
Triple shit. Why is it that him being demanding is such a turn-on? And worse yet, why does it make me want to do the opposite to see what he'll do? I hate that girl. It's a terrible thing to say, that you hate someone, but it's true. She's such a pushy bitch. Courtney grumps, causing me to hiccup through a laugh. The margaritas have been going down far too easily tonight, especially considering that I'm not a big drinker. I don't have a high tolerance for alcohol, and now on my third refill, I'm already feeling pretty tipsy. It's not her fault, though. I mean, have you seen Walker? He's like, gah, all the heart eyes. I draw an imaginary heart in the air, then make my hands flash. She giggles and nods her head. I know, he so is. I love Brett, I really do. He's sexy and unfucking believable in bed, but damn. I bet Walker will be able to give you all the orgasms. Oh man, I hope so. Did you know that I haven't had sex for over 2 months? I shove 2 fingers in the air and she slaps the table. No way, she cries out, eyes bulging. You didn't tell me that, she exclaims like we've been best friends our whole lives and I've been holding out on her, rather than basically strangers that we are. Inebriated and talking about sex like we're at a high school sleepover. I know, I sigh dramatically. Although Gary was bad in the sack. I'm talking little wiener, saggy balls, skinny arms bad. That's not entirely true, but he doesn't deserve praise of any other kind, so I'm sticking with it. Plus, she'll never meet him anyway, so what's it gonna hurt? Is it mean? Yup. Do I care? Nope. Ew, why would you stay with him? Why did he have saggy balls? Was he old? I don't know. I almost shout, then slam a hand over my mouth. And no, he didn't really have saggy balls. He wasn't old. Just, since he ended up being a lying cheat, I'm glad that I hadn't had sex with him for a while. But honestly, it's not like I don't have a libido. I just wasn't really missing out on anything with him. Now I know why he never pressured me either. He was getting plenty on the side. Well, fuck him and the horse he probably can't even ride in on because he sounds like a pansy-ass city boy. To bigger and better. She raises her glass and I clink mine with hers. Then she adds, because I bet Walker is definitely bigger. We erupt into a fit of laughter before our food is brought to us and we begin to dig in. It was good timing, too. I was starting to feel far too buzzed for my liking. For real, though, Ellie, Courtney says, wiping her mouth after taking a bite of rice. You have nothing to worry about when it comes to Brooklyn Rosen. Trust me on that, okay? I guarantee you that Walker let her down gently because that's who he is, and he doesn't know how to be mean to anyone. Although, it sounds like he's going to have to be kind of a dick to her so she gets the point. Yeah, I think you're right. She's so pretty, Courtney. How do I even... Shut up now. You're beautiful and wanted. I've never seen Walker look at anyone the way he looks at you. I've known him for a long time, too. Plus, if something were to ever happen with him in Brooklyn, it would have happened already. She's been after him for months. Trust me when I say he's not interested. He's only got eyes for you, girl. I know it. Really? God, how pathetic do I sound? Seriously, I groan. I didn't expect him at all. I chug the last bit of my margarita while Courtney signals our waiter for some water. Good idea. You know in books when they talk about insta-love? She nods, so I continue. I hate it. I'm always rolling my eyes because who the hell falls for someone like that? I snap my fingers. But it's so true. I feel like I've known him my entire life. He just gets me. I cover my face with my napkin, groaning again. I feel movement in the booth and an arm slide around me. I rest my head on Courtney's shoulder, only it doesn't smell like Courtney at all. I know that scent. I shove my face into Walker's shoulder as his other arm comes around me, wrapping me up in a hug.
I knew something was up. Why didn't you tell me?
He whispers. Because I'm pathetic, I whimper.
You are far from pathetic. You're beautiful. A bit of a mess at the moment, but beautiful nonetheless.
He leans back, brushing the hair out of my face. I lean into his touch, and he rests his forehead on mine.
I don't want you to be afraid to tell me how you're feeling. Brooklyn, she's nothing to me. Not even a blip on my radar. Not when you're all I see.
Really?
I've been a little afraid of being as pushy with you as I want to be. I have this insane desire to show you exactly how strong my feelings are for you, but I have to hold myself back. I want to take this slow. Make sure that I'm not a rebound and that our feelings are grounded.
How are you so perfect? He barks out a laugh and then leans in close.
I'm so far from perfect. If you knew the dirty things rolling around in my head, you'd probably go running for the hills.
Try me, I rasp.
Don't tempt me, you little trouble causer. Well, did we get this all cleared up? I'm freaking starving, Brett says.
I look over to the other side of the booth where Courtney was sitting. Both her and Brett are watching us closely. A soft smile on Courtney's face, while Brett looks like the cat who was just given the cream.
I don't know. Is it okay if we crash this party?
Walker asks, shifting around so his body is angled toward his friends, but still looking at me. I sigh like it's a burden. If you must. Brett and Walker order food and a couple of Coronas, and we sit and eat and laugh. It's not necessarily a double date, but it feels that way when we walk out of the restaurant a few hours later, Brett and Courtney climbing into his pickup while Walker and I get into his. The ride back to Miss Polly's is quiet, and when Walker doesn't reach for my hand, my anxiety over my overreaction to Brooklyn's advances skyrockets. He parks next to my car in Miss Polly's driveway and kills the engine.
I'm trying so hard to take things slowly like you deserve, Ellie.
I sit quietly as he rests his head on the seat back. He's also quiet. I assume he's processing his thoughts and choosing his words carefully. Reaching across the console, he takes my hand in his.
You deserve so much more than a rushed romance. Do you know that? I know you've been hurt in the past. From the little you've said of them, I also know that your parents weren't necessarily going to win any awards. I can't change the past, no matter how hard I try, but I do want you to feel wanted and cherished. These feelings for you aren't going to dwindle over time, and I certainly don't intend on letting you go anytime soon. I need you to trust me, okay? Let's do this together, but slowly.
I swallow hard, absorbing everything he just said. I want that so badly. To feel the things he wants me to feel. And damn it, he's right. I do deserve it. Everyone does. I'm good with that? He smiles, leans over, and kisses me gently on the mouth, his hand sliding over my cheek into my hair. I can taste a tiny hint of beer and the Mexican food we ate underneath the mint he popped in his mouth on the way out of El Charro. It's delicious and intoxicating. His lips are soft and full, the pressure he's applying perfect as his tongue tangles with my own. I grip his forearm, loving how firm and strong his arms are, especially when it flexes beneath my fingers. Too soon he pulls away, leaving me wanting so much more. My body chases his, but he's determined to do what he said he was going to do. Slowly might just kill both of us, but damn if it won't be a fun way to go.
Chapter 17. Walker. I never understood the term blue balls as much as I do right now. It's been 1 month since the night of margaritas with Ellie. 1 month. A month of stolen kisses and hand-holding, of quiet lunches together and evening walks with Brutus. Evenings are spent like we're in high school again, texting or talking on the phone when we can't see each other in person. At least 3 or 4 times a week I stop at Miss Polly's before work and we share coffee on the back patio. Sometimes we make breakfast together, or I'll stop at McDonald's and bring it over. Oddly enough, it's Miss Polly's favorite and Ellie doesn't complain. I'm falling harder and harder for her and really don't know how much longer I can handle this whole going slow thing. It's my own fault, of course, for suggesting it. But as much as it pains me, literally, to keep it up, I'm glad we are. Everything I said to her that night was the truth. She deserves to know that I'm willing to go slow for her. That really, she's all I need. It's Thursday night, and as is usual lately, I run home quickly after work, shower, change, grab Brutus, and head back to Ellie's house. I haven't had her over to my place yet. I know once I get her alone, all bets will be off, and I'm still holding steady on not pushing this thing between us. Brutus and I walk through the door. He's been here so often lately that Ellie bought him his own food and water dish. He barks a couple times to make his presence known and sniffs around, searching for his target.
He finds her standing in the kitchen, stirring something around in a big Dutch oven pot on the stove. She looks over her shoulder and picks up something off a cutting board and gives it to Brutus.
I'm making jambalaya and saved a few pieces of sausage for him. I hope that's okay.
So sweet. Thoughtful. Ellie's the same way with Grayson. If she knows he's going to be with me, she makes sure to cook extra food so he's not hungry. A few times, she's packaged the leftovers for him to take home to Willow when she's been working extra shifts. But her thoughtfulness doesn't end there. One day, Ellie was out shopping at a local sporting goods store and found a couple t-shirts she thought Grayson would like, which he did, and picked them up for him just because. She spends extra time with Miss Polly and is learning to knit with her because it makes Miss Polly happy to have someone to knit with at home. Even the pets at the clinic seem happier. There's always fresh-cut flowers on the counter and homemade doggy treats in the containers. Of course it's okay, it smells delicious. She smiles at me and returns her focus on stirring the meat, rice, and spice mixture. The oven timer goes off and she hands me an oven mitt.
Would you mind getting the cornbread out of the oven for me?
Sure thing. Domestic blue ball bliss. That's what this is. I place the warm cornbread on another oven mitt so it doesn't scorch the countertop and spin around, watching her work. She's so beautiful. Even after working in a vet clinic all day, her hair haphazardly thrown up in a messy bun on top of her head and wearing a baggy t-shirt and leggings. Ellie? Can I tell you something?
Is everything okay?
She asks, worry in her voice. Yes.
What is it?
You're beautiful.
Thank you,
she says quietly. If I had told her that 6 weeks ago, she would have thought I was lying so I could get her to bend to my will about something. Those 2 words, her simply thanking me for that, shows a level of trust I wasn't sure I would ever get from her. I mean it, Ellie, I say, pushing off the counter to stand next to her. I take the spoon out of her hand and lay it on the spoon rest on the stove. Taking her in my arms, I kiss her on the lips, lingering a touch longer than normal. Sometimes when I'm around you, I'm speechless. Your beauty takes my breath away.
Walker,
she sighs happily. I want you to always remember that. You're so beautiful to me.
You're not so bad yourself, handsome.
I grin and pretend to be embarrassed. Aw, shucks. After we eat dinner with Miss Polly, the 2 of us go into the backyard so Brutus can roll around outside, his favorite after-dinner pastime. Sit with me, Ellie girl, I tell her, resting against the back of the swing, my arm going around her as soon as she cozies up next to me. She tucks her legs under her and slides an arm around my stomach, nestling in close. Hopefully she doesn't graze any farther south or she'll get a hell of a surprise. She's so sexy, fits so perfectly in my arms. I let my hand settle on her leg, trying hard to keep it at a safe spot, but I can't stop my thumb from rubbing against the thin material of her leggings. Ellie turns her face up to look at me and I bend low, kissing her gently. My tongue glides along the seam of her mouth and she opens for me. The kiss is sweet and gentle and full of so much promise. My hand is still on her leg, but my determination has slipped, allowing my hand to slip closer to where I so badly want to be. She withdraws her mouth from mine just a breath away and says,
I'm not going to handle slow much longer.
I don't have time to respond before she presses her lips against mine again. Yeah, I couldn't agree with her more.
Chapter 18. Ellie. I can't sleep. My body is on fire, remembering the way Walker's lips felt pressed against mine, his strong hand wrapped around my leg, his fingers threaded through my own. It's not lost on me that he's the exact opposite of every single man I've dated, or been engaged to, before him. I don't know what that says about me. That I didn't even know the type of man I was truly.
Enjoy the stillness between chapters. Let the music cradle you gently until we resume. Thank you for being a listener.
attracted to until I met Walker. Maybe it wasn't a type that I had wrong. It was the guy. He's everything I never knew I wanted or needed in a man. Before Walker, I never felt like I needed a man to feel complete. When I was with Michael, it was more about filling a void in my life that was left by my parents who never gave a shit. With Gary, it was about being pursued in a way that made me feel needed. A part of me knew why he wanted to marry me, but I lied to myself until I believed he wanted me more than his inheritance. I flip over, tucking my arm under my pillow and squeeze my eyes shut, willing sleep to come, but the ache that's forming between my legs is a reminder the Sandman is nowhere close by. It's well after midnight, and it's like my adrenaline got another boost. Even my legs feel restless. I flip back over and kick off the covers, lying in the center of my bed with my arms and legs spread wide. My eyes drift to the top drawer of my dresser. All those toys Walker got a real good look at when he was helping me pack up are taunting me. I glance at my door. It's not that I'm afraid Miss Polly would come in and catch me, or that I'd be too loud and she would hear. There's something else stopping me from doing a little diddle-diddle-do to help me sleep, but I don't know what it is. Sighing, I stand up out of bed and glare at the mattress, like it's at fault for not sending me into a peaceful slumber. Maybe I just need some fresh air, clear my head a little bit. Grabbing my phone off the nightstand in case I decide I want to play a mindless game or listen to music, I throw on a long tan cardigan that reaches my knees, slide my feet into a pair of slippers, and make my way outside to the back patio. Settling in on the porch swing, I tuck my legs against my chest and gaze up at the stars and sliver of moon that's shining down. I take a deep breath, letting the cool night air fill my lungs. As beautiful as it is out here, it's not the same as the Sanders farm. The wide-open space made me feel more free than ever before. Even with the ever-present hint of manure, I could see myself settling down somewhere like that. I spend about an hour outside before I realize that it's not helping either and decide to go back inside. Before I climb the stairs to my room, I stop in the kitchen for a glass of water. As I ascend the stairs, my phone chimes, stopping me in my tracks. My heart rate picks up, and I don't have to look at the screen to know it's Walker. I quickly shut myself inside my bedroom and quietly click the lock, turning my phone to silent. Walker.
I can't stop thinking of you.
6 words, completely honest and vulnerable. Me. Same. I haven't been able to sleep. I reply, deciding it's time for the truth. Walker.
What are you thinking about?
Me. Your lips when you kissed me? The feel of your hand on my thigh? Walker.
Interesting. That's what I'm thinking about, too.
Me. Are we crazy? Walker.
No.
Me. You sure about that? Walker.
You're worried that it's too soon.
It's not a question, and he's right. I am. I was going to marry another man just a few months ago. I was moments away from devoting my entire life to him, and yet, when I think of it, I don't even feel a shred of sadness for what never happened. Walker.
It's not too soon.
Me. How are you so sure? Walker.
What did I tell you in the 90s porn bedroom?
Me. Rearview mirror? Walker.
Exactly. I saw the look on your face when we were at Gary's house. You convinced yourself he was right for you, and the minute you saw him, you knew it wasn't true. Months from now, you won't change the fact that a part of you was happy you walked in on him the day of your wedding.
I suck in a breath because he's right. When I was lashing out on his stuff, it was because I was mad at myself, not him. When I was crying in Miss Polly's arms, it was sadness over my choices, not his. Me. Get out of my head, Mac. Walker.
Mac, huh? You nicknaming me already?
Me. Maybe. Why? You don't like it? Walker.
You can call me anything you like, babe.
Me. Terms of endearment guy, huh? Walker.
I am now. It just feels right, I guess.
Me. I accept this explanation. Walker.
So, you couldn't sleep because you were thinking of how amazing my hand felt on your leg, and you couldn't stop from thinking how they would feel all over your body, huh?
I blush, but can't stop my hand from drifting down, settling on my stomach. I quickly look at the drawer again before resting my head against the headboard. Walker.
Did I scare you off?
Me. No, it's just a little unnerving how well you seem to know me. Walker.
Go get that vibrator you can't stop staring at.
Me. Stop reading my mind. Walker.
Go get it, Ellie.
Instead of looking at the drawer, I rush over, whip it open, and grab the bright pink toy out from under the underwear I stashed it under. Not that Miss Polly would ever be digging around in my stuff, but it made me feel a little safer. My phone buzzes again, and I look down at it, my breath hitching in my throat. He's not texting me. He's calling me. Hi, I say, a bit breathless.
Before you climb back into bed, strip down,
he tells me by way of saying hello. His voice is low and husky, and I'm practically panting already. How do you know I wasn't already naked?
I know. Now, shimmy those beautiful legs out of your pajamas and lay down on the mattress for me. Don't cover yourself up.
I do as he's telling me, even though I have no idea why I'm obeying. But if the heat going through my veins is anything to go by, it's turning me on. Big time.
Are you ready?
Are we really doing this?
This, as in...
His voice drifts off like he's daring me to say the words out loud. I gather up all my courage. Phone sex? He replies instantly.
Yes. Now, I'm only going to ask once more before I climb in my pickup and drive over to Miss Polly's to spank your ass for not answering my question. Are you ready?
Oh boy. I almost don't reply because Plan B sounds pretty amazing, but I know I'm nowhere near ready for that. Not that I feel like I'm fully ready for sexting with him either, but I can't stop myself. Now I really am panting when I whisper, yes.
Did you grab the little pink one?
Yes.
Good, because my hands want to explore the rest of you.
Oh, good golly, I want that too. But Walker...
Yeah?
He asks, not making fun of me for my choice of words. I lick my lips and admit, I want you naked too.
How do you know I'm not already?
My phone buzzes, and I furrow my brow, wondering who else would be trying to get a hold of me at this hour.
Look at the text that just came through, Ellie.
I flip over to my messages and am greeted by an image that I hope is burned into my brain for all of eternity. A selfie of Walker's bare chest, all 8 chiseled packs of muscles on full display with his dark blue sheet barely covering what my perverted self wants to see most. But what it doesn't cover is the fact that his other hand is underneath the sheet, and I can imagine that it's wrapped tightly around the reason there's a tent in the thin fabric. Holy freaking crap, I murmur and lick my lips again. I reach for my toy and grip it tightly as I continue to stare at the picture in front of me. He can't be real, right? I put the phone back to my ear, and I wonder if he can hear how hard it is for me to steady my breathing.
Did I lose you?
Nuh-uh. I'm just busy staring. Walker chuckles.
This is what you do to me. From the minute I saw you on the side of the road, I've been fighting off a hard-on every time I see you.
I think for a few seconds before I do something I swore I'd never do. But even though I don't feel like I can completely let my guard down with Walker, I know I can trust him, at least with this. I turn to the side, letting my breasts press together to show the most amount of cleavage possible, which, considering that I'm not incredibly well endowed, might be a little bit misleading. I pop out the round socket on the back of my phone that helps me set my phone on an angle and flip the camera to face me. I set the timer for 3 seconds so I can use both hands. I might be trusting, but I'm not about to send out my nipples into the universe. I rest my arms across the center of my breasts and make sure the rest of me looks okay, then press a button. A burst of pictures is taken, and I quickly lift my phone to go through them, picking out one I like the best, then send it to Walker before I can think better of it. Look at your text, I say, pushing back the embarrassment that's threatening to flood my mind.
Holy fuck, Ellie.
I smile, relishing in how his words make me feel. You started it.
I'm fucking glad I did, too. You're the sexiest woman I've ever seen.
Well, if that isn't an ego boost, I don't know what is. This sexy-as-sin man thinks the same of me. Sure, I've felt pretty before, but never sexy. That's an entirely different thing. Walker's next words caused my grip on my sheets to tighten.
I've never wanted anyone so badly in my life. I can't wait till there's nothing between us.
I slide a hand between my legs, needing some sort of relief. Same here, Walker. I can't stop thinking about you.
You have no idea. It's constant. I'm glad to know we're on the same page.
Definitely. Now, where were we?
Imagine that you're straddling me, your knees pressing into the mattress on either side of me. I can feel the heat coming off you. Are you hot, Ellie?
Yes, I breathe out.
Good. Now lean over top of me and press those beautiful tits together. Let them graze against my face. I dream about them at night, about what it will feel like to have them pressed against my skin. Do you like the feel of my tongue on you? Licking between your tits, pressing them together so I can suck both of those tight nipples between my lips at the same time.
Holy hell, I moan. Yes, Walker, yes.
I can't wait to taste your skin. I bet it tastes as good as you smell, like citrus.
His voice has dropped another octave, and I want to ask what he's doing now, too, but I don't know how to voice it. Good thing he's got us both covered.
Now I'm pinching one between my fingers as my tongue grazes your throat. Your legs tighten around my thighs, and it's such a fucking turn-on. Are you turned on, Ellie? As turned on as I am?
I reach for my vibrator, the gentle whir coming to life. I wonder if he can hear it. I am. Holy. I had to turn to Fred to help out, I tell him.
Fred better be your little pink vibrator or we're gonna have a problem,
he growls. I want to say something witty, but I'm barely able to pull a sentence together, so instead I hum my agreement.
Good. I'm rolling you over because I can't stand my body not being draped over top of you any longer. You saw what you do to me earlier. Now you can feel it. Press your vibrator right where you want it most. Do you feel it? Pretend it's me pressing myself against your thigh.
Yes, I can feel it. I love the way your weight feels on top of me, Walker. But I want it for real. My imagination is good, but I know sex with you, finally feeling your body against mine, will be so much better. He groans as if he's in pain.
Me too. You have no idea what you do to me.
If it's anything like what he's doing to me, I have a pretty damn good idea.
Rub Fred against that tight clit of yours. Tell me, Ellie, what does it feel like?
The sound of the vibrations is muffled from the sheets and blanket covering me, but the sensation it brings me is almost overwhelming. I'm panting, barely able to concentrate on holding it in place while trying to keep hold of my phone. Amazing, I pant. I want more, though. I need more, Walker. I'm practically begging now, but I don't care. I've never been this turned on in my life. If sex with him over a phone is this good, I can only imagine what the real thing will be like.
Soon,
he grunts. God, I hope so. He's got me so wound up. The physical need to have his body covering mine is almost overwhelming. The way he's breathing heavily through the phone, I know he's working himself, but I have to know. Need to hear him say it. Is your hand wrapped around yourself? I'd like to say that I have the nerves to say more, but that's about the extent of it for me.
Hell yes it is. I haven't been able to stop myself from it every night since we met.
He pauses, sucking in a breath.
Does that bother you?
Honestly, no. Not one bit. It makes me feel good and turned on at the same time.
It should make you feel good. It's your hand I envision gripping me tightly. Your body I picture wrapped around me. I'm stroking myself as I picture you, Ellie.
Your words.
Do you like dirty talk, Ellie?
I continue working my vibrator, my phone wedged between my shoulder and ear so I can play with my nipple at the same time. Apparently so.
I like the sound of that. This is new to me, too.
I trust him, but hearing that this isn't normal business for him definitely adds to how sexy this is for me, having something that's just ours. I like the sound of that, too. Then, feeling bolder, I say, "My legs are open wide, waiting for you, Walker."
Fuck. Spread yourself wide for me, babe. Make room for me. I'm right there, rubbing against you. Slide 2 fingers inside until you hit that spot that sets you off. Are you wet for me, Ellie?
So wet.
I can feel it. Your wet warmth wrapped around me. My hand is pumping up and down, squeezing. Are you tight for me?
Oh, holy shit, I'm going to come.
I'm close, so close. Oh, hell. Come, Ellie, now.
And I do. I'm panting and sweating and can barely suck in a good breath. For several long moments, I lie in my bed trying to think, but I can't. Not a single thought flows through my head except how incredible that felt, how long it had been since I had a really good orgasm, and best of all, that it was with Walker. I have never sexted or had phone sex with anyone, never engaged in dirty talk. There was no one I trusted enough to do that with, and Walker's next words prove that he understands that.
"I've never come so hard in my life,"
Walker says after we both regained our breathing. I smile and wish that I could see him, what I did to him. Me either. That was incredible.
Thank you for trusting me with that, Ellie. I'll see you tomorrow. Sweet dreams.
Chapter 19. Walker. I woke up this morning still in shock over what happened last night. I can't believe Ellie and I had phone sex. I can't find it in myself to have any regrets over it, though, and I can only hope she doesn't either. I had briefly considered stopping, but then she sent me that sexy as fuck picture, and all bets were off. I couldn't go back or press pause. It was like she gave me the green light, and rather than creeping slowly across that line, I just gunned it. Turning the corner, I see Miss Polly's house come into view and smile when I see Ellie's small SUV still parked in the driveway. When I woke up this morning, the first thing I thought of was Ellie. The second, the picture she sent me last night. Rushing to get ready, I'm happy to see I made it here before she's left for the clinic. I bound up the porch steps after parking at an angle behind her and walk through the door as I knock. Ellie comes around the corner of the kitchen, her blue eyes wide, coffee cup in her hand, pajamas still covering her body. My eyes make a trail from her head to the tips of her slipper-covered bare feet. She has on a long tan sweater, but the tank top and shorts underneath leave nothing to the imagination, which, after last night, is vivid.
Is everything okay?
Set the coffee down, Ellie.
What?
If you don't want to be wearing that coffee, I'd suggest you place that cup of coffee you're holding onto the table beside you. She looks down at her coffee, then up at me again before gently placing it down. Before she stands up straight, I make the space between us disappear, place my hands on her cheeks, and change our lives forever. The kiss isn't anything like the chaste kiss we shared after Camilla was born. Having her work for me, seeing her every day has been the most delicious kind of torture there is. The stolen kisses and shared looks, trying not to stare at the way her chest fills out the navy blue scrubs. As my tongue plunges into her mouth, I feel the vibration of her moan. I respond with a moan of my own, wrap my arms around her lower back and pull her in close, our bodies pressing against each other. With our height difference, it's not as if we're some perfect fit, but it doesn't matter because it feels perfect. Her body forms to mine, and I can't help when my body reacts. I let my fingers make a slow trip down her body, our lips not separating for a single second. I brush my thumbs against the outside of her breasts, and if my mouth wasn't already busy devouring hers, I would smile. But I don't want to waste precious seconds of time. I haven't tasted enough of her yet. Her head tilts to the side, allowing me to deepen the kiss. I wrap my arms around her ass and lift, her legs instantly circling my hips, making it so I can feel the heat of her center against my hardness. Tongues collide and lips bruise, but it's also amazing and the hottest thing I've ever experienced, well aside from last night. I move slightly, kissing my way down her jaw until my lips find the spot just below her ear. She shivers and I smile, cataloging that little bit of information for later.
Well, good morning, Walker.
At the sound of Miss Polly's voice, Ellie stiffens in my arms, but I'm not having it. That it is, Miss Polly, that it is, I say cheerfully, not letting Ellie down no matter how much she squirms.
I'll just go add in a few more eggs to the scramble for breakfast. Don't mind me.
Miss Polly calls out as she walks back out of the room.
Walker,
Ellie, I tease, tightening my grip on her.
would you let me down? Miss Polly is here.
And she said not to mind her. I move over to a chair in the corner of the room and sit down, allowing her to straddle me. Not a hardship on my part. Morning. I grin and lean up to kiss her on the lips again. She rolls her eyes but returns my kiss.
Morning,
she mumbles. Grumpy. I'd have thought you'd be much happier after a good orgasm.
Walker, would you shush?
She shouts, looking toward the kitchen where we know Miss Polly is still bustling around. I reach over to the table she set her coffee on and lift her cup to my lips, taking a sip, pleasantly surprised when I notice that she takes her coffee the same as I do, with just a splash of milk, then hand it to her. She smiles, takes a big gulp, then replaces the cup on the table. By the way, I guarantee Miss Polly already knew. Nothing happens in this house she doesn't know about. She glares at me.
Well, in that case, I hope you enjoyed our one and only time.
Not happening. That's something I plan on repeating often. Hopefully next time there won't be phones separating us, though. I can see the pulse in her throat pounding as she thinks about a repeat performance of our phone sex from last night. I wonder if she can feel how it affects me as well. To drive my point home, I press up against her, and I can't help but smile when she gasps. You act so tough. Admit how incredible that was. She shrugs, but won't look me in the eye. I move her chin so she's facing me. Look at me, Ellie. When I finally have her deep blue gaze on mine, I say, that was the sexiest thing I've ever experienced. Second only to finding your vast sex toy collection. I tease and she bites her lip. You have nothing to be embarrassed about. Not with me, okay? Never with me. That was a first for me, too. It's important to me for you to know that. And Ellie?
Yeah?
I lean in close. My hand on the back of her neck tugs her into me, and I lower my voice, my lips grazing her ear as I tell her, I plan on reliving every single moment of last night with you very soon. But this time, we won't be on the phone.
Soon?
She whispers. I kiss a slow path down her neck before I let her lean back away from me. But not far. Very soon. She squirms on my lap, eyes drifting down to where our bodies align.
Oh my.
Yeah, so whatever it is that's going through that beautiful head of yours, clear it out, babe. All that shit in the past is just that. The past. Look into the future. And I see an us. You with me? She looks at me like she's trying to find the dishonesty in my words, but she won't. I told her she could trust me, and I meant those words to the depth of my soul.
I don't know,
she admits, and damn if it doesn't make me like her that much more. Her honesty is refreshing. I'll convince you. I rest my back against the chair and play with the ends of her hair. You're beautiful. She blushes.
You aren't so bad yourself.
I grin. This weekend I want to take you out.
Let me guess, pregnant goats this time?
She asks, then her eyes light up with happiness.
Oh my gosh, pregnant goats, yes. Let's go find some. I bet baby goats are adorable.
Kids are some of the cutest.
I said baby goats.
That's what they're called, kids.
No.
Yep.
That makes it even more adorable. Can we find some?
I laugh loudly, pulling her in close so I can hug her to me. Ellie, holy shit, I don't know your last name. How do I not know your last name?
I never offered it up. Did you not pay attention to my paperwork, boss?
Calling me boss makes it sound dirty.
And?
I grin. Okay, so? She deflates a bit, knowing I'm not going to let it go.
Cummings,
she mumbles. I'm sorry, what?
My last name is Cummings, okay?
As in?
Cummings, yes, just the way it sounds. And trust me, I've heard it all, so just save it. Anyway, like you have a lot of room to talk, Walker Paul.
You're still in trouble for that, by the way. She grins, not at all worried.
What are you going to do, spank me?
The way her eyes flare when she says spank me, tell me all I need to know. You'd like that, wouldn't you? She shrugs, but the grin is still in place.
What am I going to do with you?
Her eyes dance, and I wonder if she's thinking the same thing I am, that the possibilities are endless, that the desire for those possibilities is deep. I hate to do this, but you're going to need to get off my lap if you don't want this going a hell of a lot farther than just kissing. Her eyes bore into mine, and I can almost see the wheels turning inside her head. I know why when she says,
You know it's more than just kissing.
Much more, I agree.
Back to the baby goats.
You want me to drive around town until I find a pregnant goat and stop in and hope she's ready to deliver?
Why not? Baby goats. That's all you need to know, Walker. There's no way they aren't adorable.
They are, but that's beside the point. I can't just wander around to farms hoping to find a pregnant goat. She pouts, and it's adorable, but it's not bratty. It's a pout coming from her wanting to experience more of what she did when Camilla was born, and it only makes me like her that much more. I'll make you a deal. You go out with me this weekend, and I'll find a pregnant goat soon.
I don't see how I lose in this deal.
Me either. Well, there's a catch.
What's that?
Grayson might be with us. He's been talking about asking a girl out, but his mom and her parents have a strict no dating alone until they're 16 rule.
You're asking me to go on a double date with a couple of 15-year-olds?
She asks, trying not to laugh. I am. Right or wrong, I'm testing her. She's made it clear that she understands why Grayson is such an important part of my life, but saying it and showing it are two very different things. I did promise Grayson that I would help him out so he could go on a date with his girl, but I don't really intend for that to be on the night of my first date with Ellie.
Is Grayson okay with it?
1 point for Ellie. He is.
And the girl, has he asked her out yet? Are her parents okay with it also?
2 points. They've been talking for a while now. I say using finger quotes around the word talking because in the teenage world, talking means Snapchat and texting. And yes, I imagine Barrett and Tess would be okay with Grayson taking out Harper, though her brothers won't be able to know about it.
As long as they're aware of what's happening, I think it sounds like fun.
Score. Really?
Of course. I'd like to have the chance to get to know Grayson a little better anyway.
I lean up and kiss her because there's no other response worthy. I bunch her long, thick hair in my hand as I hold her close, not wanting the moment to end. You'll have plenty of time, but tomorrow night is just us.
But I thought...
She pauses then.
Wait.
I'm sorry, I admit, hoping she understands why I'm sorry. She giggles before standing up, adjusting her clothes. Hey, where are you going? I reach out for her, but she shakes her head and takes another step back.
You're just as screwed up as I am.
She giggles. I disagree.
So I'm screwed up?
I didn't say that. Holy shit. You're trying to set me up.
How's it feel?
Touché.
You deserved it. You were totally testing me just now.
And you had to get off my lap to tell me that?
No, I had to get off your lap because if I didn't, we would miss breakfast and my boss is kind of a hard ass. So I'm going to need the sustenance to make it through the day.
I stand up too. You think I have a hard ass? I tease, turning around and shaking it in her direction.
Walker Paul, would you put your bum away so the poor girl can come in here for some breakfast?
Miss Polly shouts from the kitchen.
Does she have cameras in here?
Ellie asks, horrified. I told you she knows everything. I grip her hand. I'm sorry I did that with Grayson.
You don't need to apologize. Remember, you told me how other women have reacted to your relationship with him.
But it doesn't bother you? I ask, playing with her fingers.
No, it will only bother me if I see that you're not living your own life because you're focusing only on his.
Her words are like a punch to the gut. It's exactly what I know I've been doing since the day Grayson was born. But it's not because I planned it that way. I never found anyone else worthy of living my life with. Until now. Time to eat. You have a big day ahead of you. I lean down to kiss her and she puts a hand up in front of her. What's wrong?
How do we do this?
Well, I'd say the first step is my hand curves around the slender column of her neck, and then a little of... My tongue snakes out, licking the seam of her mouth. She whimpers, so I take that as my cue that it's okay to keep going. Sometimes I dip her backwards, and she starts laughing when I nuzzle my face in the soft skin above her collarbone. When I stand us upright, we're both laughing, and I would do anything to keep the joy on her face always. How we do this?
Yeah.
When we're at the clinic, we keep it professional. But lucky for me, I own the place. I have nothing to hide, but if you don't want everyone to know, I'll negotiate a time frame for how long we wait to tell everyone. But know this, I'm not waiting long. I'm ready to stake my claim on you. It's not as if no one suspects anything anyway. We've been flirting around it for almost 6 weeks now. Still, I want everyone to know you're mine.
How very caveman of you.
Yeah, well, I make no apologies for that. I want people to know.
I'm yours, huh?
I rest my forehead against hers and whisper, You are.
Chapter 20. Ellie. It's Saturday morning, and tonight is our first official date. Yesterday went far more smoothly than I expected it to. That is, after I got over the awkwardness of Miss Polly walking in on Walker and I making out like teenagers. The clinic was busy from the start of the day to the end, which helped keep my mind off the fact that all I really wanted to do was storm into his office, swipe everything off his desk, and have him lay me out on the wooden top. Reenact the phone sex we had a few nights ago. Okay, so maybe I had a little extra time on my hands to daydream a bit. At the end of the day, though, he walked me to my car, kissed me lightly, and told me he'd pick me up at 6 o'clock Saturday night. The smile on my face could have been seen from Mars, and the butterflies in my stomach made me feel like I was floating the entire way home. I'm not sure if it was a blessing or a curse that Miss Polly had plans with a few friends to play bridge. Having the house to myself felt weird, to say the least. I wasn't sure if I would even feel comfortable being alone in Miss Polly's home, but she assured me it was ours, not just hers. Last night, while I was consumed with thoughts of whether he'd text or call, I felt like I had as a teenager. It felt like I'd gone back in time to middle school when I had a crush on Danny Phillips and slipped him my phone number on a piece of notebook paper. I watched out of the corner of my eye in math class when he opened up the small piece of white paper. My heart pounded, hoping he wouldn't laugh or rip it up, or worse, tell everyone. But he simply smiled to himself, folded it back up, and slipped it into his pocket. That evening, when we were finishing up dinner, I had my first phone call with a boy. It was amazing and incredible, until the moment my dad came stumbling into my bedroom, drunk as usual. After I got over the anticipation of Walker either calling or not calling, I spent the evening organizing my bedroom, then cracked open my Kindle and settled in for some sexy reading. I stretched my arms above my head and settled back into my cushy mattress. The lilac sheets are soft and cool against my skin. I twist my head to look out the window, the sun already making its ascent into the sky, but struggling to be seen through the heavy dark clouds from the approaching storm. A flash of lightning rips through the sky, only moments before a loud boom of thunderclaps. Smiling, I cuddle in. There is truly nothing better than lazing in bed during a thunderstorm. I've always found comfort in storms. Which is weird because the day my parents left, it was storming. But when they were around, the noise of storms helped me to drown out the sounds of my parents arguing. And when the silence descended on the house during the storm because they'd finally given up on parenting, it was such a welcome sound. Another bolt of lightning rips through the sky, and suddenly a thought goes through my head, and I yank my phone off its charger. I find the number I'm looking for and press the little blue phone icon. It rings only once before...
Best wake-up call I've ever received. Couldn't wait until our date tonight, so you had to call, huh?
Is Camilla okay?
Good morning to you, too.
Morning, Walker. Is Camilla okay in the storm? I'm met with a few beats of silence before I can almost hear the smile in his voice when he replies.
You called me at 7 a.m. because you were worried about Stormy's calf?
It's thundering and lightning outside. Is she safe? Do they have her in the barn?
She's safe.
But how do you know? More silence. I'm gonna go check on her.
Ellie, I promise you she's fine. Brett and Courtney know what they're doing. This isn't their first storm with cattle, obviously given Stormy's name.
I know that, but she's so little and helpless.
That's why she's got her mama.
Walker, I plead.
She's not helpless, sweetheart. I promise. She's very safe.
I don't know how to respond to that. I just need to see for sure that she's okay.
Grayson and I'll be there in a few minutes. He stayed with me last night,
he says after a few seconds of my silence, immediately causing tears to spring to my eyes. He's an amazingly generous man. How women before me could fault him for his relationship with Grayson blows my mind. You're wonderful, you know that?
How's that?
The fact that you don't even know is just one more reason. I kinda like you, Mac. He sucks in a breath.
I kinda like you too, babe.
See you soon.
You will. Make sure you wear Willow's boots. It'll be muddy.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
I hang up the phone and whip the covers off me. I run to the bathroom to do my business, throw my hair up in a ponytail and brush my teeth, then I throw on a pair of leggings and a long-sleeve t-shirt. I'm just making my way downstairs when I see headlights come through the front window. A quick peek into the kitchen tells me that Miss Polly isn't up yet, so I jot down a quick note for her and leave it next to the coffee pot to let her know where I am. It's not lost on me that I'm leaving a note to let someone know where I'm going because the guy I'm seeing, is that the right word? Is picking me up. I lock the front door behind me and rush through the rain to Walker's pickup. I glance up to see Grayson getting out of the passenger door. Stay, I'll climb into the back seat.
I can sit back there.
Nonsense, you're taller than me. He grins and opens the back passenger door for me and I climb in. From my seat, I have a perfect view of Walker, which is just fine with me.
I was going to come get you,
Walker says, turning in his seat to look at me. I smile at his chivalry. I'm capable of getting to a vehicle by myself. Besides, there's no reason for all of us to get wet. He smirks and I roll my eyes.
Come here,
he says and reaches a hand to me. I take it and he pulls me to him and kisses me square on the lips, keeping hold of my hand. Apparently we're not hiding anything since his nephew, who I have an inkling is quite the blabbermouth, is sitting right here. When he pulls back, he smiles.
Morning, Ellie girl.
Good thing I brushed my teeth. Morning.
When did this happen?
Grayson asked.
When we saw her on the side of the road.
Warmth floods my veins and he releases his hold on me so I can sit back in my seat.
Figured. I knew I didn't have a chance.
Walker shoves Grayson lightly against his shoulder and he laughs, pulling his cap down low. I look out the window as we take off down the now familiar road. Walker hands Grayson his phone and tells him to shoot Brett a text to let him know we're on our way, then pulls into a small building parking lot. A neon sign that says Hot Donuts is lit up in the front window. He pulls around the building to a drive-through window. Welcome to It's Donut Time. What can I get you?
Holy crap, that's Harper.
Huh?
That's her voice. Harper's working.
I grin, seeing how excited Grayson is at the idea of seeing the girl he's interested in.
Morning. Can I get a dozen assorted?
Walker twists around in his seat and looks at me.
Coffee?
I nod my head, and he turns back to the window.
2 coffees with cream and an orange juice, too, please.
You got it. I'll have your total for you at the window. Grayson sits up a little taller as we follow the drive-through of the small building. I lean forward so I can get a better look because obviously I want to see what this girl looks like. Grayson sits back casually in his seat, resting a knee against the door when the window comes into view and Walker chuckles.
Such a cool cat,
Walker teases.
Shut up,
Grayson murmurs back. That'll be $14.35, Harper's words die off when she notices Grayson in the pickup, and her face turns a bright shade of pink. Hey, Grayson.
Hey, Harper. How's it going?
Good. They stare at each other for a long minute, Walker looking back and forth between the two. He hands Harper a 20 and says,
Here you go.
She startles and reaches out to take his money. Right. Sorry about that, Dr. McKinstry.
Harper?
Walker chuckles.
It's Walker. You know that.
Sure, she mutters, handing him back his change. When she leans out the window, I look at her closer. She has beautiful, bright blue eyes. I don't think I've ever seen eyes like hers before. Her lashes are long and dark, and her skin is flawless. Her hair is pulled up, and a visor with the words, "It's always donut time," covers the front of her blonde hair. It isn't hard to see what Grayson sees in her. She's got that girl-next-door look going for her in a big way.
How's Grady doing?
She beams at Walker's question. So good. He and Bree are buying a different place, so they have more land. Apparently it was a big deal having to get it all sorted out with the university, you know?
I bet he'll like that. He seems like he would enjoy a little more space.
Yeah, for sure. Let me grab your order, she says. As soon as she's gone, Grayson blows out a breath. I poke him in the shoulder. She's cute. Bless his heart, he blushes.
You think so?
I decide to tease him a bit. You don't?
What? No, I didn't say... Yeah, she's all right.
Just all right? He glares at me.
To think I once thought you were so nice and sweet.
I grin.
Fine, she's gorgeous, okay? I just don't know how to talk around her. Usually I don't have a problem around girls, but I can't help but stumble over my words when she's around. She's just so... His voice drifts off and I decide to let it go. He likes her. A lot. And it's sweet. Harper reappears and hands the box of donuts to Walker, who then passes them off to me. I place a warm box on my lap and inhale the scent of fried dough deliciousness. Whoever invented donuts really should be honored somehow. Do you need a drink carrier? No, we got it. Thanks, Harper.
Sure thing.
She hands him the orange juice, which goes right to Grayson, then we get our coffees. Just before Walker rolls up the window, Grayson says loudly, "How late are you working?" She seems surprised by his outburst, but in a very good way.
I'm done at 2.
Okay, I'll call you, if that's okay.
She smiles so brightly, her perfectly straight teeth that show off what I assume is some excellent orthodontic work. Yeah, that's okay.
Good.
Walker rolls up his window and we sit in silence as we sip on our drinks. Grayson is so much like Walker, it makes me wonder if that's how he was in high school around girls. I imagine every single girl clamored for his attention. I see Walker glance at me in the rearview mirror. He winks like he knows what I'm thinking.
Can I get a donut?
Grayson asks.
Pick out one first, Ellie.
Walker, even chivalrous when it comes to donut selection. I could fall in love with him. You're such a good little girl, I coo as I sit next to Camilla on the hay bedding. Stormy is laying on her other side, watching me closely.
Anyone else think this is weird?
Grayson asks, not even trying to be quiet. Neither Brett nor Walker answer him. A loud clash of thunder booms, and Camilla doesn't even flinch, easing my worries. I feel like you're wanting to say I told you so, I tell Walker.
I would never say that.
Out loud, but you're thinking it. I glance at him from my place beside the adorable little calf, and his eyes dance. He makes a motion that he's zipping his lips. Brett walks over and crouches down next to me.
She's really healthy, and Stormy is a good mama.
His words help me relax a little bit. Stormy's a good mama. She wants to be here for Camilla. She wouldn't desert her. I turn my head to look at Brett. You're sure?
I'm sure, but you're welcome to come see her anytime you'd like.
What is it with this town? I haven't met a single person who doesn't welcome a newcomer with open arms. Thank you, I whisper.
Anytime. You want to hang in here with her for a few minutes?
I lay my head down on Camilla's back, and the 3 guys laugh lowly. Soon it's just me alone with Camilla and Stormy. I sit with them, breathing in the oddly comforting scent in the barn. The patter of rain hitting the metal roof of the barn threatens to lull me to sleep. A sigh escapes my throat. I don't remember the last time I felt this calm or relaxed. I like it here, Camilla. You have a good home, but I think you know that. You seem pretty satisfied with your surroundings. Brett says your mama is good with you, I say. I hope it's the truth because no one deserves to have a shitty mom. Movement by the stall door catches my eye, and I lift my head to see Walker standing there watching me, arms crossed over his chest and a thoughtful expression on his face. He pushes off from the door and is next to me in 3 long strides.
You said you like it here. As in here or...
He grips my hand and squeezes.
Here.
I reach up and cradle his face. Here. He closes his eyes, then rests his forehead against mine.
Real happy to hear that.
Where are we going tonight?
Nope, not gonna tell you yet.
I groan and Camilla makes the most adorable little high-pitched moo, and I spring back to her, laying my head on her back. I briefly wonder if Stormy is going to show me that I'm overstepping, but a quick glance in her direction tells me that she knows I love her baby almost as much as she does. She doesn't seem the least bit bothered.
Never thought I'd see the day where a baby calf steals my girl from me.
I lift my head so I'm facing him, and he leans over, kissing me firmly on the lips.
Just so we're clear, I like having you here. A lot. And I don't have any plans on letting you go.
Tears burn the back of my eyes, and he shakes his head.
No more tears. Happy or otherwise. Well, especially otherwise.
But he doesn't know what hearing him call me his girl does to me.
Chapter 21. Walker.
I want you home no later than 11, mister,
Grayson says, pointing at me. I do my best not to roll my eyes. He's been in an obnoxiously good mood since he talked to Harper this afternoon. I was surprised when, instead of typing away on his phone, he actually dialed her number and had an actual conversation. When I saw him sitting on a lawn chair in the backyard, phone pressed to his ear as he talked, I knew he was already in deep with this girl, but the conversation we had after that call is what really set it in.
I need a favor.
What's up?
I need you to talk to Mom about letting me go on a date.
I'm already shaking my head back and forth before he finishes the sentence. No way, I'll do just about anything for you, you know that. But this? Nope. You can't ask me to try to convince your mom that you're ready to date. She's made it clear this isn't something she's going to budge on. No one-on-one dates until you're 16, kid.
I know.
He looks down at his fingers, and he looks so disappointed that I can't stop the next words from coming out of my mouth. I talked to Ellie the other night. What if we go together? Ellie and I promise not to hover. We could even sit at different tables at a restaurant, see different movies, whatever it is you're wanting to do. A grin takes over his face.
You want to go on a double date with me and a woman you're about to go on a first date with?
I shrug. Why not?
This is why you're still single, you know that, right? Or at least was. Until Ellie came along, that is.
I rear back. His tone is a bit teasing, however. I can hear the seriousness in the words he used. Grayson's a deep thinker and doesn't say anything without some truth behind it, so I know this must be something that's been rolling around in his head for a while. What do you mean? He sighs and scrunches his eyebrows.
He
pauses for a minute before leaning over to rest his elbows on his knees.
Walker, you're my favorite person in the world. I mean, don't tell Mom that because she'd kill you, and don't tell Dad because I'd feel terrible if I hurt his feelings, but, it's just not the same with him. I love him, I do, and I understand why he's not here every day, but you don't miss a single thing for me. You're so much more than just my uncle, but I feel like I've taken over your life. It's not fair or...
Stop. Whatever it is going through your head, stop it. I love you, kid. You're more than just my nephew, I tell him, repeating his words back to him. Reasons why I've been single are none of your concern. I wouldn't change a single thing in my life.
Are you sure?
Positive. His eyes bore into mine.
I don't remember a day in my life when you weren't there for me. You've put me first for 15 years. Don't you miss having a life of your own? Want kids, a family?
You're my family. Whether you like to believe it or not, I do have a life of my own. How I spend my days, nights, and weekends is my choice. I put you first because it's what comes natural for me. Promise me you'll let it go, okay?
If you promise me that you're not lying to me and if you have the opportunity to put yourself first for once, you'll take it. That if someone comes along who you can see a future with, you won't hesitate.
And I meant what I said earlier, too. I mentioned something to Ellie about hanging out some night so you could go on a date, and she said she would be okay with it.
You asked her this before I brought it up?
I knew it was coming. I explain, and he looks a little stunned, which I don't fully understand. He should know by now how well I know him. Trust me, okay?
I do.
I hope Ellie can say that with as much confidence as Grayson just did. Are you going to be okay tonight? I feel bad being gone on a night your mom works. He groans and drops his head back.
Holy crap, Walker, stop. It's fine. I'm 15, not 5. I can hang out by myself, or I might have a buddy come over.
I could be at home by myself, too, in case you wanted the house to yourself. I ignore the last statement because even though I wouldn't mind having the house to myself, well, not really myself so much as with Ellie, I want to do this thing right and take our time getting to that place. Okay, that's a lie. I'm ready to go full steam ahead, and if our conversation 2 nights ago is anything to go by, so is she. Instead, I raise my eyebrows at him and focus on the other tidbit of information he's thrown out there. Buddy?
Yes, a buddy. A friend, a bro, a dude.
I hold up a hand. I get it. Just no buddies of the female variety, got it?
No friends with vaginas allowed.
He salutes me like the smartass he is.
No problem. What are you doing tonight? Please tell me it's something better than making her discover what the inside of a cow feels like.
Shut up, she loved it. You saw her this morning. She couldn't wait to go see that calf.
She was a little loony for that thing.
He's right, she was. But it was one of the cutest and sexiest things I've ever seen. Anyway, tonight I'm keeping it low-key.
What does that mean?
He asks, nose scrunched up like he tasted something funny.
This kid has no poker face whatsoever. He can't hide what he's thinking to save his ass. His facial expressions give him away immediately. It means I know she won't want to go on a date with a ton of fanfare. Her ex dragged her to all these fancy dinners and parties. From what little she's talked about it, I get the feeling she hated it. She said she never felt comfortable and she didn't feel like herself. I want her to enjoy life, but mostly I want her to know that I like her for who she is, and I would never expect her to pretend to be someone else. What?
It's just that I've never really heard you talk about someone like that before.
No one else was really worth it.
You really like her, huh?
Yeah, I do.
Like long haul type of thing?
It's obviously too early to know for sure, but yeah, I can see it lasting.
Wow.
He gets a glimmer in his eye and starts singing.
Walker and Ellie sitting in a tree.
I throw a pillow off the couch at his head and he laughs as I stroll out the door. I'm shaking my head when he peeks his head out to continue his song. I open my pickup door and turn around to face him where he stands by the house. You know, I wonder what Harper's older brother would do when he finds out you're trying to date her. I bet he could get some of his linemen to come pay you a visit. His face pales instantly.
That was a mean thing to say.
I grin shamelessly, hop into my pickup and start it up. I roll down the window. Leaning out, I yell, "Relax, text me if you need anything."
Yeah, have fun.
I love you, kid.
Love you too.
On my way to Miss Polly's, I think about our conversation. It appears even Grayson sees how much I put him first in my life. Every woman I dated told me. Willow and Miss Polly have hinted at it. On more than one occasion. Hell, even Mick mentioned it once. Told me that while he appreciated how much I did for Grayson, I needed a life of my own as well. I get it. It's not that I haven't realized how much of my time is spent focused on Grayson and Willow's needs, but what I said to Grayson earlier was the truth. No one else has ever been worth it to me. Until now. I pull up to Miss Polly's house for the second time today. Excitement coursed through my veins this morning, but this time, knowing it's going to be just the two of us for the entire evening, I can't stop the smile from spreading across my cheeks or the nerves from taking over. For some reason, I feel a significant amount of pressure to make tonight great. I don't know everything about her past, but I'm putting things together. The people in her life haven't stood beside her. I plan to change that. Bounding up the stairs, I knock on the screen door. The wooden entry door is open, and I can see Miss Polly walking toward me.
You're knocking now?
I shrug, hands shoved in my pockets. Figured it would be the polite thing to do. She deserves to have someone show her she's wanted. The door squeaks as she pulls it open, and I step over the threshold. The faint scent of coffee and baked goods that always seem to be present in her home fills the air.
Come, she's almost ready.
I take a seat in the front room in the same chair Ellie was straddling me on yesterday morning, and a quick glance at Miss Polly tells me she knows exactly what I'm thinking. My palms start sweating, and I do my best not to look her in the eye.
Seems like just yesterday you were talking about your hard ass to my sweet, innocent Ellie.
Ah, holy hell.
I was quite surprised you didn't come over last night when I was playing bridge. She was all alone in this big house. I'm sure you two could have found some way to keep yourselves entertained.
Holy shit, she's not going to shut up.
You need to take advantage of every opportunity you have, Walker. I thought I taught you better than that.
Hurry up, Ellie.
You need to lock it down. Maybe you should just go in without a condom, get her pregnant. That'll keep her around.
My eyes widen and I jerk my head to face her. Polly, I gasp.
Relax, Walker. I was just teasing you. You're so on edge. I'm not going to bite. At least not the same way you're thinking of doing to Ellie.
She giggles. I groan, drop my head back, and send up a quick prayer to make Ellie get down here so she can put me out of my misery. What is happening? I murmur.
I've never seen you like this. Why are you so wound up?
I bite my bottom lip, letting my teeth drag over the skin. Suddenly I hear something, or possibly someone, fall on the floor above me, causing the ceiling to shake just a little bit. Then I hear Ellie let out a string of curses. I move to stand, but Polly stops me with a hand to my arm.
She's fine. I need you to calm down. You two act like you're a couple of teenagers going on your first date.
I blow out a breath and shake the nerves out of my hands. I really want tonight to be perfect, I admit.
Why?
What do you mean, why? Have you met Ellie? She deserves a perfect date.
You think she gives a hoot? She came home covered in cow poo and other stuff the other day and was happier than I've ever seen her.
That's all I need to hear for excitement to replace any nervousness I was feeling. "Ellie!" I shout, moving to the bottom of the stairs. "Either get your sweet ass down here or I'm coming up there."
"I'm ready. I'm coming." "I never realized you were such an ass man,"
Miss Polly says from behind me. "Hurry!" I holler, wanting this to end. Then my breath catches, my heart races, my mouth goes dry, my pants get a little tighter, and my future is brighter, because the woman walking down the stairs with eyes only for me is my future. Holy shit, I breathe, clutching my chest. My reaction causes her steps to falter, and she looks down at herself. All she's wearing is a simple navy blue and white sundress. The hem falls slightly above her knee and her shoulders are bare. My eyes fall to her feet and the pair of flip-flops. Her dark, shiny, blonde hair falls in a straight sheath across her shoulders. I can tell she's wearing eye makeup, but very little. Her plump lips are a shiny pink. I can't stop staring. She's mine. Those two words flip over in my head a few times before they settle in my gut. She might not know it yet, but she is. How any man let her go truly boggles my mind. But every single part of her they tried to break only made her that much stronger. And I plan to make her heart forget every single second she spent with them.
"Do I need to change?"
"Don't you dare. You look so beautiful you made my heart skip a beat." She smiles brightly.
"Thank you. You look pretty amazing, too."
The second her feet touch the bottom step, I tug her to me, bringing her body flush with me. I lightly graze my knuckles against the soft skin of her cheek before wrapping my hand around the back of her neck. I kiss her on the lips once, twice, 3 times, and I know it will never be enough, but I pull back because I also know that I want more.
"Ahem! I'm still here. Now get out of here before I witness something that's going to make me want to bleach my eyes."
Ellie giggles and walks over to hug Miss Polly goodbye.
"I'm not waiting up."
Miss Polly releases Ellie and marches over to me, gestures to me to get closer, then whispers,
"Do I need to throw out her birth control pills or poke a hole in your condoms?"
"Polly!" I groan.
"What?"
The look on her face tells me she's only joking, but still, sheesh, you're terrible. She winks and saunters off to the kitchen.
"What was that about?"
Ellie asks me as I walk her to the door. I drape an arm over her shoulders and pull her in close, kissing her temple. "Polly's losing her mind." I chuckle. "Told me to knock you up so you'll stay around." Her body goes stiff underneath me, and I realize I just overstepped. I might be all in, ready to charge full steam ahead in a relationship with her, but I don't know where she's at. It's obviously too soon for her. I stop walking and turn us so we're facing each other. "Hey, she was only joking around. We like having you here, but there's no way I would ever do such a thing. You trust me on that, right?" It takes her a few seconds to respond, but when she does, I don't feel all that much better.
"Yeah, I trust you won't trick me into getting pregnant."
I wanted tonight to be perfect, for us to get to know each other better, but also for her to realize that I'm not like her exes. Ellie.
"It's fine, Walker. I know she was just messing around."
I hate that our evening is starting out on a shitty note. I pull her in close next to my pickup. "Talk to me." After a few quiet moments, she asks,
"Do you want children?"
I've never felt like I was missing anything in my life.
That doesn't answer my question.
I know. I don't want to freak you out, though.
You won't.
Before, I would have said I was happy the way things are. But now, I can see a future with a different kind of family.
Before?
You came along, I tell her. I don't know what that means or what it looks like, though.
What do you mean?
It means the reason why I said I don't want to freak you out is because only knowing you a short time, I'm already falling. It's probably too soon, I know that, and I'm a patient man, and I'm willing to wait until you're ready, until you're at the same place I am. But Ellie, I see a future with you. Like I said, I don't know what that future looks like, but I know you're in it. At least I hope you are. Do I want a family of my own? Yes, I do now.
You really know how to make a woman swoon, don't you?
Her words cause me pause. I'm not saying things that I think you want to hear. This is me.
I know it is.
I kiss her, then open her door to help her in. Just before she climbs inside, she turns to me and kisses my cheek.
I don't know what it looks like either, but I want you in it too.
I wrap an arm around her waist, sliding my hand down to cup her ass. Her dress rides up just enough that I get a feel of bare flesh, and I instantly feel it everywhere. My body responds to hers in a way it's never responded to anyone before. A growl rips through my throat. My mouth descends on hers with a hunger that makes her stumble back into the seat. Her fingers wrap around my shirt, pulling me in closer, and I instantly feel regret not telling Grayson to spend the evening at his own house. The desire to have her to myself is so intense. My kiss isn't gentle. It's punishing and bruising, and I hope like hell that her lips will be swollen from my kiss for the rest of the night. Scratch that, for the rest of our lives. I want everyone who she comes into contact with to see that she's taken. Fuck, Ellie.
I know,
she says, turning her head to the side to let me devour her neck. I've never wanted to give someone a hickey before, but damn if that doesn't sound like one of the sexiest things ever. I suck lightly on her neck, but not hard enough to leave a mark. I'm not a teenager, and I'll never hear the end of it if there's a giant red mark from my mouth on her neck. I inhale deeply, my tongue snaking out to taste the little indentation in the center of her throat. Goosebumps pebble her skin, and I smile, loving the way she reacts to my touch. Lightning flashes through the sky, and I can't help but think that it's the most appropriate timing. There's a storm brewing. Has been since the day I saw her on the side of the road. Thunder rumbles in the distance. As much as I don't want to, I pull my mouth away from her skin. Looking down at her, cheeks flushed and chest rising and falling, I will my body to slow down.
Well, that escalated quickly,
she quips, and my lips stretch into a grin when she tugs at the hem of her dress before gripping the handle above the door and hopping into her seat. Everything she does is so sexy in a simple way, if that's even a term. It's the way she glances at me out of the corner of her eye when she's teasing or chews on the inside of her cheek when she's turned on. I'm not complaining.
Me either,
she admits.
Is this what you had planned for our date? Ravishing me in front of Miss Polly's house?
No, but I rather enjoyed that little detour we took.
If that's what happens when we get sidetracked, I can't imagine what it's going to be like when we plan for it.
So you're planning for it? She rolls her eyes.
No.
It's okay, Ellie. I think I've been planning for it since I saw you raise a golf club to that douchebag's car.
Potential destruction of property is what turns you on, huh?
She tickles my side and I jerk away.
Oh, ticklish?
Her eyes light up as she slides back out of the pickup seat, advancing toward me. No.
Liar.
She lunges for me again and I dart away. I'm not. Her eyes shine with happiness.
Then why are you running?
I shrug. I'm not. Just excited to get this date going.
Mm-hmm.
I shrug and act nonchalant. Besides, we know what happens when we start touching. I'm only thinking of you, Ellie, I say, taking a few more steps away when she advances my way.
Only thinking of me, huh?
Exactly. You wouldn't want Miss Polly to look out the window and see us still sitting here. She'd know you were attacking my mouth. She stops in her tracks.
Me?
She points to herself, mouth hanging open.
I wasn't the one practically mauling you. I was completely innocent in it.
Right, like you hated any part of that. Instead of moving away from her again, because, let's face it, her hands on me in any way, including tickling, isn't a hardship, I take a few menacing steps back in her direction. This time, it's her who's retreating. She giggles, shaking her head back and forth. She puts on a serious face like she's threatening me, but I don't care. She's too damn sexy to me, and I crave the feeling of her hands on me. Ellie's back hits the side of my pickup. I rush to her, caging her in with my arms on either side of her, but she has other ideas. Her small hands dart out, and I flinch when she gets me in the side again. But I'm quicker. I reach for her, raise our joined hands against the door. She bites the inside of her cheek, and I smile, knowing that she loves our foreplay as much as I do. You're a little shit, you know that? I lean close, her breath hot against my cheek. Don't worry, it's a fucking turn-on for me, too. Know what else?
What?
She asks, her voice coming out breathless. Payback is gonna be fun. She moans, her body sagging against the door, and I can't stop myself from kissing her. Her mouth opens immediately, and our groans match.
Can't wait.
Me either. But first, I'm planning on wooing you. You ready?
Woo away.
Chapter 22. Ellie. I wasn't sure what to expect for our first date, but an outdoor movie in the town square was definitely not it. I'm not complaining by any means, though. My entire relationship with Gary was fluff. Our dates wouldn't have ever included sitting on a blanket in the grass, surrounded by families, as a decade-old movie plays on the screen in front of us. And they definitely wouldn't have included eating a 6-pack of drive-through tacos and fountain sodas. It's the most perfect date I've ever been on. The rain from this morning let up early enough that the ground is no longer wet. There's still a heaviness in the air. The threat of more storms to come looms over us. But right now, it's just right. The thunder and lightning let up, and it's the ideal summer evening temperature. Walker's legs are stretched out in front of us, mine tucked beside me so I don't have a wardrobe malfunction that makes this evening far from family-friendly. His left hand is resting on the blanket behind me, his thumb grazing my butt, which sends a shiver of excitement through my body. I'm hyper-aware of his movements, of the way he brushes against me every chance he gets. The entire night has been foreplay, a preview of what's to come. The movie plays out before us, but I'm not paying attention to any of it. The only thing I know is that it's set in a museum, but other than that, I'm not following. He shifts, bringing me to sit in front of him. His strong arms wrap around me, the sleeves of his black polo shirt tight around his biceps. My fingernails trace the intricate tattoo on his right arm, and the firm muscles in his forearms contract when he moves, holding me tighter. And I suddenly understand exactly what the term arm porn means. I feel safe in his embrace, despite the alarm blaring in my head, reminding me of truths I need to share with Walker before we're in too deep. Though I fear that we're already in deep. Maybe I'm jumping ahead, but I've learned a lot about myself and others from my failed relationships. Looking back, there were signs that I was ignoring, like sacrificing my own happiness to be who I thought they wanted me to be. Growing up in a home without love ingrained in me a desire to fit in. But with Walker, it's different, and tonight is proof of that. I spent years not being comfortable in my own skin. What I wouldn't have given to have a night wrapped in a man's arms while we sit under the stars, feasting on takeout or cuddled in front of the fire watching a movie at home. It probably sounds boring, but that's what my soul desires, and Walker nailed it without even trying.
"You're thinking awful hard," Walker whispers into my ear. "Should I be worried?" Worried? Only if he's worried that I'll fall in love with him. I tilt my head so I can look him in his dark eyes. The scruff on his jaw has grown out a little over the past few days. It's soft beneath my fingertips, and I wonder what it would feel like scraping against other parts of my body. "I like where your thoughts are heading,"
he says, voice gruff. When he notices the look of horror on my face, he chuckles, bringing his face closer when he says,
"I can read you so well, babe."
I can't tear my eyes away from him, our gazes saying everything our bodies are screaming. Desire, lust, need. Suddenly my ass is buzzing and I startle. It only takes a second for us to realize it's Walker's phone in his pocket.
"I'm sorry. I wouldn't care, but Grayson's—"
"Stop. I hate that you feel the need to apologize for that." He kisses me firmly on the lips, then pulls his phone out. A smile stretches across his face as he reads whatever is on the screen, and he shoves it back in.
"Let's get out of here."
"What? But the movie."
"I don't give a fuck about the movie, do you?"
I'm shaking my head back and forth so quickly I'm afraid I might sprain something in my neck. "Nuh-uh."
"Good."
Working together, we pile all our stuff into our arms, stopping along the way to throw out our trash and rush to his pickup. He's gripping my hand tightly, tugging me along, but my legs are shorter than his and I can barely keep up. A giggle bursts out of me from his hurry.
"What's so funny?"
he asks, not even a bit breathless from our unexpected jog. Meanwhile, I'm afraid I'll either fart from eating tacos, then running, which would be mortifying to say the least, or have to stop to stretch. I never thought I was out of shape, but clearly Walker is in damn good shape. He probably has amazing stamina. That single thought makes me pick up my pace, and soon I'm passing him up, tugging him behind me as a burst of energy pumps my legs faster.
I don't know what just got into you, but I like it.
He laughs. He presses the button on his key fob to unlock the pickup, and as sexy as it is for him to open my door for me, I don't give him the opportunity. I throw open the door, hop inside, and impatiently wait as he climbs in behind the wheel. As soon as he does, he twists around, throws the blanket we were sitting on in the back seat, and then takes my face in his hands, kissing me with so much fervor and passion, I have to clench my thighs together to curb the building ache. His tongue plunges into my mouth, his fingers thread through my hair, pulling me close.
I want you, I pant. God, Ellie, you have no idea.
Where? He shows me his phone, a smirk on his face.
Willow.
Change of plans. I'll explain later. Grayson and I are at home the rest of the weekend. Should we be worried about why? Is Grayson okay?
I don't give a fuck. Willow's his mom. If she says he's at home, he's at home. If I needed to be worried, she would tell me what's going on. But what this means is, we're going to my house, and I'm not letting you leave until we have to go to work Monday morning. So you'd better do what you gotta do to let Miss Polly know you won't be back. Because I'm finally gonna have you alone, and I don't plan on sharing.
You're kidnapping me?
Yes.
Clothes?
You won't need them. I have an extra toothbrush you can use. Any other excuses?
Nope.
Good.
He sits back in his seat and the pickup starts with a roar. He slams it into drive and damn near squeals out of the parking lot. I'm sure we just made an enormous scene, not only leaving the movie in the middle, but also with the ruckus we caused. I also don't care. The ride to his house is quiet, but the air in the cab of his pickup is thick. The promise of what's to come weighs heavy on both of us. He reaches over the console and places a hand gently on my leg. Every neuron is firing, and the simple touch sets me on edge. My legs part of their own accord, and I sink down deeper into the leather seat. Out of the corner of my eye, I see his jaw clench as his fingers flex. I blow out a breath through pursed lips and drag the hem of my dress higher up my leg with my fingertips.
Ellie,
Walker says, my name a warning.
You like teasing me?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Right,
he grunts, but doesn't remove his hand. He takes the hint, slides his hand up my thigh until his pinky grazes over my center. My breath hitches. With purpose, he slides it up and down. I know he can feel how ready I am for him. It would be impossible to miss. Feeling bold, I slip my fingers under the band of my underwear.
What do you think you're doing?
Walker rasps, his voice rising at the end. I don't answer him. Instead, I lift up and tug the thin, nude cotton panties, something that felt boring when I put them on earlier tonight, down my legs. The material slides beneath his fingertips, but I notice that he doesn't remove his hand entirely. He gulps, his hand shifting to where it was earlier. The first touch against my sensitive skin nearly makes me go through the windshield.
Lean your seat back.
His voice is gravelly and a direct hit to my core. I do as I'm told, and am rewarded when his hand cups me, his thumb playing with the tiny bundle of nerves, as he, without preempt, plunges his middle and ring finger deep inside. I gasp and grip the console and armrest. Holy shit, I pant.
Is this what you did to yourself the other night on the phone, when you were imagining it was me touching you? Or did you use that sexy pink toy?
My nod is jerky, and I can't speak.
My imagination didn't do this justice, Ellie,
he says, struggling to keep an eye on the road. I should feel guilty for distracting him the way I am. I don't. He keeps up his rhythm, sliding his fingers in and out of me, as his thumb continues to work the sensitive nub. All thoughts leave. I'm not even paying attention to where we're going, grateful that he seems more than capable to drive and, well, finger me on the way to his place. My surroundings are just the white stars I see from the delicious intrusion of Walker's fingers inside me. The past 2 weeks have been one giant act of foreplay, and it takes me no time to shoot off like a rocket. The sounds of my orgasm echo in the small space. Sweat is beading on my forehead, down my chest, and I have to suck in air to get a deep breath. Then Walker removes his fingers and, with a wicked gleam in his eye, lifts them to his mouth and sucks my wetness from them. The sound, combined with the image that will be burned in my head for eternity, is the most erotic thing I've ever experienced in my lifetime. I'm still panting. He's smiling and adjusting himself. I glance down and see that he's hard. There's no denying it or hiding it. The pickup slows, and I look out the window, recognizing it as being the same place we first met. With a quick glance left and right, Walker punches the gas, my body flying back into the seat with a force I wasn't expecting. In a hurry?
Around you? Always.
He turns down a long lane, and I lean forward in my seat, getting a look at Walker's home for the first time. And what I see takes my breath away. Wow! A tingle goes up my spine. The tiny hairs on the back of my neck stand up. This can't be his home. There's simply no way. He parks right in front of the garage rather than inside, which I'm grateful for. It gives me more time to look around, my eyes taking an inventory of everything I'm taking in.
Hey.
Walker jostles my arm to get my attention.
You okay?
I don't know how to answer that, because what I see before me is something I've dreamt for the past 20 years. Right down to the simple landscaping and the tire swing hanging from what looks like an old oak tree next to the house. I envisioned nights cuddled on a porch swing with a faceless husband as the evening settled around us. My dream could have been transplanted into the middle of the woods, a cabin-like feel to the house I would call a home. The visual has always been so vivid in my mind, but until this second, I'd never seen it in person. And now that I have, knowing it's Walker's home, I don't know how to react.
Ellie?
The sound of his voice jolts me out of my staring.
Talk to me, sweetheart. If we're moving too fast, we can slow down. I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking. We're both kind of bowling through all the normal steps in a relationship. I know this was just our first date, and I typically don't jump so quickly, but...
I interrupt him with a hand on his arm. This is your home? He looks at his house and back at me, his eyebrows bunching together in confusion.
Yes, I built it several years ago. Is it not okay? Do we need to leave? I mean what I said. We can slow it down. Nothing needs to happen here tonight.
I would like you to show me your home, Walker. He watches me for a few seconds, probably trying to understand where my odd behavior is stemming from.
I would love to,
he says instead. Without waiting for him to come around, I open the door and hop down, anxious to see inside. Curiosity about whether or not the inside is as much of my dream home match as the outside is pulses through my veins, propels me forward with quick steps. Inside, I hear Brutus lazily bark, clearly not worried about a stranger coming to his home, and likely knowing the sound of Walker's pickup. I turn around to see Walker press the garage door button on the roof of his pickup. The clunky sound of the door going up sounds like an invasion to the quiet that is surrounding us. Brutus charges, well, sort of anyway, out through a doggy door, greeting Walker as if he's been gone away to war for months. He notices me and lumbers over, begging for attention. "Hey, sweet boy," I coo. "You miss me?" His butt wiggles back and forth, and he makes a snorting sound. I assume that means he missed me. I pet him, kiss him on the head, and he's out the door to do his little doggy business. Walker's garage is clean, a bit cluttered with all the usual suspects of what I would expect to be inside a man's garage. Tools and lawn equipment sit in one corner. 2 four-wheelers covered in mud make me smile. Just picturing Walker acting like a kid again on them as he and Grayson fool around getting dirty. An image flashes through my mind of Walker covered in mud. It's not a bad image to conjure up. A set of bicycles hang from the ceiling, and something that almost looks like a collapsible cage hangs next to it. I raise my eyebrow and point to it. Walker shrugs.
Brutus likes to go on bike rides with us, but his little legs can't keep up. Well, that and he's kind of chubby. And incredibly lazy.
Are you telling me you have that contraption so you can take your dog on bike rides without him having to actually run along with you? Do you pull it behind your bike or something?
Yes.
Isn't that like what people pull their little babies in? He blushes. I pinch his cheek and he looks away. You're blushing. Oh my gosh, that's the cutest thing I've ever seen.
I am not. And besides, his legs are short, he repeats in defense.
It's kind of hot.
It is? I mean,
he clears his throat and drops his voice.
Yes, of course it is.
Show me the rest of your home?
You got it.
He whistles, then calls out for Brutus, who comes back, ready to follow us back inside. We walk through a door from the garage. There's a mudroom combined with a laundry room right when we walk in. There's 2 baskets full of dirty clothes on the floor. I kind of love that. It's real.
Sorry,
he says sheepishly when he sees me looking at the clothes. No way. I love it.
Dirty laundry?
Hey, we all have our dirty laundry, I joke. He chuckles. Honestly, though, for some reason, I love seeing this. Your home, it's real and nothing pretend or fake.
I would never pretend with you,
he says carefully, the weight of his words sparking something inside me. What? I don't know. I know you wouldn't, I whisper. He blows out a breath of relief. I press my lips together, then turn, making myself at home as I snoop through the rest of his home. It's an open floor plan, the kitchen enormous. The cabinets are painted a steel gray, the appliances black, and countertops a bright white. There's something oddly refreshing about his appliances compared to everyone seeming to have stainless steel lately. There's a pot rack that hangs above a butcher block island in the center of the kitchen. It screams masculine but sexy. I slide onto the counter on the island, and he stands in front of me, spreading my legs apart so he's nestled between them. It's not lost on me that I'm still not wearing any underwear because they're still on the floor of his pickup, and by the smirk on his face, I'm sure he's thinking the same. Do you cook?
I'm a 35-year-old single guy whose nephew practically lives with him. Of course I cook.
His fingers make a figure-8 pattern on the inside of my thigh, sending a jolt of electricity through my body. Will you cook for me someday?
Of course. I'll even cook breakfast for you tomorrow morning,
he says, reminding me of his plans to keep me here for a few days. I splay my hands behind me over the large island that has a set of 4 stools sitting next to it. Is this where you eat? His eyes darken, and he licks his lips, leans in closer.
Yes, in fact.
His fingers flex against my skin, then slide higher so he's millimeters from where I want him most.
I'm certain it's going to be my favorite place to eat.
I blow out a shaky breath. Me too. He hums, tracing my bottom lip with his thumb. I part my lips, and he slides his thumb inside my mouth. I suck gently, my tongue swirling around his thumb. Thunder rolls in the distance, a low rumble. Walker takes a step back and helps me down off the counter. Then he continues walking me through his home. The chocolate-brown leather furniture in the living room looks well-worn and so cozy. There's a stone fireplace with a large flat-screen TV hanging above the mantel across from the couch. There are a few picture frames hanging on the wall. Grayson's face smiles back at me, all at varying stages of childhood. I take my time perusing through his things, unapologetic in my nosiness.
Come here.
I spin around at the sound of Walker's voice. His arm is outstretched, and I go to him. As soon as I'm near, he tucks me close.
I like seeing you here.
My next words come out slowly when I admit, I've dreamt of this home.
What?
Your home. I've had this dream home in my head for almost 20 years. When I was a teenager and realized how badly my parents sucked, my nights were filled with dreams of a future. I shift, spreading my arms out. This is what I dreamed.
My house?
Yes, almost down to the color of your walls and flooring. It's
meant to be.
I chew the inside of my cheek, feeling on the brink of tears, but remembering I promised him no more tears, even if it was because of happiness, which these definitely are.
You fit here.
I blink and swallow the emotion down as a loud crash of thunder booms, shaking the house. Lightning flashes just seconds later before the patter of rain starts hitting the windows. I'd like to see your bedroom.
That I can definitely do.
He lifts me, throwing me over his shoulder, and I squeal, glad he brought us back to playful again. I don't know how he did it. I didn't expect to trust anyone with my heart again. But I'm throwing it at him and hoping he's catching it, because my heart, it's gone for him.
Chapter 23. Walker. Once we do this, you're mine. You get that, right?
You say that as if I wasn't already yours.
If I wasn't hard already, her words would have just made me that way. Again.
I'm yours,
she answers without hesitation. I slam my mouth to hers, our tongues battling for dominance. I don't think I'll ever get tired of her taste or the sound she makes at the back of her throat when we kiss. As soon as I cross the threshold into my bedroom, I waste no time in getting her to my bed. She took her time exploring part of my home, but she'll have the rest of the weekend to go through the rest of it. Right now, I have some exploring of my own I plan on doing. I stretch my body over top of hers, careful to keep most of my weight off her. I went back and forth on what to do with her tonight for our date and was relieved when she showed me that I nailed it. When we pulled up to the drive-thru taco place, she beamed. Then she shocked me even more when I told her where we'd be eating them. On a blanket in the park around dozens of families there to watch an outdoor movie. She flew across the seat and wrapped her arms around me, hugging me so tightly. I've had a lot of proud moments in my life, graduating vet school, starting my own clinic, being there for all of Grayson's milestones. But knowing I could make Ellie this happy simply by understanding who she is makes me feel like I could climb Everest without training. I raise up on one forearm, reaching behind me to pull my shirt off. I toss it to the side. As soon as my upper body is bare, her lips are on me, her tongue making small circles as she caresses my chest with her mouth. She sucks lightly around my nipple, and I have to fight against letting my body fall on hers. I've been waiting my entire life for Ellie. My hunger for her will never be satisfied. It's so much more than lust. From the moment I saw her standing along the highway, there's been a storm brewing inside me wanting to claim her as mine. Every second I've spent with her has only made my need for her stronger, my desire deeper, for every part of her, heart, body, and soul. A curse explodes from my lips when her hand slides down my chest, tracing the contours of my abs before her slender fingers slip under the waistband of my shorts. My skin is heated from her touch. I don't stop her when she shifts to slide my shorts down my thighs. How could I when my nerve endings are firing, ready to explode? I'm completely naked above her and she's still fully clothed. This won't do, I mutter and begin to peel the dress that's been teasing me all night from her body. Reaching behind her, I struggle with the clasp of her bra. It's like these things are made to torture men, I groan when I can't get it unhooked. She giggles, the sound light and tinkling, in a direct line making me so hard I'm worried I'm going to explode before we get to the good stuff. She helps me out, flinging her nude, silky bra across my bedroom. I hope we can't find it the rest of the weekend. In no time, we're both naked. I sit up, wanting to see her, needing more than anything else to see her, to know this is real, that she's here with me. Her curves are subtle, her breasts perfectly proportioned to her body, her hips flare out from her waist. She's feminine, but not delicate. I brush my thumb over a small scar on her stomach. She has an almost matching one on her other side. She notices me focusing on it and she explains,
"When I was little, I would go to this old shed at the back of our property line. My parents never went into it, so I kind of made it into my own playhouse. I would spend hours in there. It was my safe space."
Her voice is quiet, and I want so badly to ask why she needed a safe space from her parents, but there's time for that. And the scar?
"So stupid,"
she grins.
"One night I decided I was going to redecorate. I mean, I was 10, so my idea of redecorating wasn't necessarily advanced. However, I knew I wanted to have some little shelves. I found some old wood my dad wasn't using anymore and asked a neighbor how to make a shelf. He loved woodworking, so he helped me get them made, but I was determined to hang them by myself. Apparently I shouldn't be trusted with a hammer.
She rolls her eyes, looking down at me. My thumb continues to rub over the small scar.
I hung one of the shelves kind of low to the ground, so it was almost like an end table hanging from the wall. Anyway, it was summertime and hot as balls, obviously, so I was in my swimsuit.
I waggle my eyebrows, then stop. Wait, never mind. I'm not some gross perv. You said you were only 10, right? She bursts out laughing and nods, eyes shining with happiness. Okay, ignore me. Go on.
I was hanging out on my hot pink beanbag, and suddenly one end of the shelf came swinging down. The corner caught against my stomach and sliced into it. I was so scared that I would be in trouble, so I never told anyone.
You probably needed stitches.
Maybe, but I'm all healed now.
I wonder what she's talking about being healed. Her injury? Or her heart? Or maybe her childhood? I have so many questions, but the look in her eyes tells me that she doesn't want story time to continue. I kiss the small scar, dragging my tongue over the pink skin. I'm sorry for what happened to you.
It wasn't your fault.
And the other one?
My appendix burst.
She says it simply, but I can tell there's probably more to that story. My guess is that it took her shitty parents a while to get her to the hospital. The thought of her almost dying because of infection spreading in her body due to her parents not taking care of her the way they should makes my blood boil. Resting my chin on her stomach, I meet her eyes. I know you didn't have a great upbringing, and when you're ready to talk about it, I'm all ears. I want you to tell me everything, because there's not a single part of you I don't want to understand better, so don't take this wrong when I say that right now, we're going to focus on us and the way we make each other feel. That you're in my bed, and how right it is, and the fact that we found each other. She bites her bottom lip and nods.
I wish we'd found each other sooner.
Me too, but I'm grateful we're here now. Remember, we're only looking forward.
No rear-view mirror, right?
Only if I'm behind you. I wink suggestively, then wonder what the hell I just said and why I thought it was sexy in the first place. I shake my head in a blink. She bursts out laughing at me. I need to get us back to where we were before I brought the whole evening to a lull by having to talk about the past. My palms flatten against her hips, holding her still as I continue to use my mouth to taste every inch of her, recreating everything that I told her I would do to her when we were on the phone 2 nights ago. Wedging my shoulders between her thighs, I graze her center with the tip of my tongue. The taste of her on my fingers was nothing in comparison, and I groan, a guttural noise coming out of my throat.
Walker,
she pants. Yeah, I grunt into her folds. She tosses her head back, jamming it into the pillow and moans loudly. She fists a hand in my hair, pulling and tugging on the strands of my thick hair. She squirms beneath me, and I have to work to keep her settled. Her heels dig into the mattress beside me as she pushes herself deeper against my mouth. I skim my hands up to her stomach, to her breast, squeezing and feeling the weight of it in my palm.
Walker,
she shouts, her hips bucking up into me as I suck on her clit. I hum against her, sending a jolt directly to her core, and her fist tightens, keeping my face planted firmly against her, like I had any plans of moving. She cries out again. This time her breath stutters as she whimpers, thrashing her head from side to side. I ease up slowly, letting her come down from her high and crawl up her body, kissing my way up to her mouth. She grabs my face, plunging her tongue into my mouth, tasting herself. The heat between us intensifies, and soon we're grinding against each other. I roll us over, and she slowly crawls up my body, her breasts rubbing against my chest until they're in my face. She leans over me, and I press them together. I take her in my mouth, sucking on both of her nipples at the same time. Ellie cries out, pushing her body farther into me. I flick my tongue and we both moan. Her body is so responsive. My own answers back by raising up, begging for some sort of contact with her. I lick and suck until she soars, her heat grinding against my stomach as she rides out the waves of another orgasm. There's nothing sexier in the world than watching you come undone.
You've seen it a few times now, so I guess it's a good thing that you enjoy watching it.
Enjoy? No, I plan to experience this multiple times every single day for the rest of our lives, I tell her, and the words are barely out of my mouth before I realize what I've just said. I still beneath her and take a risk, flipping us over. I press her hands into the mattress above us, bending low to kiss her. I didn't mean to freak you out.
You didn't.
The smile she gives me is all the proof I need that she's telling the truth.
Don't think I haven't thought about how crazy this is. It wasn't that long ago I was wearing a wedding dress the same day I met you.
I flinch and can't stop the sneer that takes over my face. Sorry, I have no right, but I hate the thought of you with anyone. Especially him.
Why don't you have the right to hate that? You said I was yours.
She reminds me. Damn right you are. I growl. Ellie, I need to... My voice trails off as I swivel my hips.
Well then, what are you waiting for?
Absolutely nothing. Then I pause, poised at her entrance.
What's wrong?
Do I need to grab a condom? Her eyes widen in understanding.
Well, this is awkward. I'm clean. In fact, I was tested recently and we always used condoms.
Pill?
I'm covered.
You trust me? I ask because I need her to say the words.
I trust you, Walker. Please. I want to feel you, and I really need you to fuck me now.
Yes, ma'am. In one hard thrust, I'm buried deep inside her. Holy shit, Ellie, you're tight.
It's, been a while,
she admits sheepishly.
Even before, like a few months.
Well, it's been longer than that for me, so I apologize now if this goes quicker than either of us wanted to, but fuck, you feel amazing. Better than my imagination.
Better than phone sex?
Phone sex was hot, but this... unexplainable, I tell her, continuing to push into her, swiveling my hips slightly so I hit her G-spot. She starts squirming and I continue to drive deep, pulling out slowly so just the tip is in before slamming back into her again. She cries out, raising her own hips up to meet mine. I slide an arm under her left leg and throw it over my shoulder. Her fingernails no doubt leave marks as they dig into my back. The room smells and sounds of sex, and it's the best combination that's ever graced this home. I'm never letting her leave. You're mine, Ellie. You know that? I grunt through my harsh breathing.
I'm yours, Walker. You're mine.
Yes, fuck yes. Hearing her say that sends me almost over the edge. I have to actually flex my ass cheeks together so I don't come before her. Play with your clit, I demand, and her hand slides down, pinching her nipple once before rubbing a small circle against herself. Before long, she's squeezing me so tightly, and I can't stop myself from what's next.
I'm coming,
she screams out, and I follow her over the edge, coming so hard that I wonder if my balls just exploded. I drop half on her and half off as I suck in air, fighting for every breath.
Wow.
You could say that again, I say.
Wow.
I chuckle, and the movement causes her to moan.
I can't wait to do that again,
she says. Give me a few minutes first, then I'll be ready to go.
Just a few?
All right, maybe 10. 15 tops. I might need some Gatorade, too. She giggles and wraps her legs around me.
I wish we could stay like this forever.
Me too. I press deeper inside her, our juices causing a delicious friction. But you probably want to clean up.
I suppose,
she says, but she takes her time kissing me slowly, tracing every inch of my mouth with her tongue before she lays her head back down, her dark blonde hair splaying over my pillow, and all I can think is, damn, I love her. So deep in love, my heart's so gone for her, I never want it back. I just hope that when I tell her, I don't scare her off.
Chapter 24. Ellie. The morning sun is barely creeping through the shades when I wake up. Stretching my arms above my head, I notice the body next to mine is not firm, nor does it smell all that great, and the snoring is so loud it's almost vibrating the mattress. Not exactly how I envisioned waking up the morning after sleeping with Walker for the first time. Scrunching up my nose, I brace myself before rolling over. To Brutus. He farts, waking up and looking at his butt as if to question whether or not he was the offender of such a thing. Oh, right, like that was me. Don't try blaming your morning flatulence on me. I reach out a hand and rub down his back. He arches into my touch and blows out a stinky breath, fat lips flapping. Good morning, handsome. He doesn't reply, but then again, why should he? He's the king of this castle. How'd you manage to crawl your short legs up here? Snore. The side of my mouth turns up in a small smile as I cuddle into Walker's soft, fluffy mattress. I press my face into the pillow and am greeted by the wonderful scent I was looking for earlier. I squeal, the sound muffled by the pillow, Brutus grunts beside me, and I turn my head, petting him so he'll relax. "Oh, stop, you old grump." He licks my wrist, and I take it as a sign he forgives me for interrupting his slumber. I find Walker's shirt draped over a chair in the corner and slide it on, the hem of the t-shirt coming down to mid-thigh, and make my way to his bathroom attached to his bedroom. After I finish up, I wash my face, staring at myself in the mirror after it's clear of makeup. My eyes are clear despite the sleepiness I still feel, and my lips are slightly swollen from a long night of kissing. Round 3 happened around 3:30 a.m. when I shifted in my sleep. It only took a single brush of his body against mine for me to slide between the sheets and take him into my mouth. He responded by holding my hair back so he could see me. Before he was able to come, he growled and pulled me up, rolling us over so he was on top of me. I learned that as much as he likes me on top, so I can show him what I like, he likes to be in control even more. He showed me with his body what he hadn't said with his words, and I only hoped my body did the same. I didn't think I'd find love again. Didn't even want to. I had fallen so head over heels in love with Michael that when he blew my perception of him out of the water, I made the decision to keep my heart safe. It was easier that way. My parents never showed me the kind of love my heart longed for, but then Michael came along, and I had thought I'd finally found my happily ever after. I clung so tightly to him and our relationship, especially the family I found in his family. He knocked the wind out of my sails, so to speak, when he cheated on me. I expected disappointment from my parents, not from the man who asked me to marry him. I was closed off for a long time. Choosing Gary wasn't about love. It was about companionship and being with someone who I thought would be there for me. I had chemistry with Michael, and it screwed me over. Not having it with Gary was a blessing in my warped mind. My feelings for Walker are on a whole other level than anything I've felt before. It's not just companionship or chemistry. It's a crazy, intense combination of everything that makes him right for me. I don't love him because he's either safe or not safe. I don't love him because he's giving me something I didn't grow up with. I love him because, for the first time, possibly in my life, I can be myself around someone, and I'm accepted. It's a heady feeling, but I'm ready to accept it. Following the smell of coffee, I make my way to the kitchen. Leaning against the island, I watch as Walker works at the stove, his back to me. He's wearing only a pair of bright green boxer briefs and, God love him, a black apron. I have to bite my fist to stop myself from laughing. I'm also busy trying to burn the image before me into my eyeballs because, hot damn, he's a sexy beast. His butt cheeks actually flex under the tight boxer material as he moves around the kitchen, stirring something on the stove and leaning down to check on whatever he has baking in the oven. The muscles in his thighs stretch the boxers, and don't even get me started on his back. Everyone always talks about abs and how sexy they are, but it's like the back is full of hidden treasures. The dips and curves, the strength of his physique obvious from where I'm standing. The bulge of his shoulders is a stark reminder of round 2, when we took a water break and couldn't get through a bottle before attacking each other again. He lifted me up, slammed me against the fridge, and took over. Our bottles of water crashed to the floor, spilling onto the hardwood floor. I was at his mercy and loved every single second of it. My eyes drift to the fridge, my skin heating up with the delicious memories. We had collapsed into a heap on the kitchen floor, chests rising and falling with the deep breaths.
God, Ellie.
I know. He leans over and kisses me as I murmur, "We need to clean up."
I'll clean up the water. You clean up the mess I made of you, and we'll meet back upstairs.
Okay. It looks like he wants to say something else, but instead we take care of business. The clicking of nails sounds behind me, breaking into my memory of last night, and I turn my head to see Brutus walking into the kitchen.
Finally decided to come join Ellie and me in the kitchen, huh, Brutus?
I still, and my eyes widen. Busted.
Morning, Ellie girl,
he says, looking at me over his shoulder. He winks and then lifts his chin, indicating that he wants me to come over to him. My hand glides over the counter as I walk around the island. His arm darts out and pulls me in. He bends me over backward as his mouth covers mine. I can taste the coffee he's already had this morning, and I moan, threading my fingers into his soft hair to keep him close. My other hand feels the back muscles I was admiring just moments before I was caught ogling him. He's all man. I never understood what the term brawny meant until I met and felt Walker. He stands upright, bringing me with him. His lips make a trail over my jaw before he buries his face into the crook of my neck, inhaling deeply.
"This might be the best morning I've ever had,"
he murmurs, arms banded tightly around my body. I have to lift up on my toes to wrap my arms around his shoulders. I have to agree. We stay like this until I hear a beeping sound, indicating whatever he had in the oven was likely finished cooking. I grab an oven mitt from next to the oven and pull out the fluffy biscuits. Glancing into the pot on the stove, I see that he's making sausage gravy. Just how long have you been up?
"Not long. This stuff is easy."
And that's when I get the first real look at him. His apron says, "Once you put my meat in your mouth, you'll beg for more." What the hell is that? I ask, laughter in my voice.
"What?"
I point to his apron and he grins.
"Oh, that. Yeah, my sister thinks she's funny."
It's not a lie. I wink and his eyes flare.
"You look amazing in my shirt, sweetheart."
Yeah?
"Oh, yeah. I might burn all your clothes so you can only walk around my house in my shirts forever."
More of that kidnapping, huh?
You know it.
As awesome as that sounds, I think I would scar Grayson for life when he's staying here if I walked around half naked all the time.
Scar him? Nah. Make him walk around with a constant boner? Probably.
Ah, just like his uncle, huh? I tease, reaching under the apron to cup him. He groans, hand darting out to lean against the counter.
"Damn, Ellie. I'll never get enough of you. When I talk about you staying here forever, I'm not even kidding."
I look at him from under my eyelashes and turn my head to the side. Slowly, I release my hold on him, and he frames my face in his strong hands. His brown eyes darken, the tiny wrinkles around his eyes appearing as he smiles.
"You need to know I love you. I should have told you last night, or hell, weeks ago, but I'm telling you now, and you can give that back when you're ready. Right now, though, it's important for you to know it, to feel it, because it's yours. I know others have promised you their love in the past, and they were idiots, and didn't protect your heart like the gift that it is. But I can promise you, I'll always put you first. I'll never do anything to betray the love I feel for you, or the trust that you've given me. I love you. It's a forever thing for me."
I knew he loved me. His actions have proved as much. But hearing the words, along with the promises he just made, is almost more than I can handle. I waver, my body swaying toward him. I wish I could say things as wonderful as he just did to me, but all I can think to say is, "I love you." It seems to be enough because he proves his strength once again, lifting me off the ground. My legs immediately wrap around his waist.
"Say it again,"
he demands. "I love you, Walker, more than I thought was possible."
"I'm gonna request you tell me this every single day."
You got it. Then he lays me down on the island and proves that it really is his favorite place to eat.
Chapter 25. Walker.
Here's the deal. I need some clothes.
No, you don't.
Walker, yes I do.
I give her a little squeeze, settling deeper into the cushions of the couch. No.
Fine, then I'll have to go home tonight to get some clothes so I have them for work tomorrow.
I narrow my eyes. Are you threatening to leave tonight if I don't take you to Polly's to get some clothes?
Yes.
And how do you think you're going to get there? She sits up, her elbow against the back of the cushion so she can look me in the eye.
I'll steal your pickup. You already know I'm not above petty thievery.
My lip quirks and my hand slides down her backside, cupping one of her ass cheeks before rubbing the soft skin. I'd already decided we're skipping work tomorrow anyway.
You did not. You're such a liar. You forget I work for you and know your schedule.
Right, well, as your boss, I'm telling you that we aren't moving from this spot.
What if I promise to bring Fred with me?
My hand stills. She looks at me with a grin that tells me she knows she won. In 10 minutes, I'm speeding down the highway to get to Miss Polly's. As much as I love her, I really hope that she lets us make this trip quick. I'm not ready to share any part of Ellie yet, especially the fun parts. Not being able to go without touching her, I rest an arm on the back of her neck, playing with her hair. She smiles my way, leaning into my touch. You are so worth the wait, I say, taking my eyes off the road for only a second to glance at her. Her breath catches, and eyes well up in tears.
All the crap I went through to get here makes sense now.
Here is in...
With you.
Love you, babe.
I love you too.
We pull into Miss Polly's driveway and I look at her car. Don't even think about it.
Afraid I'll escape if I have my own ride?
Damn right.
No faith.
Nah, I'm just selfish and want to cover my bases. She rolls her eyes, but I can tell it doesn't bother her one bit for me to tell her that. Go, grab your shit, maybe a few extra things in case I'm not ready to let you go, which is likely, and come back to me.
You're not coming in?
She asks, halfway out the door. Nope. Miss Polly will think she needs the lowdown, and I just want to get back home, get you naked again, and play with that toy that's been a substitute for me since we met. She stumbles, then slams the door, rushing up the steps. I take a quick second to check in with Willow while I'm waiting. Her last message to me about Grayson being home for the weekend was exactly the right timing, but it also made me curious about what was going on. She picks up on the second ring.
Hey.
Hey there. So what's going on?
Just a second. Let me step outside.
A niggling in my stomach causes me to sit up a little higher.
So much has happened this weekend, Walker, I don't even know where to begin.
Everything okay with Grayson? I ask urgently.
Yeah, well, I think so. He's...
What? What's wrong?
Mick's here.
I sit back in my seat, not at all expecting her to say that. No shit.
No shit, Walker, he's moving to Liberty.
Whoa. Well, that explains the odd behavior while we were in Chicago. He kept talking about how much he hates missing out on Grayson's life, that there were changes coming.
He failed to mention just how big those changes are, though. He's never once talked about moving here, Walker.
It's not like you and Mick have ever been that close, though. You talk about Grayson, and that's about it. I remind her of something she already knows. I've never asked for too many details on what went down with her and Mick, but I've always had this suspicion that she liked him a little more than she first let on. One night stand or not, Willow was never the type to just jump into bed with someone. And since then, she's been like me, dedicating her life to Grayson. Only where I've dated here and there, she hasn't. She said she wanted to focus on him.
I know. I'm surprised, though. He's never liked anything about small-town living.
You had no idea this was happening? Her silence proves that she might have had some inclination.
Maybe I had a little bit of an idea.
What's that supposed to mean?
You say that Mick and I haven't been close, but lately we've been chatting a little bit more. It started when Grayson began high school. There were just more things happening in his life that Nick needed to be aware of, you know? And then it kind of shifted.
Shifted how?
I don't know exactly. We talk almost every day, though.
So he's not here just for Grayson. He's here for you.
Maybe?
Holy shit.
That's kind of what I thought, too.
Wow. So what's this mean? Where's he staying?
I think at first he kind of expected to stay here.
Ha! I bet you put the squash on that one. She's quiet, and I sat up again. Willow?
I considered it.
She admits. You like him?
Kinda.
Holy shit, I say again.
I know. Anyway, I told him we needed to figure something else out for tonight. Maybe he can stay with you?
She asks, hopeful. Ellie's staying with me tonight.
Well. Seems as though someone's taking advantage of the change of plans for the weekend.
Yeah, you could say that.
So things are going well, I take it?
We love each other. She gasps and I grin.
OMG, my brother's in love?
Don't say OMG. It sounds weird.
I don't care, she sings. You're in love.
I am. Anyway, what do you think about Mick staying at Miss Polly's tonight since Ellie won't be there? It would do him good to spend a little time with her anyway. If he's going to move here and try starting something with you, he needs to know the whole package he's getting. I see Ellie walk out the front door, Miss Polly coming to stand in the doorway, a bright smile on her face.
I don't know,
she hedges. Let me call you right back. I'm here now getting some of Ellie's things.
Okay, just don't let on anything about us, okay? It's new and we haven't even talked to Grayson about it.
Got it. And it's probably good you haven't said anything to him yet. It's new, right? You need to make sure it's for real this time. My words might sound harsh, but she's my twin sister. She knows I mean well.
You're right,
she says, determination in her voice. Call you soon. I hang up and open the door, grabbing Ellie's bag from her.
You're taking her away from me already, huh?
Miss Polly says from her place on the porch. How about a trade?
I'm listening.
I chuckle. Mick's in town. Needs a place to stay tonight until they figure out where he's going to stay after tonight.
Why would he need to figure it out?
She asks. She's never been Mick's biggest fan. Sure, she loves him because he brought us Grayson, and it's not as if he's been a completely absentee father, but she expects more out of him. Truthfully, I think we all did. He's moving to Liberty.
Grayson's dad is here?
Ellie asks, shock evident in her voice. He is. I nod, looking at her.
Wow, so that's why Grayson was going to be at Willow's all weekend, huh?
That would be why. I turn back to Polly. I know he's not your favorite, but it sounds like he's going to be here for a while, potentially permanently. I need another day with Ellie. I'm not ready to give her back to you. Yet. But Willow doesn't feel like he should stay at her place with Grayson there. It might give him the wrong impression.
Is it the wrong impression, though?
Polly asks. She reads minds. So freaky. Honestly, I don't know, and I don't think Willow does either. She sighs, doing her best to look put out.
I suppose he can stay. I've never turned anyone away before, and I don't intend to start now, especially if he's here to finally step up like he should have 15 years ago. Besides, look how well it turned out the last time I took in a stray,
she teases, reaching out to hold Ellie's hand. We all laugh. Thank you, Miss Polly, I owe you one. She waves me off.
Oh, stop. You know I don't keep track.
Good thing, too, I'd be in a severe deficit. Ellie leans over and hugs Miss Polly.
I'll see you tomorrow night, okay?
You will? I ask, raising my eyebrows at Ellie, but she ignores me.
Oh, stop. You're so selfish,
Miss Polly says, glaring at me.
You can give up one night with her.
I can't help it. She's too easy to be selfish with.
Well, all this love is nice, but I think it's time for us to get back to Walker's.
See, she can't get enough either.
Walker, so embarrassing,
she whispers. Yet you love me.
I do.
Miss Polly takes on a dreamy look, and she reaches out to hug me.
Sounds like you're planning to be more selfish in the future with our Ellie.
Damn straight.
Chapter 26. Ellie. Ah! I feel Walker smile against my skin and I squirm beneath him. The whole sleeping naked together thing has its benefits. The sleeplessness is so worth it, too. Just knowing the other is under the sheets without clothes on seems to wake us both out of a sound sleep, anxious to get our fill. Though I'm not sure either of us will ever have enough. Damn, Walker. I love how you know my body. He groans, loving my words just as much as I love the truth of them. His tongue swipes against my center, plunging 2 fingers inside me, then he moves slightly, sucking on the most sensitive part of me. He's already learned that it takes me longer in the morning, especially after coming so many times over the past 48 hours. But it doesn't seem to bother him. Rather, it appears he's quite enjoying himself. Best wake up ever. I know he feels my orgasm crusting. His fingers curl, and the suction becomes just a touch harder. I cry out his name along with a string of unintelligible words that even I don't understand. He kisses his way up my body, his hard-on rubbing against my skin in the process.
You make it easy, Ellie girl.
What?
To know your body, to love you.
Isn't that a country song? He barks out a laugh, but it quickly dies when he lines himself up with my center, stroking against me, my wetness making him glisten. We both look down at where we're connected, our gazes fixed, breaths heavy.
I love watching you take me.
I love taking you, I tell him, wrapping my legs around his waist and hooking my ankles together. He buries his head in my neck, and I curl my fingers around his. He's inside me, and I still don't feel like we're close enough. I tighten my legs, and he grunts.
I know,
he says, reading my body language.
It'll never be enough.
Never, I moan. The sound of our lovemaking breaks through the quiet of his bedroom. The flimsy curtains blow in the light breeze coming through the open window, and I'm grateful he lives in a secluded area. His tongue snakes out against the sensitive skin on my neck, and he drives into me in a punishing rhythm. We come together, both of us groaning loudly.
Fuck, I wish every day was Sunday and we could have a repeat of yesterday.
My head is still up in the clouds, so I can't find it in me to begin to understand what he means. What?
I think I could die happy right here, never moving from this spot, just wrapped up in the sheets, losing sleep together.
Wow, did you have some country music osmosis going on while we were asleep? He laughs.
You caught that, huh?
Yeah.
At least I know we have the same taste in music.
Definitely.
Want to get cleaned up?
I don't. That would mean I'll lose him. But I also don't want the mess, so instead I reluctantly nod my head, shimmying out of bed before going to the bathroom. Walker joins me in the bathroom after he hears the toilet flush in all his naked glory. His body is like a work of art. The tattoos on his right bicep so beautiful. It makes me sad that I never took the time over the weekend to really inspect it.
"You're beautiful," I murmur. "So are you," he replies instantly, turning the water on in the shower. "Join me? I promise to be on my best behavior, but I need a little more of you and me before our solitude is interrupted by the rest of the world. It was bad enough that I had to share you for almost 30 minutes yesterday."
He gets into his big tiled shower, the spray already causing steam to fill the bathroom. I move from my place at the sink where I had just been washing my hands and stand next to the shower. I needed clothes, Walker. That can hardly be helped. Besides, I gave you an option.
"A sucky one,"
he tells me, pulling me against his already wet body. I squeal but don't fight it. Who would? All his country music quoting earlier was spot on. I'd willingly stay wrapped up in his sheets, losing sleep with him for the rest of my life. I love you, I tell him through a smile, kissing his slick chest.
"I love you,"
he replies, tipping my head back to take my mouth in his. True to his word, he's on his best behavior while we shower. But when I drop to my knees in front of him, any manners vanish like the steam in the air.
"Damn, Ellie, your lips look so good wrapped around me,"
he growls, tightening his hold on the back of my hair. I moan, his words a direct shot to my core. I use my hand, squeezing lightly while pumping up and down what doesn't fit in my mouth. Before he can finish, I'm up on my feet, back pressed against the wall of the shower as he drives into me. He reminds me I'm his, that I was made for him, that he's never letting me go, that he loves me. The water turns cold before we climb out of the shower to get ready for our day, but all it does is cool our heated skin.
"I can't believe we made it through the day without mauling each other,"
he says into my ear as we leave the clinic. His arm is wrapped around my shoulder while he guides us to his pickup. No one commented that I showed up to work with him, or that my own car wasn't in the parking lot. Even when he kissed the top of my head in front of a couple of the staff, they didn't seem surprised. In fact, one of them just said, "About time," and that was the end of it. It seemed too easy. But then, that's what I'm finding with Walker. Everything is easy. I almost keep waiting for the shoe to drop, but that's just the past not entirely releasing its hold on me. It was a real struggle. I nod my head.
"So I'll drop you at Miss Polly's, and you can get a few things, then come over to my place?"
"Can't live without me for an evening, right?" I tease, but I'm in total agreement. The thought of sleeping without him leaves me with a sour stomach. "Nope," he says, opening my door for me to hop into his pickup. I wince as I sit down, my body deliciously sore from the sex marathon that was the weekend.
"Sore?"
he asks. "A little," I admit, and I swear his chest inflates. "You seem happy about that."
"That you're hurting? No. That I'm the reason, though, does make me feel pretty damn good. I might be 35, but it's like he nods to his crotch, a teenager again."
"It's probably from a little blue pill," I tease. He yanks me so I'm pressed against him and grinds against my thigh.
"You think I need a pill to make this happen? Fuck that, Ellie girl. It's all you. It's what you do to me.
By the time he places me in my seat, I'm dizzy. A feeling of contentment I've never felt before settling into my bones, and I smile the entire way back to Polly's house. When he parks next to my car, he leans over the console and kisses me, his hands threading through my hair.
Hurry,
he demands. I will. He swallows hard, eyes drifting to my mouth.
Love you.
Love you. I'm barely through the door when Miss Polly is all over me, asking question after question. I was concerned that she'd be upset with me for spending the night with Walker, but she's far from it. After I give her the PG version of our weekend over a cup of coffee at the kitchen table, she asks me what our plans are, if I'm going to move in with him soon or if we're getting married, giving her grandchildren. I'm glad I'm sitting down when she asks.
You're like a daughter to me, and Walker is like a son to me. Of course they'll be my grandchildren, she explains.
I swallow hard and nod.
I'm so thrilled, Ellie. I saw the way he looked at you and knew he wouldn't let you go. You both deserve this happiness.
He does make me happy. I hope I do that for him, too.
Oh, honey, you have nothing to worry about there. He's happier than I've ever seen him before.
Linda said the same thing.
She's a smart woman. Aside from Willow and myself, she's the only one who knows Walker best. Well, that is, until you came along. I suspect that you know him a little better than the rest of us.
She winks and I flush. Miss Polly, I admonish.
Oh, stop. I might be old, but it's not like I forgot what being in love with someone means. And I'm not blind. Walker's a catch, even if he's like a son to me. I can still recognize that the boy is handsome. And by the way he can barely keep his hands off you, I'd guess he's fun between the sheets.
Gross. I think I'd like you to stop talking now.
So then tell me, what is the plan?
We haven't really discussed it.
Too busy doing other things with your mouths, huh?
I gag and she giggles.
I'm just teasing you. I'll stop now.
She holds up 3 fingers like she's a Boy Scout. She's hardly honorable at the moment. Well, I'm spending the night tonight again. Grayson texted Walker this afternoon and said he'd be at his mom's for a while, and Walker's made it clear he likes me there. Does that bother you, though? I love being here with you, you know.
I know you do, hon, but it's okay. I knew this was coming. I've lived in this big house by myself for a long time now. Who knows? Maybe I'll just have Bert from down the street over for dinner.
She waggles her eyebrows and my eyes widen.
Miss Polly, I say, and her eyes twinkle.
Are you dating him?
Dating is such a kind way of saying what we're doing.
She laughs when she sees the look of horror on my face.
You promised. No, I promised you that I'd stop talking about you and Walker that way. I can't help it that I've still got it going on.
She shimmies in her seat a little bit and I chuckle. This woman is something else. Well, enjoy that. I get up from the table and rinse my coffee mug out before putting it in the dishwasher. I'll be here tomorrow night, I tell her.
Don't make promises Walker won't let you keep.
He's not the boss of me.
Oh, I bet you like it when he bosses you, though.
Oh my gosh, would you stop? I cover my ears, but still can hear her cackling as I race up the stairs to the safety of my bedroom. I shoot off a quick text to Walker. Me. You could have warned me that Miss Polly is off her rocker. Walker.
Oh no, what'd she say?
Me. What didn't she say? I'm scarred for life. Walker.
She mentioned Bert.
Me. Yes, among other things. Walker. Sends eek face emoji. Me. Sends throwing up emoji. Walker. LOLOL. I fill my bag with some new clothes and a few other items. I hadn't brought Fred with me when he asked yesterday. I got a stern talking to about not following directions, and as much fun as that was, I think this will be even more so. I cover it with the hoodie I packed. The evenings are getting a little colder, hoping that maybe we can go for an evening walk with Brutus tonight and head for the bathroom to grab a few more toiletries that I had forgotten in my haste to pack yesterday. I open up the drawer I keep my hair straightener in and grab it, wrapping the cord around the wand. I've just gotten it wrapped up when something catches my eye on the counter. My breath catches, wondering where in the world the object could have come from. I place the straightener down on the counter and look around, wondering if my eyes are playing tricks on me. With unsteady hands, I reach for the watch, then yank my hand back, as if it's about to strike me. I flee from the bathroom, throw my straightener in my bag, and sit on the bed, tucking my knees against my chest as I rock back and forth. I turn my head, glaring at the bathroom across the hall. It can't be his watch, I tell myself. Sucking in a breath, I stand up, smoothing my shirt down. My palms are sweating and hands are shaking, but I know I have to go check it out. See if I was just losing my mind, which seems like a far superior alternative than what I fear is the truth. I stand in the doorway of the bathroom, staring at the watch still sitting on the counter. With slow steps, I make my way to the counter and lift the watch, blowing out a breath before I turn it over. Tears cloud my vision as I read the inscription. To Michael, you healed time's wounds. I drop the watch onto the bath mat below my feet and shake my head. How can Michael's watch be here? This makes no sense. I spin around when I hear voices.
I think I left it in the bathroom. I really can't thank you enough for letting me stay here with you while we sort things out.
I know that voice. Michael and Miss Polly come into view.
Ellie, oh my goodness, are you okay? You look as if you've seen a ghost.
It appears I have, I say in a whisper, not taking my eyes off Michael's equally shocked face.
Oh.
I haven't heard his voice or seen his face since I told him the wedding was off. That I couldn't trust him with my heart if he couldn't keep it in his pants. Finding my voice, I speak the only question on my mind. What? I swallow hard before I can talk again. What are you doing here?
You know Mick?
Miss Polly asks. Mick. Of course he's Mick. Fuck my life.
Chapter 27. Walker.
Walker, honey, you need to get back here, now.
Polly says urgently through the phone. I was just about to order a pizza for tonight, not wanting to waste any time I have with Ellie on standing above the stove. What's wrong? Is it Ellie?
I can't explain over the phone, but you need to come here.
Nothing about this is easing my mind as I rush out to my pickup. My heart is racing as I speed down the roads, not having a clue what I'm going to find when I get to Polly's. My irrational fear is that Ellie's had time to think and isn't sure if she can actually trust me and is packing her shit to leave. It can't happen. I won't let it. She's my everything, my future. I slam the pickup into park along the road in front of Polly's house, another vehicle parked in the driveway next to Ellie's car. It's not Gary's, so at least I know he didn't come find her and freak her out. I look closer and see the North Carolina license plates. Mick. Still nothing to be concerned with. But then, I opened the door to hear Polly's whimpering cries and Ellie shouting.
You ass!
Ellie hisses.
I can't believe you lied to them all these years.
I didn't lie, Elle. I used my nickname, the one that everyone but you has called me for years.
No, you never once went by Mick when we were together. Your family called you Michael, too.
Are we really standing here arguing over my name?
Silence takes over as I come into the living room. 3 sets of eyes turn to me, but there's only one set I'm worried about. Her bright blue eyes are shining with tears. Redness blotches her cheeks from crying. What's going on?
Walker,
Miss Polly starts.
This is Michael.
Michael, you're... I swallow. You're Ellie's ex? Mick looks at me with eyes full of sadness, and I don't know what I want to do first. Punch him in the gut, wrap Ellie in my arms, pull my hair out. How can this be possible?
Un-fucking-believable, right?
Ellie snaps, using a word I rarely hear escape her lips. I nod woodenly. It is. She's absolutely right about that. I had no idea, I tell her, feeling like she needs to know from me that I wasn't lying to her or withholding the truth about Grayson's dad's identity. How did I not know your name was Michael?
No one ever calls me Michael, Mick says, sorrow in his tone.
Except me,
Ellie reminds him.
I don't understand how you're here, Mick tells her.
Crazy chain of events,
She says, but doesn't explain more, so I do for her. She's my girlfriend.
She's the one you took to Sanders' farm?
You talked about me?
My eyes moved to her. When we were in Chicago, Grayson told him how far gone I was for you.
I knew there was a reason I never trusted you,
Miss Polly says, wrapping an arm around Ellie, shooting daggers at Mick. Ellie starts to say, like she's going to defend Mick.
I'm sorry. I was young and made a stupid decision, but it turned out to be the best thing that ever happened. If I hadn't fucked up, we wouldn't have Grayson, so I can't say that I'm all that sorry,
Mick says, and damn if he's not right. I hate that he started this chain of events, as Ellie called it, but I can't deny what he said is true. If he hadn't cheated on Ellie, which I didn't know had happened, Grayson wouldn't be with us, and I can't imagine a life without him in it. I didn't know you cheated on someone when you were with my sister. Does Willow know that?
No, she doesn't.
So you've been lying to us this entire time.
It wasn't important.
Ellie gasps, and I ball my fists. Not important, I ask, my head turning to the side.
That's not what I meant,
he quickly says, trying to backtrack.
You were important. Always were, Elle. But when it came to Grayson and how he came to be, it wasn't a factor.
You need to tell her, I growl.
I know. Especially since, well, this between you two.
He points between Ellie and me.
It's something that's sticking?
Yes, I say immediately, eyes boring into Ellie, daring her to defy me. She doesn't, thank fuck.
I don't know where to go from here,
she says sadly. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? I ask, my ease over her agreeing that we're still, and always will be a thing, vanishing into thin air.
It's just, how can I be around Grayson knowing...
You're blaming my nephew? I ask incredulously, and a little angry, but she's shaking her head back and forth, telling me I misunderstood her.
No, I'm not blaming him, just the situation.
Ellie, the situation sucks, for sure, but Grayson is the one person who comes second in my life. I can't be asked to choose between you two.
Second?
You're first. He's second. The words are a physical blow to her, and slowly she sits down on the couch. Good. She needs to know how I see her.
I'm not blaming him, I promise. And I would never ask you to choose. You should know that by now.
Tears stream down her face and she lets out a sob, wiping her face with the back of her hand.
There are things you don't know yet. Things that could change what we have. The future you're planning. You deserve to know. But I've been so happy.
She admits, and I feel only marginally better.
I didn't want to do anything to change the way things were. And I always wondered if it was one of the reasons the men in my life...
She drifts off, and I move to sit next to her, trying to soothe some of the sadness wafting off her. What?
I can't have children, Walker. I always wondered if that's why the men in my life cheated on me. Because I couldn't give them something they'd expected their woman to give them someday. That part of me is damaged. Broken.
Elle, that had nothing to do with it,
Mick says, but his words do nothing to bring her any comfort. As much as I appreciate him saying that, I don't want him being the one to comfort her right now. It's my job. You're not damaged, Ellie? But what do you mean by you can't have children?
When we first, and I told you that I was covered, it's not because I'm on the pill or anything. I have blocked fallopian tubes. There's a very slim chance I could get pregnant if I have surgery, but my ruptured appendix did permanent damage,
she whispers.
It's highly unlikely I'd ever be able to carry a child of my own.
Damage. That's what she thinks of herself, as damaged.
Elle,
Mick says, bringing her head up to look at him. He crouches low in front of her. His hand reaches out like he's going to hold her hand. I shoot him a look that tells him otherwise, and he places his hands on his knees. Good choice.
It was me. I know that sounds cliche, but you not being able to get pregnant was never something I considered a negative trait. It just was. I know I hurt you. Your trust was shit when we met and I ruined it, and there hasn't been a day that's gone by that I haven't felt sorry for that. And I know I got the better end of the deal out of that, getting Grayson and all. But I had no idea you thought that you not being able to get pregnant was a reason for me being a dumbass. How could I not? I didn't even know if I wanted children. Until Grayson, that is.
She looks away, and I know she's having a hard time believing any of this is happening.
I can't believe you're Grayson's dad. He looks nothing like you.
He looks exactly like this fucker right here, doesn't he?
He jokes, throwing a thumb in my direction.
He acts like him, too.
Hurt clouds his features, but he recovers quickly.
I'll be forever grateful for Walker stepping in when I wasn't here. I haven't exactly been the best father, nothing like what Grayson or Willow deserve, but that's changing.
You're really moving to Liberty.
I am. And I know that's not what you want to hear, considering it seems that means we'll see quite a bit of each other.
I want Grayson to have what's best for him,
she says, and I almost start crying like a baby because that's her concern right now. Grayson.
I hate that they didn't know he was the product of infidelity.
It doesn't change who he is, I say. Do you think Grayson would have benefited somehow in knowing that? It wouldn't have done anything but hurt him.
I can't believe this is happening.
Hey, I want you, I tell her, gently gripping her chin and turning her head so she's looking at me. This is why you asked if I wanted children. It comes out as the statement it is.
You want a family, Walker. I can't give you that.
I want you, I repeat.
I need time to think.
Think about what? Panic is coursing through my veins. For our relationship, for Grayson, for what this will do to Willow when she finds out. She'll be heartbroken to know that Mick was the cause of so much pain to Ellie. Willow also knows how happy I am, and right or wrong, this puts a wrench in all my plans. Premature or not, I had visions of Ellie swollen with my baby growing in her stomach, of sleepless nights because of a baby needing our attention rather than our sexual desires calling out to each other in the night, of watching our children grow together. I dreamed of evenings sitting on the porch as we watched our kids play in the yard. I know what she needs to think over, but it doesn't make me feel any better.
I can't be the one who stops you from having your dream.
You're my dream, Ellie. Nothing else. I hear Miss Polly crying, and it reminds me that we have an audience, and part of that audience is one of the reasons we're in this shit in the first place.
Walker, let me take care of Ellie tonight,
Polly says, coming to sit next to her. She collapses into Polly's side, and it's like a stab to the heart to see her seeking comfort from someone other than me. No.
No?
No, I won't walk away. She rolls her head to the side, looking at me from her place on Polly's shoulder. I won't let you run. I love you, Ellie. Do I want a family with you? Of course I do. I want everything with you, but remember, I also said I didn't know what that looked like. Do you realize how many kids out there need us? I hold out a hand and she follows my lead. Gripping her hand tightly, I don't let go as I walk to the backyard. Standing in the middle of the yard, I cradle her face. There's nothing on this earth I want more than a life with you. I don't give a shit what happens in that life as long as you're by my side. A sob erupts from her throat, and I pull her into me, hugging her tightly.
I love you,
she whispers. I love you too. Stay with me. You're all I need, Ellie. You hear me? The rest of it is just an added bonus. I have everything I could possibly ever want if you're with me.
I don't want to disappoint you.
The only way you could do that is if you walk away.
You're all I need too, Walker. But I know you want children.
So we adopt, or we foster to adopt. Or we just have a ton of baby cows and goats and puppies and turtles.
I do want baby goats,
she says, a sprinkle of happiness washing over her face. Then we're in agreement. Come home with me tonight. Let Mick go to Willow and explain the shit he just stirred up. It's not our problem, you hear me? That's on him. Tears continue to stream down her face, and I brush them away with my thumb. Stay with me, I beg.
Chapter 28. Ellie. It's been a week since I found out that Michael is Mick. I went to work and stayed at Walker's. Every day was the same. Rinse, repeat. I wasn't ready to face Willow, knowing that she was part of the reason why so much of my life was changed. I didn't want to face Grayson because I'm part of the reason why his dad wasn't around all this time. His guilt over cheating on me in the first place is part of why he was only as good of a father as he was, not his lack of desire to be more. Or at least that's what he told Willow, who told Walker, who told me in a childish game of telephone. Polly has been coming to Walker's at night to check on me, but since Michael has been staying at her house, she didn't expect me to be staying there also. It was an easy decision for me. Grayson was in no way ready for his mom and dad to be sharing a home, and Willow wasn't ready to be living under the same roof as Michael, or Mick. But there was also no way I was going to do that either. I might have moved on from Michael, but I'm not really looking to be best friends with the man either. Willow called me the night that I found out who Mick is. She was weeping and could hardly speak. She felt horrible for everything she'd learned. Between finding out that I couldn't have children and that she was unknowingly a key factor in my past, it was too much for all of us to take. So we made a plan. I asked her for a week, and then we'd meet on neutral ground. I'm sitting outside of Dreamin' Beans, the coffee shop in town that I've been wanting to try for a while, waiting to go in. I see Willow inside, sitting in a booth. A beautiful dark-haired woman a few years older than me stops at her table, sets down a cup of what I assume is coffee and a plate. They talk briefly, then she turns to leave. Gaining the courage, I get out of my car and head inside. The stupid bell above me chimes, alerting my presence. Willow looks up and smiles hesitantly in my direction. I point to the register, letting her know I'm just going to order something, then I'd be over, and she nods her head in understanding.
Hey, welcome to Dreamin' Beans. You're Ellie, right? The beautiful woman says in greeting.
Yeah, I am. How'd you know?
Small town, she says, waving a hand. And I saw you smile at Willow. She mentioned you were coming in. You're Walker's girl, yeah?
I am.
I'm Christine. I own the shop.
I look around at the adorable coffee shop and smile. It's a place I can see myself hanging out in. It's warm and inviting. Then my eyes widen when a hot-as-sin man comes walking out of the back room, tool belt hanging from his waist.
Got it fixed,
he says, voice gravelly, leaning over to kiss Christine on the cheek.
Thanks, babe. Andy, this is Ellie. She's new in town. Walker's girlfriend. Ellie, this is my husband, Andy.
He turns to me, and I'm pretty sure I melt into a puddle of goo when he smiles. His eyes are an intense shade of yum, and I've never thought longer hair on men was attractive, but damn, on him it just fits. Then, as if he wasn't already hot enough, a little girl comes around the corner, and he effortlessly lifts her up onto his hip. She looks to be around 8, but it appears he's not above carrying her around.
Nice to meet you, Ellie. Welcome to Liberty.
Thanks.
He's quite something, isn't he?
Christine says, love evident in the look she gives him.
Daddy, who's this?
The little girl asks.
This is Ellie. Ellie, meet our baby girl, Hazel.
Daddy,
she admonishes him with an adorable scowl on her face.
I'm not a baby. Hi, Ellie.
Hi, Hazel.
I've never seen you before.
Nope, I chuckle. You haven't. I'm still kind of new here.
Hazel, do you remember Grayson?
Her eyes go all dreamy.
Oh, yes. He's Harper's guy.
Right.
Andy grunts, not seeming to be happy about that, but not in a way that he doesn't like Grayson, but that maybe he doesn't like seeing his young girl going all dreamy-eyed over a teenager.
Ellie's Grayson's uncle's girl.
Mr. Walker?
She asks, hazel eyes that match her name sparkle. Yup, I smile, feeling relaxed for the first time in almost a week.
Wow, he's super cute, too.
Oh, boy, Christine mutters.
God help me,
Andy says, face tipped to the ceiling.
What can I get ya?
Christine asks. Straight-up coffee and... Holy crap, do you make these? I ask, pointing to the display case of pastries.
She does. She sells her desserts at Balance, too. Uncle James makes the food and Mommy makes the dessert.
Sounds like I'll have to go eat there soon, I tell Hazel.
You really should. Tell them Hazel sent you and maybe you'll get a free dessert.
I love free dessert.
Me too. I think we'll be good friends,
she tells me, and warmth fills my stomach.
I'll bring something over with your coffee. First trip here is my treat. Besides, you deserve it after snagging that hot veterinarian off the market.
Hey, calm down. You know I think you're hot.
Damn right,
Andy says, leaning over to kiss his wife, smashing Hazel between them in the process.
Gross, you guys. I'm right here,
Hazel says, scrunching up her nose in disgust. I smile at the adorable family and thank her for her kind welcome, then slide into the booth across from Willow. I see you met Andy. Holy crap, Willow, you should have warned me. Just wait until you see James, the one who owns Balance. His wife called him Captain America the first time she saw him, with good reason. Where's this town been all my life? I joke. Right? It's like hot guy haven. But they're all ridiculously taken. They dote on their wives to the point where you just want to swoon or cry. Christine comes over, places a plate with a slice of cheesecake in front of me along with the cup of coffee. "Thank you," I tell her, and she smiles her welcome. "I'm so sorry," Willow blurts out. "For what?" I ask, barely listening to her as I moan through my first bite of creamy cheesecake. She giggles at my response. "I know, the food here is so freaking addicting, but I mean because of everything that happened. I had no idea he was engaged, I promise." "I know you didn't." "You do?" "I do, and honestly, I've been over Michael, or Mick, whatever, for so long that it doesn't really bother me, but it just brought up past hurt, and that always sucks." "Basically, yes. I was so young when we were together. I didn't even know love until I met Michael. My parents were crappy, to say the least. And when I met Michael, I fell hard and fast. It doesn't excuse him for sleeping with you, but I think I overwhelmed him. I was a bit needy." "If it makes you feel any better, he's never said a single thing about you being needy. He has nothing but nice things to say about you." "It's nice to hear that. I'm not saying that it will be easy to be around Mick, but I want you to know that I'm going to try. For Walker and Grayson, but also for you. Because I want you and I to be okay. I don't need to tell you that Michael cheating on me kind of started a weird chain of events in my life, but it led me here, to Walker. And I guess I kind of have him to thank for that. I mean, I won't because I'm not that nice, but..." We share a smile and she blows out a relieved breath. "I'm so glad to hear that. Are you two, I hedge. Together?" "Yeah," I nod, taking another bite of cheesecake. "I'm not really sure. We're taking things slow, trying to see if there really is something there." She pauses and sips on her coffee, looking at me over the rim of her cup. "Is this weird for you?" "A little," I tell her honestly, "but probably not any weirder than you knowing that I'm sleeping with your brother." She pulls a look that tells me how gross that is to her, and I giggle. "We'll be okay, Willow. Just give me time." "I can see why my brother fell in love with you. You're way more forgiving and understanding than I think I would be in this situation." "Well, I have to admit, it's not been easy, but the alternative, not having Walker in my life, it's just not something I can consider." "I'm so glad he has you." "Me too," I say, emotion clogging my throat. "So when are you moving in? Officially?" I burst out laughing. He's asked me that a few times already." "I bet he has. He probably wanted you officially in that big old house of his for a while now." "I'm practically there already, but actually, I think I'm going to surprise him and move the rest of my stuff in this weekend." "No shit." "Yeah. He has a few patients on Saturday morning, so while he's busy, I'll load up the few things I still have at Polly's and bring them over." "Oh, he's going to be so pissed that you did it on your own." "I know." I laugh, my body heating up at the thought of how he'll punish me for it. We spend the next hour chatting over coffee before 3 women come through the door, laughing. "Margarita madness tonight," one of them shouts. Christine groans. "Last time it took me 2 days to recover." "As long as I don't have to clean up the puke, I'm okay with it," Andy says, walking up to the group of ladies. He greets them all, and I marvel at the fact that they don't seem affected by his good looks. Not that he has anything on Walker, but still, I wasn't expecting it. That's Tess, Lauren, and Carly. They're crazy, but super nice. Tess is Harper's mom, she tells me, knowing that I have already met Harper. "You two up for margaritas?" Christine shouts in our direction. "Don't corrupt them," Andy shouts. "Just say no, Ellie, trust me." The 3 ladies all turn in our direction, and Tessa's face lights up when she sees Willow. "Willow, oh my gosh, I didn't know you were here. Yes, join us, please, and your friend too. Hi, I'm Tess." "Hey, Tess," Willow says. "This is Ellie. She's..." "Walkers! Oh yeah, I've heard all about you from your boy. Gah, aren't Harper and Grayson adorable together? I think it's giving Barrett and the boys an aneurysm, which makes it even more fun. But seriously, they're so cute together. They make me happy. He's such a good kid. We just love him." She gushes, then stops her rambling just long enough to introduce the other ladies who are just smiling at us.
This is Lauren, and that's Carly, my sister-in-law. Come with us. Have you been to El Charro yet? I mean, they kind of cringe when they see us coming in, but they have the best margaritas, and you must join us. I've been, I tell her, not able to get much more out before she beams at me. Great! Meet us there, okay? Call Walker. Tell him the plan because he'll need to pick you up. We don't mess around with drinking and driving.
Just say yes, Carly says. Trust me, it'll be a lot easier if you just give in.
Tess and Lauren are nodding their heads. Okay, yeah, sounds fun.
Fun,
Andy scoffs.
Mama's gonna need the big bucket tonight, he tells a giggling Hazel.
Oh, hush, we need to officially welcome Ellie here, and what better way to do it, Christine says. Welcome home, Ellie, Willow says, eyes shining with happiness.
Chapter 29. Walker. 2 months later. This is the weirdest thing I think you've ever done, Brett jokes. I look at him and grin. Weird or romantic?
Romantic, definitely, for sure,
Courtney says, hugging Brett around the waist and sighing. I think that's what swooning looks like, but I don't care if I see it from her. I just need Ellie to see it the same way Courtney is right now. They just finished helping me get Camilla out of the back of the cattle trailer. After spending a month getting my land ready and having Grayson help me work on the old barn that was already on the property, it's ready for some livestock. Camilla is the first to come, but I have plans for more. So much more. You're making the rest of us look bad, Brett grumbles. Sounds like you need to step up your game then, boy. Courtney laughs and Brett rolls his eyes. The weather outside is getting increasingly cold, and I'm glad that I was able to get the barn ready. Lord knows that Ellie will probably try bringing her into the house as it is. I'm hoping that having a warm place for her to go at night will alleviate her concerns. A brisk wind causes me to shiver when I remove my gloves, tying the bright red bow around Camilla's neck. She looks at me as if to say,
"Are you freaking serious?"
Which is exactly the words that come out of Brett's mouth. Of course I'm serious. I mumble around the leather glove dangling from my teeth. His voice is laced with humor when he says, "It's like those car commercials where someone is gifted with a brand new Lexus at Christmas, only it's a cow. Boy, you really went all out." Shut up, man. You know as well as I do that she'll love the shit out of this. I hope, anyway. I don't really have a plan B and need this to be perfect for her because she deserves nothing less. As soon as I get it tied on the way I want, I look to make sure it's secured tightly, then slide my glove back on. Courtney sighs.
"I'm just so freaking happy."
Let's hope Ellie is too.
"She is. She will be. This is so amazing."
She squeals and hops over to me, giving me a hug. We talk for a little while longer, then they shut the door to the now empty trailer and climb in their pickup and leave. I make sure that Camilla is set up in the barn and close the door. She's a lot bigger than she was a few months ago, but Ellie still treats her like a baby. After learning that Ellie couldn't have children, I asked her what she wanted to do. I wasn't going to make the decision for her whether or not she would have surgery or go through IVF. She also opened up a lot about her parents, how they were basically absent most of her life. Then her dad left for good and her mom blamed Ellie for it. It was no wonder love and trust were hard for Ellie to freely give.
"I think I want to adopt,"
she says quietly, her cheek resting against my chest as we lie in our bed.
"Maybe from fostering? I don't really know. I'd like to talk to someone, see what our options are. But you were right when you said there are so many kids who need a family. My parents were terrible, and the thought of other kids having that same experience breaks my heart. Surgery and IVF is so expensive. Why wouldn't we put that money toward helping children in need?"
I squeeze her tightly to me. Pleased that's the route she decided to go. It's only a mild disappointment to think that we won't have children of our own, which tells me this is the right decision for us. I agree.
"You do?"
"Yep." And that was the end of the discussion. I didn't need to explain my reasons. She didn't need to explain hers. It was settled. I'm inside the house when I hear Ellie pull up. She parks her car in the space we made for her in the garage, and I shake out the nerves in my body. She comes inside carrying a few bags, proof that she's been to the grocery store. In the last few months, she's really come to fall in love with cooking. She's sold a few recipes to Balance and helped out Christine at Dreamin' Beans on occasion. Not that I don't love her working at the clinic with me, but having something just for her makes her feel good, and she finds so much joy in it. "Need help?" She smiles at me.
That's okay. This is all I have. I watch as she puts things away where she wants them, trying my damnedest to keep my hands to myself because I know that if I touch her, I won't be able to stop and the rest of the night's plans will go to shit. Her back is to me as she rearranges a few items in the cupboards. I need to show you something.
Last time you said that, I turned around and you were naked.
I smile at the memory. I promise it's not that. Well, at least not yet. Maybe later?
Maybe?
Okay, most assuredly. As much as I miss Grayson not living here part-time now that Mick's here, I love having Ellie to myself. And even though we aren't trying to get pregnant, it doesn't stop us from practicing. A lot.
So, what did you need to show me?
She asks, folding up the canvas grocery bags and putting them away in the closet by the door. She goes to remove her coat, but I stop her. Keep your coat on, it's outside.
Ooh, are you finally going to show me that project you and Grayson have been working on?
Yep.
Yes! Oh, yay, I'm so excited. It's been killing me.
I chuckle at her exuberance. She's not lying either. She's been beyond curious about what we've been doing, but she's never once peeked. Ready? Taking her hand in mine, Brutus is on our heels as we trudge outside. As soon as the barn comes into view, she looks at me in astonishment.
How did I not know this was here?
Hidden gem.
You've been hiding an entire barn from me?
I was just strategic in the property I showed you. She rolls her eyes, but she's also smiling.
I had no idea this was here. Oh my gosh, Walker baby goats!
She says and on spins around.
We can have baby goats now.
We can. Want to see inside?
Yes.
I open the barn door for her and she inhales deeply.
It's almost nostalgic for me,
she gushes.
When Camilla was born, remember that? That's what it reminds me of in here.
Just then, Camilla makes her presence known and Ellie spins around, rushing toward the direction of the sound.
Camilla! Oh, look at you, you're so pretty, baby.
Her words die off and her hands freeze in their place around Camilla's neck. Ellie girl, I say, and she slowly turns back around. When she sees me down on one knee, her hand covers her mouth and her eyes well in tears.
Walker,
she breathes out, looking at Camilla and back to me. I love you so much, Ellie. You're my everything I never knew I wanted or needed. I can't imagine a day that doesn't start and end with you in it, and wouldn't want to. You are one of the strongest women I know, and I only say one of because Miss Polly would kick my ass if I didn't call her strong. The most loving, kind, so beyond what I deserve, but if you find it in your heart to slum for the rest of your life, I'd be honored if you'd do that with me. Marry me, Ellie. Please, be mine forever.
I already am yours.
Officially, then.
Yes.
Yes?
Of course.
I'm kind of regretting tying the ring to Camilla's bow right now. I guess I didn't think this all the way through. She drops to her knees in front of me, cradling my face in her hands, the same as I've done for her often.
This is perfect. The man and my girl Camilla. I couldn't ask for anything more.
I kiss her with the forever kind of kiss that changes our lives. Then I remove the ring from the ribbon around Camilla's neck. Ellie doesn't even look at it when I slide it on her finger.
Perfect fit,
she says. If you don't like it,
it's perfect,
she says, glancing down at the intricate antique rose gold ring, then gasps again. It was Polly's, I tell her. I had a new diamond put in and the gold cleaned up and sized, but she wanted you to have it.
I couldn't have asked for anything more perfect.
Epilogue. 2 years later. Walker. Jostling Ellie, I tell her, it's time. Her eyes flutter open, a frightened look on her face that I try to wipe away with a brush of my lips to her forehead.
I don't think I'm ready.
We are, though. A single tear leaks from her eye and she grips my arm braced beside her.
Together?
I nod, elbows bending as I swoop down to kiss her lips. Forever. I slowly wake from the dream I've been having for months now. It started just a few times a week, but the closer and closer we get, the more frequent the dreams come. Every time the phone rings, I jump, wondering if this is the moment that Lily Cole, our social worker, is calling to tell us that we have a child waiting for us. Making the decision to foster a baby was a risky one. We knew there would be a chance that the baby wouldn't stay in our home if the birth parents decided they wanted to keep him or her. But that's what was laid on our hearts, and there was no denying that we felt strongly we were being led in this direction.
And then one day, the phone call we'd been waiting for all that time was not what we expected. When Lily first told us about Amber, a 19-year-old mom who'd gotten pregnant with twins but was unsure of her next steps, we weren't sure it was meant to be. Fostering had been the only thing on our minds since we first started talking about expanding our family of 14. 6 goats, 2 dogs, 3 cows, 1 cat. But Lily was insistent that we needed to talk to Amber, so we did. We walked out of Dreamin' Beans, tears in both our eyes, hope blooming in our chests. That hope was squashed, though. Amber went back and forth for the next few months, not knowing if she was ready to give up her babies. The baby's father wasn't in the picture, said he was too young and wasn't ready to be a father, so he signed away his rights. It was an emotional time. The not knowing was the worst, but we both felt sure that those babies were meant to be ours, so we rallied, supported Amber how we could, and demonstrated patience neither of us knew we had. We understood that, offered an open adoption, a way for her to stay involved in the twins' lives. We let her know that we were still considering fostering for the future. It would never be off the table. There were too many children who needed love. She was good with that. I think it's what helped her make her final decision, actually. She grew up in the system and knows how hard it is on a child. The phone rings, waking me up from my restless sleep. Hello?
It's time.
Lily's voice is urgent through the phone. We're on our way, I tell her, quickly hitting the red button on the phone and tossing it back on the nightstand.
It's time?
Ellie asks, and I'm so damn grateful that her face is full of excitement rather than the trepidation I had been dreaming of. It is.
Holy crap, Walker. We're gonna be parents.
We are. Together.
Forever.
God, I love you so fucking much, I say, kissing her square on the mouth.
I'll remind you of that when I'm covered in spit up and poo, hair greasy from never showering, and I have bags under my eyes because we're way too old for this shit,
she teases. It's something we both worried a little about. We're not exactly going to be young parents. In fact, in reality, we could be Amber's parents. These babies' grandparents. That's not something that's particularly enjoyable to think about. But we're healthy, determined, and we have each other. Not to mention a bevy of other friends and family who plan to smother us with love and help. Rushing around, we throw on some clothes and grab the bags we've had packed for 3 weeks now. With a quick glance into the bedroom we remodeled, I do my best to tamp down the desire to throw up, nervousness over the changes to come. We climb into our SUV and rush to the hospital, not wanting to miss a single moment of watching our babies come into the world. We're here for Amber. We're the...
parents. We're the baby's parents,
Ellie says, elation in her voice. The adrenaline is hitting her. She can barely stand still.
She's right this way. She let us know to expect you.
The door is closed and the nurse knocks softly.
Come in,
Amber says, her voice strained.
Oh, thank God. I thought you guys were going to miss...
She grunts as a contraction hits her.
This! Holy crap, Ellie, this hurts.
Ellie rushes to her side, gripping her hand tightly.
I'm so sorry. I would take the pain away if I could.
Amber smiles, though it's weak.
I know. Worth it, but dang, these two are fighting their way out.
I move to the other side of her, careful not to get a look down below. I'm anxious to see our babies come into the world, but there are some things a man just doesn't need to witness from a woman who isn't his wife. We're right here for you. Squeeze our hands, I say when I'm by her side. Ellie has a cold, wet cloth pressed to Amber's forehead, and between the nurse, doctor, and Ellie, it's like Amber has her own cheerleading squad. I stay mostly quiet, overwhelmed. I meet Ellie's eyes over Amber, and it brings an instant wave of comfort. We've got this. Together. Standing on either side of Amber while contraction after contraction hits her with the force of a truck, we resist the urge to wince when she squeezes our hands so tightly I'm afraid she could break a finger. One more push, Amber, the doctor says to my right. She grunts, curling her body up and pushes with all her might. The sound of the baby A's cry fills the room and I stand straight, watching in awe as the nurse cleans the baby up, preparing for the next baby's arrival. I want so badly to move from my place next to Amber, but she's giving us her babies and has no one else. She needs our support. Still, it's killing me. To know one of my babies is here, ready to be held, loved on, kissed and adored. It's been months of waiting and nervousness and worries, but now that it's time, I'm so ready to just get to the next stage, get back home with our babies and start our new life together, sleepless nights and all. With just a few more pushes, baby B's cries are heard. Ellie bursts into tears. I have a sudden wetness coating my cheeks I didn't anticipate.
The three of us are crying and sweating, though I'm sure Amber's cries and sweat is partly from pain also. Once the babies are cleaned up, swaddled in a blanket with a tiny knit cap covering their little fuzzy heads, the nurse walks over to Ellie, places baby A in her arms, then brings baby B to me. We hold them close, smell their new baby smell, introduce them to the woman who gave us our new life, shower them with the love and kisses we've been dying to give them since we first saw the pair on the ultrasound, facing each other and cuddling.
"You're a daddy,"
Ellie whispers, eyes brimmed with tears and a smile that lights up the room. "And you're a mommy." We smile at each other, tears continuing to spill out of our eyes. We kiss, babies pressed against our chests between us. I've never been more grateful for the life I've been given. Here in this tiny room, I have all I need, and I don't plan on ever letting it go. Addison Paulina McKinstry, Graystar World at 5:13 a.m., followed shortly after by a younger brother, Bryant Paul McKinstry, screaming in at 5:18 a.m. Paulina was chosen as a tribute to her grandmother, of course. Paul after me, but a play on Paulina. Because we'll forever be grateful for the woman who showed us unconditional love. In only a matter of 5 minutes, our family of 14 turned into a family of 17. Amber, too, will forever be ours. 1 month later.
"I've never been so tired in my life,"
Ellie mumbles, flopping down on the couch face first. I'm not sure the last time she held a brush in her hands, and by the look of her hair, it's been a while. Still, she's beautiful. A little smelly, but still beautiful. I lift up baby Bryant's tiny hand.
"But I'm so cute in the middle of the night, Mommy,"
I say in my best baby voice.
"Cute or not, Mama wants sleep,"
she whines. I place Bryant in his little bouncy chair just as Addie begins to stir, crying for the attention she loves to demand of me. Daddy's girl already, and I don't give a shit. She has me so wrapped around her finger, and even at only 4 weeks, the little stinker knows it. She blinks up at me when I reach for her out of the swing she was just resting in. She sighs contentedly as soon as she's in my arms. Total daddy's girl. Ellie rolls her head so she's looking at me from her place on the couch. She's wearing just a t-shirt, some fuzzy socks that go up to her shins, and that's it. That's all the energy she has in her to get dressed.
"You're such a sucker. She was totally fine in the swing until you walked in and had to speak. Then she heard your voice, and I'm pretty sure I saw her head perk up, and she was all, 'Oh, Daddy's holding my brother, and he should be holding me, so I'll squeak and he'll jump.' Honestly, Walker, you're so screwed."
"I don't mind," I murmur, kissing my sweet baby angel on the head. Brutus comes over, nudges his head into Ellie's hand that's dangling off the couch, and licks it before moving over to sit next to Bryant, his best friend. From the minute we brought the babies home, Brutus claimed Bryant, and Sadie, our new chocolate lab mix, claimed Addie, both of them acting as their charge's protector. "Ellie girl, why don't you go take a bath, relax a little while? Both babies are fed, changed, happy. I've got this for a few hours. You need sleep."
"So do you."
"I'm Superman, didn't you know?"
"Only Addie thinks that. Besides, I'll probably fall asleep in the bath, and then I'll drown, and you'd be alone to raise these little trouble-causers."
I chuckle at her dramatics. "Fine, a shower then."
"I smell, don't I?"
I lift my finger and thumb, spread out just a small space between. "Little bit," I say, laughing. She giggles, then groans while rising up off the couch.
All right, I'm going. I might even shave."
"Lucky me."
Maybe if you play your cards right, you will get lucky."
As she's walking past, I tug on her arm, bringing her down to me. Addie coos from her place on my chest when I kiss her mom. "I'm gonna hold you to that." I once thought my life was perfect, but then this crazy woman appeared on the side of the road and my life changed forever. Turns out this, right here, this unexpected life that I've been given, is all I need. This concludes All I Need by Jennifer Van Wyck, narrated by Lynn Barrington and Alexander Sendes. Copyright 2018 by Jennifer Van Wyck. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Jennifer Van Wyck and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.